简简简, Chapter 1016简简简. Once we are in the suite, I lay her down on a couch and help her get comfortable. After fetching her a drink and her book, I sit on the floor next to the couch. Then I go back to reading the books about meditation and keep her company. About an hour later, Lynn starts feeling better, so I open up the Soulscape. After the Soulscape, Lynn and I have fun for a while before going to sleep. Since it is the third night, I sleep with her instead of working on my core. Besides, I still need to find some inspiration for a new way of working on my core. Otherwise, I will just feel like I am wasting my time with such slow progress. Hopefully, when I have finished all the books, I will have figured something out. In the morning, as we are having breakfast, a delivery of crates arrives. There are over 20 crates, but I wait until I am done eating before I check them. The crates contain weapons, and all but one of them are enchanted. The one unenchanted weapon is a single-handed sword, and it is of exceptional quality. This sword is obviously meant to be enchanted with the high-level enchantment. The rest of the weapons are more common, but not all of them have defective enchantments. Instead, they have the normal anti-Xian demon enchantment. But that makes sense. Now that the weapons I have enchanted are hitting the market, the normal one's value will plummet. Zachariah is an intelligent man. He is probably buying them really cheap. He might even be letting people who want the new weapons trade in their old ones. Since I can disenchant and regen enchant them, the profit margin for them will be high. I expect that I will be getting a lot more of these weapons to regen enchant. I am fine with that. It will only be a little bit harder to disenchant them than the defective ones. So, I start disenchanting them while Lynn heads down to the library to continue her work. I disenchant the weapons as I take them out of the crates and pile them up on the floor. Once they are all disenchanted, I turn around and start regen enchanting them. As I enchant the weapons, I put the finished ones back into the crates. I keep at it until all weapons are enchanted. Then I turn to the unenchanted weapon. Since it is going to have the higher level enchantment, I need to pay more attention to it. Being made of higher quality materials means that it also has more room for enchantments. Since it is meant to be a top quality weapon, I plan to completely fill the available space. This just means adding enchantments to make it more durable and sharper. Once that is done, I put it in the crate it came in, grab the books on meditation, and head down to the library. All told, disenchanting and regen enchanting all the weapons only took me a couple of hours. My speed when dealing with enchantments appears to have gone up again. It is probably due to the fact that it is just the same set of enchantments over and over again. Repeating the same thing tends to get easier and take less focus. When I enter the library, I quickly find Lynn, sit next to her, and start reading. I could have stayed in the suite to read, but even if we aren't talking, I prefer being close to her. Just her simple presence makes me happy and improves my mood. As I finish the third book, I still haven't found anything useful or gotten any inspiration. After having lunch with Lynn, I start the fourth book, and immediately I become hopeful. Unlike the other books, which were written by mages, this one is written by a beast. Or, to be more precise, it was written by a human on behalf of a beast. The first thing that gives me hope is that the start of the book actually talks about cores. Just from the way it talks about cores, I can tell this came from at least a sacred beast. In fact, as I read further, I start to think that it might even be whatever is above a sacred beast. For the first time in a long time, I actually learned something new about cores. I am not sure yet if it will apply to my core, but it is still good to learn more about cores. It is a good thing I am in a safe place because I get completely sucked into the book. If someone was to attack me right now, I probably wouldn't even notice until I was hit. However, to my disappointment, the book ends just as it was getting good. Luckily, there is a second book in the stack by the same beast, so I ignore the others and start reading it. It picks up right where the first one left off, and I am sucked straight into it. The first book only covered the basics of meditation and how to work on a core. The second book is all about advanced meditation and techniques for cores. It is exactly what I have been looking for, and it even explains why I have been having problems. It turns out that cores adapt to the techniques used on them, so a technique eventually stops working. All I need to do to keep working on my core is switch the technique that I am using. If I switch techniques after every upgrade, I shouldn't have problems ever again. Luckily, this book has several advanced techniques that I can learn and use. Hey, copy this book for me. Lynn says, sure. Once she has made a copy, I put it into my pouch just in case I need to reference it later. Then I return the rest of the books since I don't need them anymore. Out of curiosity, I check if the library has any other books by the Beast. But I am disappointed. Unfortunately, the books never name the Beast, so my odds of finding out more are slim. It is too bad. I would love to meet it if it is still alive and talk for a while. Without a name, I don't even stand much chance of finding any other books written by it. Anyway, now that the problem with my core is solved, I go back to working on the new spell. The break from working on it actually helped. I make some decent progress. Surprisingly, when I check my work, I don't find any problems with the spell. With this bit of success, the spell is now around 70-5% complete. Assuming nothing goes wrong, I probably only need a few more hours to complete it. However, before I can go back to working on it, I see Allmort enter the library and walk towards us. Zan, chapter 1Zan. Allmort says, "It is time. Are you ready?" "I guess so." Lynn says yes. Allmort says, "All right. How long do you need to be ready?" I put away my papers, stand up, and shift my clothes into a gray formal suit. Lynn puts away her books, stands up, and shifts hers into a white and silver baldzan gown that leaves her shoulders bare. She looks absolutely stunning, and from the look on his face, Allmort agrees with me. "We are ready," Allmort says. "That is totally cheating. Is Zachariah going to be selling clothes like that?" "I don't think so. We haven't discussed it. We only made these yesterday." Allmort says, "If you decide to sell them, you will probably make a fortune. Not to mention that I will be one of your first customers." I am already going to make a fortune off of the weapon sales. I don't really need to make more money. Besides, these clothes are a lot harder to enchant than weapons. Allmort says, "Okay, forget selling them. What would it take for a suit just for me?" "You would need a suit of exceptional quality and at least a pound of mana-rich silver," Allmort says. "Is that all? What about paying you for the enchantments?" "Figure out a way for my elves to visit the city without being in danger, and I will call it good," Allmort says. "That is easy. We can just assign adventurers to act as their guides and escorts. No one in the city is going to mess with our adventurers, and I can trust the adventurers to not harm my elves. They won't be tempted to sell them into slavery?" Allmort says, "No, we simply need to issue a quest. The association has bureaucracy just for this kind of thing. They will track all activity. Any adventurer who tried anything shady would be caught immediately." That actually sounds promising. We would need to make sure none of the adventurers who take the quest have issues with elves. Allmort says, "That is easy enough. We just need to make the quest posting descriptive enough. Considering that the elves are your people, I don't see anyone being brave enough to mess with them, especially with the association and Zachariah's merchant group backing you." That could be true. There might still be problems, but I would like to let the elves get off the ship for a bit. Lynn says, "As long as they stay in groups and don't all come ashore at once, I think it will be safe enough. If you are still worried, you can always make an item for the elves, something that would allow them to call for help if anything goes wrong." "That is a good idea. Yeah, I can easily make something like that. That should be enough to make sure the elves are safe." "All right, we will do it. I will contact Stillwater later and tell him to bring the ship to the city," Allmort says. "Sounds good. I will start preparing the quest notice after the ball. I will post it once your ship arrives." Lynn says, "Now that we have a plan, can we go to the ball?" Allmort says, "You are the guests of honor. It is normal for you to be late." "All right, let's go." With a nod, Allmort leads us out of the library and through the building to the ballroom. Like the library, the ballroom takes up the space of 2 floors and has multiple entrances. The one Allmort takes us to enters at the top of a set of stairs leading down into the ballroom. Allmort says, "How should we announce the 2 of you?" "Just go with King Ash and Queen Lynn," Allmort says. "Got it." Someone with a powerful voice announces the 2 of us as we step through the doors. There is a platform at the top of the stairs where we pause for a moment. All eyes in the ballroom turn to focus on us and stare at us as we pause. Then after a few seconds, we start down the stairs as everyone stares at us. There are at least several hundred people in the ballroom, more than I was expecting. Luckily, I have gotten used to being stared at, so I am not nervous, even with so many people. Lynn doesn't seem to be bothered by it either. In fact, she seems to be enjoying this. By the time we reach the bottom of the stairs, the members of the council are there waiting. They welcome us and thank us for attending. But it is all a political show. When they move away and others approach, Allmort arrives behind me and starts whispering. He gives me information about who is coming up to talk to me before they arrive. It would be useful information if I actually cared about any of the people I am meeting. There are two types currently trying to talk to us, young men and old men. The young men are trying to talk to Lynn despite me standing right beside her. The old men are trying to talk to me, probably to form some type of connection. The most annoying ones are the merchants. They are all trying to get an advantage over each other. However, I don't need anything from any of them and just end up saying no repeatedly. Zachariah is attending the ball, but he doesn't bother trying to talk to me here. There are just as many women as men at the ball, but they don't bother coming over yet. There are also adventurers mixed in with the group of young men, but none among the older men. It is easy to tell them apart. The adventurers are dressed much more casually. They are here to enjoy themselves, not to try and impress their peers. Eventually, I get annoyed with the merchants and can't take anymore. So, in a voice all of them can hear, I announce that I have already formed a partnership with Zachariah's merchant group. Immediately, all of the merchants look like they just swallowed a bug, and I can hear Zachariah laughing. Most of the merchants leave me alone after that, leaving the nobles and association bureaucrats. Mostly, they just want to be able to brag that they met and spoke with me. The group talking to me slowly thins out, but the one around Lynn doesn't. Even those that have managed to talk to her don't leave. They just keep trying. Honestly, I really want to tear them all apart, but I know I shouldn't do that. Not only would it cause problems with the association, but Lynn wouldn't like it. She is okay with me getting jealous, but slaughtering a bunch of people is going too far. Besides, if any of them try anything stupid, Lynn is more than capable of handling them. 简简简 Chapter 1018, 简简简 Lean notices my glances at the crowd around her and moves closer to hug my arm. I know that she is trying to calm me down, so I do my best to ignore the idiots around her. A lot of them start glaring at me when Lynn hugs my arm. But they are just jealous. I know I shouldn't be jealous. I know without a doubt that Lynn loves me. These youngsters don't have a hope in hell of getting between us, but it is still annoying. It is enough that I already can't wait for this ball to end, but it just barely started. Now that we are already here, there is no way that Lynn is going to be willing to leave early. Just the thought of her reaction, if I suggest leaving now, is enough to make me shiver. I know that she won't hurt me, but she will be disappointed, which is worse. Besides, I do want to dance with Lynn, even if it means putting up with these idiots. Unfortunately, there is still some time before the dancing will start. This is a political event, so quite a bit of time is set aside for socializing before the dancing. It probably would have been better if we had waited and arrived later. Now we are stuck listening to the drivel of idiots who want to prove they are better than the others. In truth, I could probably get some benefits from these people, but it just isn't worth the frustration. Besides, I doubt any of them could match the benefits that Zachariah will give me. If they knew about the weapons, the merchants would probably be going insane right now. On the other hand, if I told them, they would probably leave me alone and go bother Zachariah instead. However, that wouldn't get rid of the nobles and it wouldn't get rid of the youngsters. At his point, I doubt anything short of the threat of death would get them to leave Lynn alone. Then I spot someone approaching me that it wouldn't be wise to ignore. Allmort says, that is the Empire's ambassador. I know I met him. Hello, Mr. Ambassador. Ambassador says, greetings, Your Majesty. It is fine if you call me Ash. Ambassador says, Ash then. I have some good news for you. My government has already located over 100 elves. That is excellent news. Ambassador says, there is some bad news too. They are scattered all over the Empire. We estimate it will take at least a month to gather them and bring them here. That is too long. How long just to gather them in one spot? Ambassador says, a week to a week and a half, maybe? All right, I can work with that. Go ahead and gather them. Once they are gathered, let me know and I will go retrieve them. Ambassador says, how will you retrieve them? I will fly to where you gather them and then move them with magic. Ambassador says, "Oh, all right, I will pass the message to my government. Thank you." The ambassador walks away, which seems to be a signal since the nobles come back. Of course, the youngsters never moved away. They probably didn't even notice. With the way they are focused on Lynn, they probably wouldn't even notice if the building were on fire. Not that I don't understand their obsession with her. Her beauty is blinding, especially in that dress. In fact, I am pretty sure that is why none of the women are approaching me. If Lynn wasn't with me, they would probably be circling me like vultures. When I can't take it anymore, I look over at Lynn, and when she meets my gaze, I tilt my head. We both make the excuse of wanting to get some food to get away from the nobles. One side of the hall is lined with tables and they are stacked high with food. Unfortunately, the youngsters don't take the hint and keep following Lynn. The nobles at least have the sense not to follow me over to the food tables. When we reach the tables, we each take a plate and start looking for dishes that we haven't tried before. Once we have full plates, we move off to the side to eat and watch the crowds. Now that the nobles and merchants aren't following me, I am able to relax a bit. However, Lynn doesn't look very relaxed, and she doesn't seem to be enjoying herself. "Want me to get rid of them," Lynn says. "No, they are just a bunch of stupid kids." It isn't worth the hassle. Besides, you would probably go too far. I saw that look earlier. Can you blame me? They are annoying. The way that they look at you makes me want to commit violence. Lynn says, "What about you? What about me?" Lynn says, "Don't tell me you haven't noticed." "Noticed what?" Lynn says. "Practically every woman in this room has been eyeing you since we entered." "What? Really?" "No, I didn't notice. I only noticed that none of them approached me. I thought they were all intimidated by your beauty." Lynn says, "You can be really oblivious at times, but I forgive you." "Thanks, I guess." Lynn says, "How long until the dancing starts?" "From what Almort said, an hour or so." Lynn says, "How can they even call this a ball?" "No clue," Lynn says. "What are we supposed to do until then?" "We are supposed to mingle, but I am already sick of that." Lynn says, "Should we split up?" "No, why would we do that?" Lynn says, "So the women can have their chance to flock around you." "Why would I want that?" Lynn smiles and says, "Good answer." Almort walks over and says, "Ready to continue? Do we have to?" Almort says, "That is the entire point of this ball. Everyone here is here for the chance to meet you. Haven't I already talked to enough of them?" Almort says hardly. "In fact, you haven't even talked to half of the important people." "What?" "Tell me you're kidding," Almort says. "I'm afraid not. There are quite a few important women here, and they are dying to meet you." "Hey, I only agreed to be here. I never agreed to meet everyone who wanted to meet me." Almort says, "I know. However, the more people that meet you now, the less people that will pester the council later. While that may be true, it isn't my problem. It is the council's problem." Almort says, "Actually, it is my problem. Due to my contributions, the council has promoted me. Unfortunately, part of my new duties is dealing with any and all complaints related to you. That includes those trying to pester the council to meet you." "Well, that explains why you are pushing me to meet these idiots," Lynn says. "That makes sense. The more idiots you meet, the less he has to deal with them." Almort says exactly. "So, Ash, please." 渐渐渐, Chapter 1019渐渐渐. Fine, I guess I can meet a few more. Amort says thank you. "You are my hero," Lynn says. "I guess that means that we will need to split up after all." "What?" "Why?" Lynn says. "So that you can meet all the women who want to meet you." "No, no, no. You are coming with me. I only agreed to meet them. I didn't agree to meet them alone. No way am I going to stand around and let them flirt with me." Lynn says, "Another good answer. All right, I will go with you." Almort says, "How do you want to do this?" "Just take us around and introduce us to the important ones." Almort says, "All right." So, Lynn and I follow Almort around to meet the important women that are here. They all seem disappointed that I am not alone, but they still compliment Lynn. They are obviously jealous of her, but they keep saying all sorts of nice things. It must be some type of girl code. The more jealous they are, the stronger the compliments that they give. I don't understand it, and I don't even plan to try. I won't even ask Lynn about it. Probably the worst part of it for these women is that their compliments are true. Lynn is that beautiful. Although, I will admit that it is fairly amusing watching their reactions to Lynn. Especially when I ignore their attempts to subtly flirt with me despite Lynn being beside me. The younger and more attractive among them even look angry when they get no reaction. None of them are a match for Lynn, but I am pretty sure they are not used to being ignored, especially since they are important people according to Almort, or the children of important people. Even if they weren't attractive, people would still be drawn to them by power. Those that are attractive and have power are definitely even more pursued. They have probably had a crowd of idiots follow them around, just like what is happening with Lynn. The group of idiots is still following us, and I notice several of the women give them looks of disgust. Almort, the group following us, take their parents off of the list for me to meet. Feel free to tell them that they didn't get to meet me because their kid's stupidity offended me. Almort chuckles and says, "Understood." Lynn smiles and says, "That works. It is much better than you maiming them." Almort says, "Please, no bloodshed at the ball. I don't want to have to clean up that kind of mess." When I just chuckle in response, Almort hurries to introduce us to the next woman. He is probably hoping to distract me from doing anything that will increase his workload. I don't plan to make things harder for him, but that won't stop me from teasing him. Besides, entertaining myself makes this boring and frustrating situation easier to deal with. I just need to hold on for a little bit longer, and this segment of the ball should be over. Once the music starts, I will be able to dance with Lynn, and then she might be willing to leave. Not that there isn't music right now. It is just quiet and meant to be background noise. Eventually, after what feels like forever, the music gets louder and people react. The groups that were conversing break up and men return to their women. There seems to be some unwritten rules at work as I notice different groups forming. Luckily, the group of young idiots finally stops following Lynn around. There seems to be a specific area that single men are required to move to and another for single women. Almort says, "This song is the transition period. The next song will be for the first dance. As the guests of honor, you should be the ones to dance the first dance." Lynn says, "Finally." I just laugh. And when the next song starts, I escort Lynn to the middle of the hall. We don't know the specific steps for the song, but Lynn and I are so graceful that it doesn't matter much. Besides, I don't care what others think. All I care is that Lynn is having fun. As we dance, Lynn is smiling so much that it looks like she is glowing. I had no idea she liked dancing this much. When the first song finishes, the surrounding people applaud. I can tell from the excited looks that they are expecting us to dance with other people now, but we don't move. When the next song starts, we start dancing again. And this time, other couples join in. Dancing with Lynn was the only reason I agreed to come to this ball, and I don't plan to dance with anyone else. I don't care how angry or disappointed the women are. They aren't my problem. The couples on the dance floor change after every song except for Lynn and I. We dance together through the first 5 songs before Lynn needs to take a break. Even then, it is obvious how much fun she is having, and that makes everything else worth it. We leave the dance floor arm in arm and head over to the side to get some drinks. A lot of expectant gazes follow us, but we both ignore them without discussing it. However, Almort comes over to us as soon as we have grabbed our drinks. Almort says, "Can I convince the 2 of you to dance with some of the others?" Lynn says, "No, not a chance." Almort says, "If not the others, would you at least consider dancing with the council members and their wives?" I am only going to dance with Lynn. Once she has had enough dancing, we will be leaving and returning to our suite. Almort says, "And there is nothing I can say to change your mind." "Nope, this is the only reason we agreed to attend the ball." Almort says, "All right, I had to try. Enjoy the rest of your night." After resting for a bit, Lynn and I return to the dance floor for the next song. The songs are all slow formal type, which is a little strange to me and makes me curious. I haven't exactly paid any attention to the music of this world, so I don't know if other types exist. Lynn, is this the only type of music in this world? Lynn says, "Yes. Why? What other types of music would there be? Wait, I have heard that the Beastman has another kind of music, but I've never heard it. Does your old world have more types?" "Dozens. I will introduce you to what I remember later. Lynn says, I will look forward to it. Did your world have music like ours? Yes, but I never listened to that type much. It was a rather old-fashioned kind of music by the time I lived. Jian Jian Jian, chapter 1002, Jian Jian Jian, Lin says. I would still like to hear it. It would be interesting to compare it to our music. Sadly, I can only play a few songs for you, as I said. It wasn't really my kind of music. The only reason I know some is because it was used in movies that I liked. Lynn says, that is fine. I will listen to whatever you have. Good. I want to dance some faster dances with you. Lynn says, faster dances? That sounds interesting. I can't wait. I'll introduce you to everything I can remember in the Soulscape tonight. In answer, Lynn pulls my head down and kisses me as we continue dancing. When Lynn kisses me, I could swear that I hear the sound of multiple people grinding their teeth. A glance shows that the majority of the single men are glaring at me with hatred in their eyes. However, it doesn't faze me at all, and I don't let it interfere with my dancing. As long as Lynn is happy, nothing else matters, especially not a bunch of idiots. I could wipe all of them out with a single spell, but that would disrupt the ball. Still, it is fun to think about it, but I quickly drop the thought before Lynn notices. Luckily, she is having so much fun dancing that she isn't paying any attention to her surroundings. Normally, that would be dangerous, but with me here, nothing is going to happen. In fact, if anyone dares to disturb us right now, they would have no chance of survival. Luckily, it doesn't seem like anyone is going to be quite that stupid. The youngsters don't seem brave enough to do anything more than glare at me. After a couple of more songs, Lynn is ready for another break to catch her breath. I may have enhanced her body, but she is still a mage and her stamina isn't the best. As we are getting drinks, Almort once again approaches us. What now? Almort says. Before you leave, can you please speak with the council members? What for? Almort says. It will just look good for them if you do. More politics. I suppose I can do that much, Almort says. Thank you. Lynn, how are you doing? Lynn says. I think I can manage a couple of more songs. Then I will be ready to leave. All right. Lynn and I return to the dance floor, and Lynn manages 4 more songs before she calls it quits. After that, we wander around the hall to talk to all of the council members. Once I have spoken to all of the council members, we leave the ball and return to our suite. As soon as we enter the suite, I notice that the crates have been changed out. However, I will worry about that in the morning. Right now, I don't feel like enchanting. Instead, I open a Soulscape and invite everyone. But instead of a theater, I create a nightclub. When Miria and Brightfire look confused, I explain that I will be introducing Lynn to music from my world. Since both of them are curious, they join us inside the club while the kids go play. I fill the club with illusions of people from my memories so the girls can see what the atmosphere was like. It should also help Lynn if she can see how to dance to this type of music. Brightfire finds herself a place to sit, and then she just watches and listens. Both Lynn and Miria join me on the dance floor, but they have some trouble adapting to the new type of dancing. However, I am smart enough not to say anything and just give them time to get used to it. Then again, it is not like there are specific dance moves that you have to follow. That is part of why they are having trouble adapting. It is different from what they are used to. Miria actually has an easier time than Lynn. She hasn't really danced to this world's music. In fact, this might be the first time she has ever danced, but I don't want to ask. If it is, asking might bring up bad memories for her, and I don't want to do that. What do you think of the music? Lynn says. It is strange, but I think I like it. I doubt I could listen to it while standing still. It makes me want to move my body. Miria says, this isn't what I was expecting. I thought it would be more like the sounds at the beginning and end of the anime. Some of it will be. There are tons of different types of music, and these are just the ones I can remember. Lynn says, how much music was there in your world? I don't know for sure. There was a lot that I didn't listen to. There were probably hundreds of thousands of songs. Miria says, that many? How did people have the time to come up with all of that? Keep in mind that in my world there was no magic, meaning there were no beasts or monsters threatening to eat people. All we really had to worry about was other humans, that and bills. Lynn says, bills? What do you mean? In my world, nothing is free. You had to pay for a place to live, food, and anything else you wanted. In order to pay for things, you had to have a job, and that was where most people got their stress. Miria says, it sounds really complicated. It was, but at the same time, it wasn't. Growing up there, it all seemed like that was how it had to be, and so you got used to it. Lynn says, I understand. It sounds like life in the Magic Kingdom, just more developed. Wait, why did the music stop? Sorry, that was the last song that I could remember. Lynn says, it is not enough. I want more. Sorry. Like I said, I wasn't a huge music guy. I listened to other songs, but not enough to completely memorize them. Lynn says, I still want to dance. Start them over, please. Sure. We spend the next couple of hours dancing, not that I am complaining. We have a lot of fun, especially as Lynn and Miria get better at dancing. After I end the soulscape, Lynn follows through on her promise to test the shape-shifting limits of our outfits. We both have tons of fun before Lynn ends up exhausted and falls asleep. After she falls asleep, I enter into meditation and work on my core using one of the new techniques. It turns out that the book was correct. As soon as I switch techniques, my progress jumps up. Core upgrade progress. 59%. Now that I know multiple techniques, I shouldn't have any more problems. Finally, I will be able to progress my core and get stronger. Not to mention finding out what is next. Hopefully, I will also get more evolution points and eventually find out what they are for. 减减减, Chapter 1021, 减减减. For now, since Lynn is waking up, I end my meditation and have breakfast with her. After we are done eating, Lynn is going to the library, and I will join her later. First, I go and open up the crates of weapons. Then I disenchant and re-enchant all of them. Once the weapons all have the new enchantments, I put them back into the crates. Then I head down to the library and join Lynn, but to my surprise, she isn't skimming books. In fact, it looks like she is working on a spell. But before I can see what it is, she puts it away. What is that? Are you working on a spell? Lynn says yes, but I can't show you. I promised I wouldn't. Promised? Who? Lynn says the goddesses. It is the summoning spell. Oh, right. Why are you suddenly working on it now? Lynn says, because I want to summon more music from your world. Ah, why am I not surprised? Lynn says, because you teased me with a small amount of music. Now, this is my only way to get more. Fine. Just don't forget to create the reverse spell as well. Lynn says, I know, I haven't forgotten. Okay. I will go work on my spell over at that table. That way you can work on the summoning spell. Lynn says, all right. I will let you know when I get hungry. I move to the next table over and take out the papers that have my spell on them. Before I start work, I read back over what I have so far to make sure I haven't missed anything. Now that I am taking a fresh look at it, I don't find any problems. But I find a few things that I can improve. Once I have updated the spell and still don't see any problems, only then do I start working. I am hoping that, with some luck, I might be able to finish the spell today or tomorrow. Of course, it will depend on whether or not I get stuck or interrupted. At first, I make good progress, but after a while my progress slows down. The more complete the spell becomes, the harder it is to add more without creating errors. When I find myself completely stuck, I decide to take a break and take out my communication amulet. Stillwater, how are things going? Stillwater says. Ah, Ash, I was just thinking of contacting you. Oh, what is going on? Stillwater says. Nothing, I just wanted to get updated orders. Okay, how far from the city are you? Stillwater says. We should arrive late tomorrow or early the next day. Are we continuing all the way to the city? Or should we stop before then? Come to the city, but drop anchor outside the port. None of the piers are big enough for the ship. Slow down so that you arrive the day after tomorrow. I will be able to make preparations by then. Stillwater says, understood. Does that mean that our people are going to be allowed to enter the city? Yes, they will need to stay in groups, but they will be able to look around and buy a few things at least. Stillwater says, that could be a problem. We don't really have that much in the way of funds. Don't worry, I will make arrangements for that as well. Everyone who wants to come into the city will get the chance and have money to spend. Each group will be guided and protected by human adventurers. However, anyone with strong prejudices against humans should stay on the ship. Stillwater says, agreed. Also, those that have not sufficiently recovered from their trauma will be restricted from leaving the ship. How about putting Sheriff in charge of buying things for those that have to stay on the ship? There is no reason to leave them out completely. Stillwater says, that is a good idea, and I am sure she would enjoy it. It will also give you and Silverstream some peace and quiet, right? Stillwater says, that has nothing to do with it. How are things going on that front? Stillwater says Silverstream, and I will be getting married as soon as things quiet down. Sheriff and Silverleaf have already given their blessings. That is great. How about Brightfire, Stillwater says. Ha! If my daughter had her way, then the wedding would have already happened. Feeling a little pressured there, Stillwater? Stillwater says, yes, anyway, anything I should know about the city. For the next few minutes, I explain everything that I have learned about the city. Once we are done talking, I end the contact and go back to working on the spell. After taking a short break, I am able to get past the part that I was stuck on before. Even though the spell isn't done yet, I am not confident that it is going to work. Not only that, I am now much more confident in being able to make the castle into a world. It should only be a matter of time now until I am ready to re-Zan enchant the castle. The spell is now about 90% complete, although there are probably a few errors in it. However, I plan to finish the spell before I go back and try to fix them. The errors were caused by conflicts between the new parts of the spell and earlier parts, meaning that as I finish the spell, it is likely that more errors will be created by finishing the spell. So it is easier to wait and fix them all at once after I finish the spell than try and fix them now. While I am working, I have a message sent to Allmort letting him know I want to talk to him. I keep working while I am waiting for him to show up, but my progress has slowed down. I am not stuck, but figuring out the last few parts of the spell is much harder. Still, I am confident that it won't take me too much longer to finish it. Allmort says, Ash, you wanted to see me? Oh, yes. My ship will be arriving in the morning the day after tomorrow. Allmort says, in that case, I will post the quest notice tomorrow. I am really looking forward to seeing this ship of yours. Don't worry, you and Zachariah will get a tour. Allmort says, great. Are there any other preparations that I can help you with? Nope. I will go talk to Zachariah after lunch, and that is all that I have left to do. Everything else is already prepared. Allmort says, all right. Let me know if there is anything else I can help with. Sure. Thanks. After Allmort leaves, I return to working on the spell until Lynn is ready to eat. We have lunch together, and then I leave Lynn to work on her spell and head to the merchant group. I am greeted as soon as I enter and led straight to Zachariah's office. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter E Tenin Arshar. Zan Zan Zachariah says, welcome, Ash. The weapon sales are doing great. We are making even more profit than I expected. Hello, Zachariah. It is good that the weapons are selling well, Zachariah says. It is soon I will have even more weapons for you to enchant. Also, I have a line on a property that is big enough for you. However, it is an old warehouse near the docks. Is that a problem? No, that would be fine. Zachariah says, all right, I will purchase it right away. So, what did you want to see me about? In the morning, the day after tomorrow, my ship will be arriving. Zachariah says, oh, great. I can't wait to see it. So, how can I help? Well, Allmort is going to post a quest for me to have adventurers serve as escorts and guides. The only problem left is that the elves don't have much human currency. I was hoping you could spare some of your people to accompany the groups of elves. I want to cover their spendings and take it out of my share. Can we do that? Zachariah says, that is easy. I will have 50 people ready and waiting that morning. They will also double as guards for your elves and keep the adventurers honest. They will also make sure that no one cheats your people. That would be perfect. Thank you, Zachariah says. Please stop thanking me. This is just a simple matter. It is nothing compared to what you have done for me. With the profits we are already making, chances are I am going to be promoted. In that case, congratulations. Zachariah says, in fact, It is entirely possible that the grade of this entire branch might be increased. That would be a huge deal, and would even put us on even footing with the branches in the empires. I'm guessing that is a really big deal. Zachariah says, "Oh, it is. It has been more than 20 years since the last time a branch was upgraded. Within the merchant group, it is a huge deal." Well, it really has nothing to do with me, but I wish you the best of luck. Zachariah says, "Thank you. Anyway, I will make the arrangements for your people. Is there anything else I can help you with?" "Nope, that was all I needed." Zachariah says, "All right. I will notify you as soon as the purchase of the warehouse goes through. It shouldn't take long. Thanks. I will let you get back to work." So, I leave and return to the association's library where Lynn doesn't look like she has moved. Since she is still working on the spell, I move back to the table next to her and go back to working on the world spell. I quickly lose myself in my work and hours pass without me even noticing. In fact, I get so lost in my work that I don't notice anything until Lynn pokes my cheek. The sad part is, I probably only needed an hour or so more to completely finish the spell, not counting the time needed to go back and fix the errors, that is. Lynn says, "Sorry to bother you, but I am hungry. Can we have dinner now, please?" "Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry I got lost in the spell," Lynn says. "It is fine. I completely understand. I have done that more times than I can count. Did you at least make good progress?" "Yeah, surprisingly, the spell is almost finished." Lynn says, "Really? You figured out how to make a miniature world? It would be more accurate to call it a pocket world. But yes, I figured it out." "So, what would you like for dinner?" Lynn says, "Can we go to the restaurant again?" "Of course. Let's go." Lynn smiles happily and hugs my arm as we leave the library. We walk across the square and enter the restaurant. We are greeted just like last time and taken to a private VIP booth. Both the service and the food are just as excellent as the last time. However, Lynn has learned her lesson. She eats with more moderation this time. At the end of dinner, while she is completely full, I don't need to carry her this time. Once again, the meal is covered and we don't have to spend any money. After dinner, we return to our suite, and as usual, I open a soulscape. Then invite everyone. However, this time, I don't create any special areas for the kids and gather everyone together. Then I teach everyone what I have learned about core and the new techniques. Not everyone has a core or needs to work on it, but it is still valuable knowledge. Besides, it is kind of nice to have everyone sit down together instead of doing separate things. Luckily, because we are in the soulscape, teaching is much easier since I can show images at will. As it turns out, Kachara and Asuna had run into the same problem with their cores as I did. So, this information ends up being especially important to the two of them. In fact, as soon as I am done explaining everything, the two of them thank me and leave the soulscape. The rest of my kids learn the information, but they aren't in as much of a rush. It doesn't really apply to Eckhard, Mulan, or Mushu since their cores upgrade automatically. In fact, I am not entirely sure how their cores work, but that is because they are something above beasts. Once the lesson is done, I create a play area and we all play together in it. When the kids have had enough, I end the soulscape and take Lynn to bed for some fun. After she falls asleep, I go back to working on my core until morning. Core Upgrade Progress by Vandrabashitsi. I am so close to ranking up. I probably only need to work on it one more night. However, for now I have to stop since Lynn is waking up and I want to spend time with her. After some early morning fun, we have breakfast together and then Lynn heads to the library. After she leaves, I spend some time disenchanting and re-enchanting the weapons that were delivered. It takes me a bit longer this time since there are 80 low-quality weapons. There are also 2 high-quality weapons that I enchant with the higher enchantment. Once the weapons are enchanted and crated up, I head down to the library. When I get there, Lynn is skimming books, so I sit next to her and start working on my spell. I pick up where I left off yesterday and soon lose myself in my work. This time, I actually manage to complete the spell just before Lynn asks to have lunch. After I am done eating with Lynn, I start working on fixing the errors in the spell. Unfortunately, fixing the errors without creating more ends up being extremely complicated. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 1020 Jian Jian Jian. However, Now that the spell structure is complete, I can at least ask for Lynn's advice. While she may not understand all of the concepts behind the spell, she can still help me. Although I am working on catching up to her, for now, she still knows more than me. However, I probably won't have enough time to devote to magic to be able to catch up to her. Right now, I am not in a rush and can afford to spend some time on magic, but that won't remain the case. Even now, I don't really have enough time for everything that I want to do. Even with Lynn's help, I don't manage to fix all of the errors by dinner time. Instead of going out, I convince Lynn to eat dinner here so that I can try and finish the spell. She understands my obsession and agrees to eat from the pouch for my sake. Not that it is all that much of a hardship considering all the delicious foods we have added to the pouch. Besides, this means that Lynn can keep skimming and copying books during dinner. She isn't as enthusiastic about it as she was at the start, but she is still working hard. It is probably the fact that she is just skimming the books and isn't able to read them right now. I know that that would drive me crazy pretty quickly if I was the one doing it. Unfortunately, since our time in this city is limited, we don't have any other option. However, when we leave, I will do my best to make sure she has plenty of time to read. Not only will that make her happy, but it will also give me more knowledge that I can access through her. That is important since I will not have the time to do that much reading myself. Once we are done eating, I spend a little more time on the spell before we clean up our area. Then we head back to the suite, but when we get there, someone is waiting for us. It is one of Zachariah's people. He is here to make a delivery and tell me that the warehouse was purchased, along with more weapons for me to enchant. The delivery also includes more wood for Lynn. The stack of crates containing the weapons is even bigger than the last one. When I check them, I find that there are over 100 weapons for me to work on. After the delivery guy leaves, I open the soulscape immediately and keep it shorter than usual. As soon as the soulscape ends, I get to work on disenchanting the weapons. Since the elves are arriving tomorrow, I am likely to be too busy to work on the weapons tomorrow. Hiding! Congratulations! Skill Disenchanting has progressed to level T. Disenchanting level T int, John Shasuais. John Shasi, you are skilled at removing any enchantments. Considering how many weapons I have disenchanted lately, it isn't surprising that the skill leveled up. Come to think of it, that skill hasn't leveled up in a long, long time. The last time that I remember it leveling up was back when I found the Elven City. It is hard to believe just how much has happened since then, but it hasn't been all that long. It feels like things have been happening one after another ever since I arrived in this world. Come to think of it, I have never really stopped to even think about things. Lynn says, "Hey, Ash." "Huh? What?" Lynn says, "What?" Lynn says, "What were you thinking about?" "I asked if you were coming to bed 3 times. "Oh, sorry. I was thinking about everything that has happened since I came to this world. Of course I am coming to bed." Lynn says, "Do you want to talk about it?" Nah, it is not a big deal. Lynn takes me at my word and we go to bed together. However, when Lynn eventually falls asleep, I don't join her. Instead, I get back up, return to the living room, and finish disenchanting the weapons. Then, I start enchanting them. Luckily, there are no special weapons this time. While a part of my mind is handling the enchanting, the rest is thinking about the new spell. One by one, I analyze each of the errors and all of the areas of the spell that they interact with. I doubt I can solve any of them with only part of my mind, so I just focus on studying them. Hopefully, it will help when I get around to working on the spell again. Basically, I am just trying to make full use of the time that I am spending on enchanting the weapons. When the weapons are all enchanted and crated up, I go back to bed to get some sleep. In the morning, after Lynn and I have breakfast, we leave to find Almort. Then, with him in tow, we head over to the merchant group to fetch Zachariah. Zachariah leads us down to the docks and to the location of the warehouse. It is an old wooden structure that looks like a strong breeze would be enough to knock it down. However, it is more than big enough for the castle to fit in its place. It is only a single street away from the docks, meaning the area is busy. "Do I need to worry about the old building?" Zachariah says. "Nope. Go ahead and do whatever you need to do." Turning my attention to the warehouse, I scan with my mana to make sure it is empty. I have no idea if this city has problems with homeless people squatting, but I don't want to kill anyone by mistake. After making sure it is empty, I begin casting a fire spell, but with some additions. When I release the spell, the entire building ignites at the same time, but it is completely contained. Even the heat of the fire isn't able to reach us. Everything is being channeled upwards. Of course, a building suddenly erupting in flames gets a lot of attention. It only takes a minute for the entire structure to be completely reduced to ashes. Then, a simple wind spell gets rid of the ashes, leaving a plot of bare dirt. Luckily, there was no basement for me to worry about filling in. By this point, there is a huge crowd gathered around to watch and see what is going on. As I take the castle out of the pouch, I am looking forward to watching their reactions. When I toss out the castle and it returns to full size, there are screams and gasps all around me. Almort and Zachariah yell by the gods. Lynn and I just laugh at their reaction. It looks like they didn't believe me about the castle. Stepping forward, I push open the gate and then invite the two of them inside. A couple of other people try to follow us inside. But since they aren't invited, they get blasted away by the defenses. Zanzanzant. Chapter Itenin Arshasid Zanzanzant. Almort says. What was that? The defenses will keep out anyone that isn't invited. Zachariah says. It won't kill them, will it? Not unless they try a second time, or are dumb enough to attack the barrier. Almort says. There are a lot of people out there, but you don't seem worried. I'm not. Even a god would have problems breaking in here, Almort says. Are you serious? Or are you just bragging? Lynn says. Ash never brags. He doesn't really need to. Zachariah says. That is somewhat terrifying. Where are we going? We are going to the top of the tower. It has a flat roof and is pretty much the perfect place to watch my ship arrive. We soon reach the tower's roof, and then we make idle conversation while we wait. By this point, the crowd has given up trying to enter the castle, but they are not leaving. They are probably waiting to see if anything else impossible happens. We have been chatting for about 15 minutes when I spot the ship in the distance. It will be a few minutes before the ship is close enough for the humans to spot it. The first ones to spot it are the soldiers in the guard towers, who sound the alarm, Almort says. Those idiots. They were informed that your ship would be arriving. Don't be too hard on them. They have never seen anything like my ship. Zachariah says, I think I see it. Wait, is it purple? Why is it purple? Because the tree I made it from was purple with silver leaves. Almort says, it doesn't look all that big. Just wait until it gets closer. Zachariah says, by the way, I closed one of the docks for your people to use. My people should already be there. Thank you, but the ship won't be docking. It is too big for your harbor. Almort says, come on, aren't you exaggerating? Zachariah says, Almort, I think you should take another look. The ship is closer now and is close enough to be able to see its size clearly. Almort turns to look at it, rubs his eyes, and then looks again as his mouth drops open. Zachariah is chuckling as he watches Almort's reaction, and Lynn and I soon join in. Almort says, that thing is massive. How does it not sink? Zachariah says, I can see why you don't want to try using the dock. Can you really call that thing a ship? It looks more like a floating island. They are dropping anchor. We should head down to the dock to meet the boats. Almort and Zachariah hurry to follow us. They want a closer look at the ship. By the time we reach the end of the dock, 2 smaller boats have left the ship and are headed towards us. One has my kids. The other has Stillwater, Silverstream, Sheriff, and Brightfire. Lynn helps me welcome and calm down the kids. Then I introduce the elves and the humans. Then I explain the plan to have adventurers and Zachariah's people escort the groups of elves. Stillwater says, that sounds like it should be safe enough. How many groups do you want to allow, and what size of groups? Almort says, we have enough adventures that answered the posting for 5 groups. As for the group size, I would save between 5 and 10 elves per group. Also, tell them that if they run into any problems, they should run to the castle. Nala says, Albion and I can help escort groups. If that is what you want to do, I'm fine with that. Either way, I was going to make sure all 4 of you got to explore the city and have some fun. Lynn says, come to think of it, I haven't had much chance to explore. How about if Nala and Albion escort me around the city to explore? I can take Mulan and Mushu with me. That works too. Nala, Albion, are you up to protecting Lynn? Nala says, "Of course." Albion says, "We won't let anything happen to her." Zachariah summons 2 of his people to act as Lynn's guide and to provide funds if needed. Then we get the adventurers organized and start bringing groups of elves over from the ship. Surprisingly, there are a lot of elves that want to explore the city, more than I expected. So, the 5 groups will have a time limit of 4 hours, then more groups will replace them. After the arrangements have been made, Almort and Zachariah leave to take care of other things. I move back to the top of the castle's tower and spread my senses over the city. I lock onto Lynn and the groups of elves so that I can keep an eye on all of them. I don't expect anything to go wrong with as many preparations as we have made, but I still can't relax. This way, if something does happen, I will be able to respond quickly and deal with it. After all the work I have done taking care of the elves, I am not about to let something happen to them now. As I am watching, I notice that there are humans following each group of elves. The problem is that I don't know if they are up to something or just curious. I wouldn't put it past someone to have thought of abducting the elves and ransoming them back to me. However, I can't just act based on a suspicion. I have to wait until they actually do something. The downside is that it takes most of my focus, so I can't work on anything else. It makes me feel like I am wasting time, but at the same time, I can't just let something happen to the elves. So, I sit on the tower and keep watch over everyone for the next few hours. I get a short break while the groups are returning to the ship and switching out with new groups. Of course, that doesn't apply to Lynn and the kids. They don't have a time limit. They spend the entire day exploring, shopping, and trying out new foods. When they finally get worn out, they return to the castle and I wave at them from the tower. Lynn says, "What are you doing up here? Have you been here all day?" "Yes, I was keeping an eye on everyone." Lynn says, "From here. I didn't think your eyesight was that good." "I was using my mana, not my eyes." Lynn says, "You were watching me with mana. How come I couldn't sense you?" "Wait, I thought that the cloak would prevent anyone from watching me?" "The cloak doesn't work on me, and even if it did, I would be able to find you by the choker. If anyone ever tries to kidnap you, I will be able to find you no matter what." Lynn says, "I'm not sure if that is creepy or reassuring. I'm sorry if it makes you uncomfortable, but it is necessary. I love you, and I would do anything to keep you safe. But that also makes you my greatest weakness." Lynn says, "Okay, that makes it less creepy. I love you too." Zan Zan Zan, chapter Yi Ten Ni Nar Shu Zan Zan Zan. Besides, you and the elves were all followed by humans throughout the day. In fact, some of them are watching the castle right now. Lynn says, "Really? I didn't notice anyone. What did they want?" "I'm not sure yet, but I have marked all of them. Right now, I am waiting to see who they report to." Lynn says, "Let me know what you find out. I am going downstairs to take care of the kids. Once they are asleep, I will be in my library. I have a lot of books to put away." "All right. I will come find you once the elves have all returned to the ship and I see where the humans go." Lynn gives me a kiss, takes the food pouch, and heads down into the main building. All the elven groups are now headed back to the ship, so I focus on the humans. Other than the ones watching the castle, the rest move once the elves have left. They go to over a dozen different places in the city. It looks like they all work for different people. A few even head to the association's building and report to people inside. Most of the rest report to people who look like merchants, but 2 head underground. It is a big city, so it doesn't surprise me at all that there would be a criminal element. The criminals being interested in my elves is a bit worrisome, but they might just be selling information. Unless they do something, killing them all seems like it would be going overboard. Even if they try something, it could be because someone hired them to do so. On the other hand, they are criminals, so if I need to kill them, I won't feel guilty about it. I just don't want to cause a huge fuss in the city while my elves are here. Now that I know who the humans are reporting to, I can relax and join Lynn. However, before I can leave the tower, I notice a boat leaving the ship and heading for the dock. When I focus on it, I can see that it is Stillwater and the others. The dock is still closed off by Zachariah's people, but I decide to keep an eye on them anyway. There are still a lot of people around, watching both the castle and the ship. It soon becomes obvious that Stillwater and the others are coming to the castle, so I open the gate for them. Once they enter, I close the gate and then get down from the tower to meet them. When I escort them inside, I find that the kids are already asleep, which means Lynn should be in the library. I find her and tell her we have guests, but she wants to finish putting her books away. So, today went well, but there may still be a problem. All of the groups were followed by humans that don't work for me. They might just be curious, or they might be plotting something. Silverleaf says, "That is why we came to talk to you. I made sure there was a scout in each group, and they also reported that they were followed. What do you think we should do? Should we not send more groups over?" Brightfire says, "I think a better question would be, how did Ash know they were being followed? I was on the tower all day using my mana to keep watch over everyone. I plan to do the same tomorrow, so we can still send groups over. However, I think tonight I will make a few protective items just to be on the safe side." Stillwater says, "Wouldn't it be safer to just keep everyone on the ship?" Safer maybe, but it also wouldn't be good for their mental health. They have mostly been cooped up on the ship since I saved them. It will still be several weeks before we reach the peninsula. I'd rather not keep them locked up until then. Sheriff says, "I agree with Ash. People have not been doing well with being at sea all the time. I know I haven't been with you the entire time, but I think it is worth a little risk." Silverstream says, "I agree. We can't always hide out of fear. Although, that doesn't mean we can't make plans to keep them safe. For instance, we could each go with one of the groups. We are the strongest one out of the elves." Silverleaf says if we do that, who is going to watch the ship? "Just leave the ship to Athena. She is more than capable of protecting the ship while you are all ashore." Stillwater says, "That is true. Truth be told, the ship runs as smoothly as it does because of her. We aren't really needed. I agree that we should escort the groups." Sheriff says, "Then it is settled. We will each act as escorts for a group tomorrow. With those that visited the city today, will tomorrow be the end of it? Or will we need to do another day?" Stillwater says, "Unless we either increase the group size or reduce the time, we will need to do this for 3 days. Ash has saved a lot of elves over the course of this trip." Silverleaf says yes, he has, and we owe him more than we can ever repay. Sheriff says, "That is true, and to think that I tried to kill him. That is something I am going to regret for the rest of my life." Brightfire says, "It is a good thing you failed. Not that Ash is an easy man to kill. Anyway, that is in the past. We need to focus on the present." "All right, we are agreed. Come by in the morning. I will have the protective items ready. Are there any other issues we need to discuss?" Stillwater says, "How long are we staying here?" "A week, 2 at the most. There is a caravan with over 100 elves on its way to the city that should be here in less than a week. The Empire is gathering another 100 or so elves that I will need to go get in a little under a week. Once we have both groups, we can leave when we are ready," Stillwater says. "That is great. It is certainly worth waiting, but is the ship going to be safe in the harbor for that long?" "No worries. This city doesn't have any weapons that can hurt the ship. If they tried, we could easily reduce the entire harbor to ashes. That shouldn't be necessary, though. I have a decent relationship with the city leaders. We just have to worry about some of the small fries in the city." Stillwater says, "It sounds like you have thought of everything." "No, probably not everything. If something unexpected happens, we will just have to react as best we can." Stillwater says, "All right. I guess that is it for tonight. We will leave and let you get some rest. We will come back in the morning before the groups start visiting the city." "That is fine. I will make sure that the protective items are ready by then." Chapter 122. They all say their goodbyes and then leave to return to the ship for the night. Once they are gone, I head to the library to see how Lynn is doing and if she is ready for bed. When I enter the library, I see piles of books scattered all around the room. "What is all this?" Lynn says, "with so many new books I needed to reorganize. It looks like it is going to take a while. Are you going to finish, or do you want to go to bed?" Lynn says, "I should go to bed, but I really want to finish reorganizing." "Okay, go ahead and finish. I am going to go take a bath," Lynn says. "What kind of bath?" "Lava bath," Lynn says. "Oh, then I won't be joining you when I am done." "No, but you should let me know when you are done." Lynn gives me a smile before she goes back to organizing her books, and I head to my bath. Once I am in my normal form and soaking in the lava bath, I can finally relax. As I am soaking, I make a few plans for what I am going to do tomorrow. After a couple of hours, Lynn comes in to let me know she is going to bed. Feeling playful, I shrink down to about human size and rise up out of the lava like a monster. Growling and roaring, I chase Lynn through the castle until we reach the bedroom. An hour later, I leave Lynn sleeping peacefully and head down to the main room to work. First, I take out some of the leftover branches from the magical trees and reshape them. I make 5-foot-long rods from them and then increase the density as much as I can. However, I make sure to leave a weak spot right in the middle of the rod. The reason is that I am going to make the breaking of the rod the trigger to activate the item. It is a lot easier to make a one Zan use item than to make something that is reusable. Besides, a one Zan time use item doesn't need to be able to gather mana, it just needs to be charged. That makes the enchantments a lot easier and will also make it more effective. Once I figure out what I want to do, it doesn't take me long to figure out the enchantments for it. Figuring out everything actually takes the longest. Enchanting the rods goes quickly and smoothly. When each rod is broken, it will instantly create a protective barrier around any elf within 50 feet. At the same time, the activation will signal me so that I know something went wrong. The defensive shield will only last for a minute or two, but I doubt anyone in this city can break it. That should be long enough for me to get to the location and deal with whoever is attacking my people. The best part is that if the elves are close to each other, the barriers will merge and be even stronger. Of course, this doesn't cover every possible scenario, but it is the best that I can think of. Otherwise, I would have to create a defensive item for every single elf, and they wouldn't be ready by morning. This is the best that I can do in the short amount of time I have available. But it isn't all I plan to do. Once the rods are done, I take out several blank sheets of paper from my pouch. Then, I create an illusion based on my memory of one of the people that sent people to follow the elves. Then, using a modified version of the copy spell, I copy the illusion onto the paper. It works, and on the paper is now a full-color image of the person I was remembering. Putting it aside, I quickly go through and make images of everyone that the humans reported to. When they are all done, I leave the castle, fly over to the association building, and turn into a human. Then I walk inside and tell one of the board employees that I need to speak with Allmort. It is the middle of the night, so of course Allmort is currently asleep. Luckily, he left orders to be woken up should I need him for anything at all. A few minutes later, a sleepy, but dressed, Allmort comes out of his room to see me. I hand him the papers and explain what I saw yesterday, and about the people following my elves. Then I explain that those people reported to these people after following the elves all day. Allmort says, "You are telling me that all of the groups were followed throughout the day?" "Yes, I watched all day," Allmort says. "I can't believe that not a single one of the adventurers noticed. I am going to have a word with those teams. That is your business. While I don't know what any of these people are up to, if any of them launch attacks against my people, I will not be happy." Allmort says, "Understood. I will hand these over to our intelligence group. We will take steps to make sure nothing happens to your people. Please, don't do anything rash. I will be monitoring my people. If they are attacked, I will respond, but I won't burn down the city or anything like that, unless my people are killed. If that happens, all bets are off." Allmort says, "All right, I understand. We will take this seriously. You have my word. Good. I like this city. I would prefer to remain on good terms with it." Allmort says, "Trust me, we want to stay on good terms with you as well." After talking to Allmort, I return to the castle and try to think of anything that I might have missed. However, I can't really think of anything else that I would have the time for. By the time I give up, it is too late for me to finish my core upgrade, so I do some work on my spell. I manage to fix one error without causing any other problems, but it takes a while. I am about to start working on the next when I sense someone at the front gate. I send my mana out and see Zachariah and another man outside, so I let them in and go to meet them. Zachariah says, "Morning, Ash. I hope we aren't too early?" "No, it is fine. I was already awake. Did you need something?" Zachariah says, "We are just delivering more weapons for you to enchant, but I didn't want to deliver them to your suite. I knew you would be here, but I doubted my man would be able to get in on his own." So here I am. Oh, you're right. Sorry, I didn't think about that. I will add him to the guest list. Just use him for deliveries and pickups while I am in the castle. Zachariah says, that is fine. He has been handling all the deliveries anyway. I trust him completely. All right, you can just put the crates over there. Zanzan. Chapter E10nin Arshati Zanzan Zachariah's guy unloads over 20 crates, and then the two of them leave. Once they are gone, I move the crates to the roof of the tower where I will be spending the day. Then I go back inside and work on my spell until the kids wake up. Once the kids wake up, I put my spell papers away and spend some time with the kids. We play for a few hours before they start complaining about being hungry. So, I go wake Lynn up, and then we all have a huge breakfast together. By the time we are done eating, the adventurers have gathered at the docks. Zachariah's people have kept the dock clear all night to prevent any mischief. Now that everyone else is ready, the boats leave the ship and bring the elves to the dock. Stillwater and the others are spread out among the groups, and I go to meet them before they leave the dock. I give the 5 of them the rods and explain how they work before letting them enter the city. After they are organized and have their guides and guards, I head back to the castle. Lynn, are you going out with the kids again today? Lynn says, yes, that was the plan. Why? All right, give me a minute. I want to create some insurance for the kids. With Lynn watching, I take out another branch and form it into another rod. Then I enchant it just like the others, except it is keyed to my kids instead of elves. When it is done, I hand it to Lynn and explain how to use it and what it does. Lynn says, this will protect the kids. But what about me? No, it will only protect the kids between your magic and the choker. You don't need any more protection. Lynn says, you are finally trusting me to protect myself. That makes me happy. Don't worry, I will keep the kids safe. I know you will. I will be on the tower watching, just in case. With that, Lynn gathers the kids and leaves to continue exploring the city. One of Zachariah's people goes with them to take care of anything they want to buy. Meanwhile, I head to the top of the tower and set part of my mind to watching the city with my mana. With the rest of my mind, I start disenchanting and Reedzan enchanting the weapons. It is a lot slower, especially the enchanting, but it is better than doing nothing. Unfortunately, by the time the groups return and switch out members, I have finished all the weapons. While the groups are changing, I have some lunch and then go back to watching. There are still people watching the groups, but there are less of them than yesterday. It looks like Almort managed to discourage some of them from trying anything. However, since there are still people watching, there is still a chance of someone trying something. That means that I need to keep an eye on things, but without more weapons to work on it is boring. I can't work on my spell or my core while only using part of my mind, so I need to find something else to do. Eventually, my mind comes back to the branches that I used to make the rods. When I originally collected them, the plan was to make new wands and boughs for the elves. So, I decide to go ahead and work on that while keeping watch over the city. I may not be able to do the enchanting with only part of my mind, but I can shape the wood. Shaping the wood for wands is easy enough, but a good bow is normally made of multiple types of wood. Since I only have the one type of wood, I decide to leave the bows until later. When I see him later, I will ask Zachariah if he has the right types of wood for me to make some bows. As long as I make a couple for him to auction off, I don't think he will have a problem with it. While I am at it, I should also ask about magical stone. I will need to add some to the castle. The spell may not be finished yet, but I can already tell that as an enchantment it will take a huge amount of mana. If adding more stone isn't enough, I still have some mana-rich silver that I can add. Also, I have been thinking about expanding the castle a little, adding a full basement and maybe another floor. Also, I want to expand the tower a bit and make Lynn's library space bigger. With how many books she has been copying, her current library is going to fill up quickly. I really didn't expect to find so many books in this city, but I am glad we did. Not only does it make Lynn happy, but who knows when the knowledge could come in handy. Besides, Yue will get copies of everything, so it will also help her and the peninsula's mages. So, I am thinking of making the tower a bit bigger and even adding a floor. After all, I don't want to have to try and tell Lynn that she can't have any more books. I will have to go and have a talk with Zachariah after all the groups are done for the day. For now, I focus on shaping more wands and keeping an eye on the current groups. Just as I am starting to think the day is going to pass uneventfully, one of the rods is triggered. I instantly drop what I am working on and drop my shapeshift. But then, a second rod is triggered. I launch into the air and focus on the two locations as I begin flying towards the first one. Both groups are under attack by a large number of badly dressed and dirty humans. It looks like they are from the criminal groups, but there are a lot of them. A quick count shows me that at least 100 are attacking each of the two groups of elves. I am going to need a spell to target multiple opponents, but not cause massive damage to the area. Not only do I not want to kill the adventurers, but there are still civilians who haven't escaped the area. I need something extremely precise. I can't use any of my normal spells. Even as I try to think of a spell to use, I am speeding towards the first group. The elves are fine, they are protected, but Sheriff is fighting alongside the adventurers. They have already put down a couple of dozen of the attackers, but they have taken wounds to do so. Thinking of an accurate spell, the thing that comes to mind is Magic Missile from Doherty D. However, that is only meant for a single target. I need to modify it and just keep the accuracy. As I reach the sky above the first group, I pull my mana out into the air and form a large lightning bolt. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter 1028 Jian Jian Jian. As I hold it in front of me, I use my mana to lock on to the remaining 60 Jian 4 enemies. Once I have them all targeted, I release the lightning bolt towards the ground. As it drops from the sky, the lightning bolt splits into 60 Jian 4 tiny lightning bolts. Even as I am watching the lightning bolts rain down, I am already turning towards the second group. Luckily, my intent carried through to the spell, and the small lightning bolts each target a different enemy. They rain down from the sky and hit all of the targets that I had locked onto. Each tiny lightning bolt accurately lands on the head of one of the attackers. However, they don't kill any of them. They just knock them out or paralyze them. It is enough to end the fight. The adventurers and city guards can handle them from here. I don't care about the humans. I just need to get to the next group before the rod's defense runs out. On my way, I start preparing another lightning bolt and locking onto the enemies. There are more still alive at the second group. The attackers acted smarter. They managed to separate the adventurers from the elves and are keeping them apart. A small group is keeping the adventurers at bay while the rest are trying to overwhelm the shields on the elves. It isn't working, though. They don't have any weapons strong enough to pierce the shields. As I arrive above the area, I have already locked onto the 70 Jian 2 remaining enemies. Once again, I release it and 70 Jian 2 tiny lightning bolts fall down like rain. Each attacker is hit by one bolt and is either paralyzed or knocked out. Stillwater and the elves with him are fine, if a little shaken up by the attack. A whole lot of civilians are standing around on the edges of where the attack happened. They are all staring up at me as I hover above the elves, even the adventurers. Stillwater says, "Our people are all right. What should we do now? We will wait for the city guards to take the attackers into custody. Then we will return to the castle. How are the adventurers?" Stillwater says, "Injured but not life-threatening." All right. Sheriff's group was attacked as well, but the elves are fine. I am keeping an eye on them. Stillwater says, "It is a good thing you made those rods. We would have been in serious trouble without them. They shouldn't have been necessary. They were just supposed to be a precaution. I want to know who gave these scum the guts to cross me." At my words, the few attackers who have regained consciousness look terrified. Before they can try and run, the city guard arrives, and they quickly take control. Before a single attacker can escape, the guards have them restrained and the adventurers are getting treatment. Once the guards arrive, I escort Stillwater and his group to meet up with Sheriff and hers. Then I escort the two groups back to the castle while keeping an eye on the other groups. Almort is at the castle when we arrive, but he waits patiently while I make 2 more rods. Once the rods are done, I hand them to Stillwater and Sheriff and have them take their groups back to the ship. I also let them know that we won't be doing a third set of groups today. The elves and their groups will be allowed to go again if they want since their time was interrupted. "All right, Almort. Tell me what happened." Almort says, "My orders to move against the criminals were blocked by someone in the association. He has been caught and turned over to the council for judgment. But I have some doubts. He had nothing to gain from doing so. I am guessing that he took a bribe." "You think the criminals bribed him?" Almort says. No, probably not. The criminals shouldn't be able to get to someone in the association. I am thinking someone else is behind this and is using the criminals as well. Then, what is next? Almort says, we are going to launch a massive purge of the criminals. It seems that we have ignored them for far too long. Normally, they don't cause much trouble, but this time, they have gone too far. The council has authorized a full-scale move against them. Those two that I have you pictures of, if they are caught, bring them to me. I will get the truth out of them, Almort says. All right, by the way, thank you for showing restraint. No bystanders were hurt by your spells and no property was damaged. When we find out who is responsible, don't expect me to keep holding back. Although, I will try to avoid hurting civilians. Almort says, all right, I will inform the council of everything. I promise that they will take this seriously. Almort leaves, and I return to the top of the tower to watch the remaining 3 groups of elves. They manage to complete their time without running into any problems and return to the ship. Now the only ones still out are Lynn and the kids, but I'm not as worried about them. Even so, I keep watch over them as I try to calm down and not do anything rash. I could probably go and capture the criminals on my own, but there would be casualties. Honestly, against an average human, I don't know if I can hold back enough to not kill them. Not that I would mind killing them since they are criminals, but the council might mind. I will give them a chance to make things right. If they don't, then I will take action. The only reason I am willing to give them this chance is because none of the elves were hurt. The rods protected them perfectly, so all that the attacks cost me was a little wood. If the elves had been hurt, then that would be a completely different story. As I am watching Lynn and the kids, I can see that the city guards are moving. All across the city, the guards and groups of adventurers are in motion. They are rounding up people, and I see several groups heading underground. It looks like they are taking this seriously, so I will wait and see what results they get. The fact that they are taking this seriously helps to convince me that the council was not involved, which is good, because if they were, I would be going to war with the entire city. Just as I am thinking that everything is going to work out, I start hearing explosions from the harbor. Zanzanzant. Chapter 1, Zanzanzan. With everything that is going on in the city, I wasn't paying attention to the harbor. Hearing the explosions, I turned some of my attention to see what is happening. A couple of dozen rowboats and a few larger boats are attacking the ship. The boats are loaded with more criminals from what I can see of them. The explosions I am hearing are the boats being destroyed by the siege weapons of the ship. So far, not a single boat has even gotten close to the ship, and it doesn't look like any of them will. The city guards are all busy raiding the criminals, but the criminals are attacking the ship. That doesn't seem right. So I take a closer look at the criminals on the boats. Even though they are dressed the same as the others, I notice that they are different. The clothes look the same, but the humans wearing them are healthier and cleaner. They aren't criminals, they are just disguised as criminals, but who are they? Does this mean that the earlier attacks on the elves were just distractions? If that is true, it means that their goal was the ship from the beginning. After all, if they want elves, then there are a lot more on the ship than in the city. Or maybe they are after the ship itself. It depends on who is behind all of this. The ship is the biggest ship in the world as far as I know, and it should be the most enchanted. They have no way of knowing about Athena, or the fact that it would be impossible to take the ship. Even if they managed to capture it, they could never control it while Athena is there. The only way to get rid of Athena would be to destroy the core. But that would also destroy the ship. Without the core, all the magic in the enchantments would go wild and explode. The explosion would be big enough to wipe out the entire city, and would probably kill me too. Of course, that is only if I didn't know about it or have time to prepare a defense. Still, I doubt anyone in this city even has the skills to destroy the ship's core. It is not like I left the core undefended. Athena has plenty of protection, even inside the ship. However, I don't even need to worry about it. None of the boats are reaching the ship. It looks like they have finally started to realize it. Some of the attackers are even jumping into the water. While swimming will stop them from being targeted by the ship, they better be really good swimmers. They are a good distance from shore, and if they aren't good swimmers, they are sure to drown. Not that I care if they all drown. In fact, I would be happier if they did. They deserve to die. In just a couple of minutes, the boats have all been destroyed, and most of the attackers are dead. Only a few dozen are still struggling and trying to swim to shore. The rest drowned already. From the looks of it, the remaining attackers don't stand much chance of making it. As I watch, the remaining attackers give up and drown one by one, until only one is left. Surprisingly, the last one is a strong swimmer, and it looks like he will make it to shore. I am still keeping an eye on Lynn and the kids, but nothing has happened near them. So I fly down to the shore where he is heading for and wait for him there. When he finally reaches the shore, he just collapses completely exhausted. Despite me being in my normal form, others still gather around to see what is going on. As I am looking at him, I get a sneaking suspicion, so I cast the new detection spell. The watching crowd reacts strongly when the attacker loses his form and is revealed as a demon. Before I can say anything, a couple of adventurers in the crowd react and attack. I was planning to question the demon, but I wasn't expecting the humans to react so fast. However, even though I didn't get to question him, his being revealed as a demon is good enough. Just the fact that a demon managed to sneak into the city is going to cause chaos. The people around are already starting to show signs of panicking. Not that I really care. Since he is dead, I fly back to my perch on top of Lynn's tower. The fact that a demon was involved in attacking my ship puts everything in a different light. The demons probably aren't after the elves or trying to capture the ship. The most likely reason that I can think of is that they wanted to destroy the ship. What would be the point of destroying the ship? Are they acting under orders from the demon lords? Are they hoping to delay my return to the peninsula? Or just trying to kill my allies? Maybe they wanted to force me to return overland through their territory so they could ambush me. Unfortunately, I can think of a lot of possibilities, but I need more information to figure out their plan. It looks like I need to find a demon to question. And if there was one, there are probably more in the city. Just as I am thinking of how to find one, the city's alarm bells start ringing. This time they are different. It is a fast, sharp ringing, and I have no idea what it means. From where I am, I can see the streets around the castle, and I can see that everyone has stopped. Then, I spot several people in the crowds all casting the detection spell. Surprisingly, there is actually a demon among those that were near the castle. He was probably there to keep an eye on me, but the crowd reacts instantly. Before the demon can get over the surprise of being revealed, the crowd rips him to pieces. Even those who aren't adventurers join in. It is like a mob of wild beasts. The only thing that would make it worse is if they were eating the pieces of the demon. I am guessing that the alarm bells were in order to everyone to check for demons. If so, then probably any demon in the city has already been reduced to pieces. There go my chances of catching one of the demons alive to question. Any demons that didn't get revealed will probably be fleeing the city just as fast as they can. It makes me wonder how they lasted this long. Did they figure out how to beat the old detection spell? If so, that would explain why the new spell managed to catch them so off guard. Still, they must have been working on infiltrating the city for a while, long before I arrived. Did the demons figure out I would come here and set a trap for me? Or were they already here and I just happened to show up and become a target? Jian Jian Jian, chapter 1000 Jian Jian Jian, either way. I can't just let them get away with attacking my people and my ship. Although, it looks like very few of them are likely to get away from the city. However, I should probably do something and see if I can reduce those numbers. Lynn, there are demons in the city. Bring the kids back to the castle, please. Lynn says. We are already on our way. One of the people following us was a demon. He was revealed and then torn to pieces by an angry mob. Yeah, that is why I want you back at the castle. Lynn says, all right. What is the plan? We are going to test out the long-range detection spell. You will cast it and I will enhance it. Lynn says, okay. We'll be there in a few minutes. I continue watching over Lynn and the kids as they make their way to the castle. I also watch the rest of the city and the chaos that is going on in the streets. There have been demons that were revealed all over the city, and not all of them died instantly. Some of them managed to run off or even to fight back against those around them. Those that manage to get out of sight of their pursuers just adopt another disguise to escape. That is why I want Lynn's help to cast our version of the detection spell. They won't be able to hide after that. Besides, It would be best if none of them escaped to tell others about the new spell. Although, the association should probably send people to clean out the empires as well. As promised, Lynn arrives in a few minutes and sends the kids inside before joining me. Lynn says, "What do you want me to do?" "Just cast the spell as powerfully as you can. I will handle the rest," Lynn says. "Got it." Lynn takes a second to focus, and then begins casting the spell just as I asked. As soon as she does, I start feeding mana into the spell to enhance its effects. I mainly focus on enhancing the range until it will cover the city and then some. When Lynn completes her casting, a visible pulse of light leaves the tower and passes through the entire city. Any demon hit by the light finds themselves back in their original form and unable to disguise themselves again. It will only last a couple of hours, but I doubt any of them will be able to survive that long. As I am looking around to see if I can spot any demons, I notice movement in the harbor. When I focus on it, I notice a ship desperately trying to leave the harbor. Looking closer, I realize that half of the crew are demons and they are trying to hide from sight. "Stillwater, tell Athena to destroy the ship trying to leave the harbor." Stillwater says, "Understood, targeting it now." Before even a minute has passed, projectiles fly from my ship towards the demon ship. A couple of demons take to the air and start flying away, leaving the rest to die. Until now, no one had really noticed the demons on the ship, but the flying demons were instantly spotted. Luckily, the demons on the ship are also noticed just before the ship is destroyed. If they hadn't been spotted, it might have been awkward to explain why we sunk the ship. As for the flying demons, they don't make it very far before they are brought down by spells. They tried to fly back over the city in order to get to the demon lands. They might have made it if they had flown out to sea, but there are too many casters in the city. Come to think of it, the number of people in the city who can cast spells is odd. It almost seems like everyone can cast spells, but they can't all be adventurers. So, how come there are so many civilians who can cast spells? I will have to remember to ask either Almort or Zachariah about it later to satisfy my curiosity. Lynn says, "Aren't you going to go demon hunting?" "Nope, there is no point. They are mostly dead already. I doubt that I would be able to find one that is still in one piece. Besides, I expect Almort will be showing up to talk to me soon." Lynn says, "All right, can I have the pouch? The kids and I didn't have a chance to have dinner." I hand the food pouch to Lynn and then go back to watching over the city. Lynn heads downstairs to take care of the kids while I wait to see if anything else happens. The sporadic sounds of combat within the city have stopped, and everything seems quiet for now. About a half of an hour after Lynn heads inside, Almort shows up, but he is not alone. He has a squad of adventurers with him that are escorting a prisoner. When I recognize the prisoner, I fly down to the gate to meet Almort. Almort says, "We only caught this guy. The other one killed himself. We haven't tried to interrogate him yet, just as you asked." "Perfect. Thank you." I walk over and reach out to touch the prisoner with a claw. "Create soulscape." To Almort and the others, it looks like I just stand there for about a minute. When I end the soulscape and step back, the criminal boss drops to his knees. He starts crying and begging. Then he starts confessing to everything. He admits that the criminals were hired to attack the elves while they were in the city. They were hired by a merchant group, but I don't recognize the name of the group. The criminal boss tells us everything he knows and answers every question without hesitation. Almort says, "Do you mind if I ask him some questions as well?" "No, go ahead. I already found out what I needed to know. Did you recognize the name of the merchant group?" Almort says, "Yes, I did. They are a large group that focuses on shipping and ocean trade. The pirates hit them hard, and they are close to going out of business as far as I know. I will send people to arrest them right away. Please let us handle this." "All right. Considering the demons, I will let you handle things for now. If you have any problems getting someone to answer your questions, bring them to me." Almort says, "Got it. By the way, the pulse of light that revealed all the demons was that you're doing." "Yes, it was just an enhanced version of the new detection spell. I noticed that a lot of people in the crowds were still using the old spell." Almort says, "Thank you for that. A lot of demons had been missed before you did that. It looks like they had figured out how to block the old spell. There were demons disguised as adventurers, and even one in the association. The council is completely enraged. 渐渐渐. Chapter 1031. As they should be. That is why I am willing to hold myself back and let you handle things for now. The council needs a target to take their frustrations out on, Almort says. Thank you for that as well. I need to go deal with this. I will keep you informed. All right. Almort takes his men and the prisoner and leaves, so I go inside to get some dinner. Lynn and the kids haven't quite finished eating yet, so I join them and dig in. Since they started earlier and eat less, they all finish before me. But that is fine. Lynn leaves me the food pouch and takes the kids to play while I finish eating. Once I am done eating, I take over playing with the kids and Lynn heads to her library. I play with the kids until they are worn out and ready to fall asleep. Once the kids are asleep, I go and take a nice long lava bath until Lynn comes to get me. Lynn and I head to bed, and then a few hours later, once she is asleep, I enter into meditation. My progress on my core is just as smooth as it was earlier, and before long I complete it. Tiding core upgrade progress complete. Core is now rank 2. HP Jones Senbai. MP Jones Senbai. All stats Zheng Wu. Zheng Yi evolution point. Well, that answers one question. It looks like I will get evolution points at each rank up. Of course, that won't help much considering I need 100 to see what will happen. There is no way I can rank up that many times. I need another source of points. However, I don't plan to stop working on my core. I want to reach the next stage. Maybe, once I find out what the next stage is and my curiosity is satisfied, I will stop. I keep working on my core until the kids wake up in the morning. Core upgrade progress. 520. I play with the kids until Lynn wakes up, and then we all have breakfast together. As we are eating, Stillwater contacts me, but I tell him to keep everyone on the ship today. We can resume doing the tours tomorrow, once things in the city calm down a little bit. Len says, does that mean you don't want me to take the kids around the city today? You can, if you want to. I trust you to keep them and yourself safe. The elves are not as strong as you, and the adventurers are probably still busy dealing with everything that happened. Lynn says, all right, what are you going to do? I need to go chat with Zachariah for a bit. Other than that, I should be here at the castle the rest of the time. Lynn says, still not going demon hunting. Your restraint seems unusual. Just what are you up to? I am doing this to make the council feel more indebted to me. If we are going to open trade with the city, having the rulers owe us will be of great benefit to us, especially if I can help Almort become a council member in the future. Lynn says, I knew you had to be up to something. To be honest, I wasn't expecting it to be something like this, although I am proud of you, not only for showing restraint, but also for thinking so far ahead. I don't always act recklessly. I can think things through sometimes. Lynn says, I know that, despite what the goddesses say. I just didn't expect you to be able to stay calm when the elves were attacked. It would have been a different story if they had actually been hurt, or if it was you and the kids that were attacked. Since no one was hurt, it is fairly easy for me to stay calm about it. Besides, demons being involved complicates matters. If it was just humans being greedy, it would be easier to deal with. Lynn says, that is true. I was surprised to see them. I thought this city would be the one most likely to be demon-free. Actually, it makes sense to me. Since this is the center of demon hunter activity, the demons would especially want to keep an eye on things. Lynn says, that does make sense. Still, to think they had snuck so many demons into the city. Yeah, that was surprising, especially the ship in the harbor that half the crew is demons. That suggests that the demon infiltration of the continent is even worse than it is here. I expect the council will be asking for our help before too long. Lynn says, meaning you can make them feel even more indebted to you. Yep, that is the plan. Lynn says, all right, I am going to take the kids out until lunchtime. After that, I will leave them here with you. I want to go to the library and copy more books. Okay, sounds like a plan. Lynn takes the kids with her and heads out into the city while I head to the merchant group. When I step into the group's building, I am immediately hit with the new detection spell. Only after I have been checked, am I greeted and escorted to Zachariah. Zachariah says, "Hello, Ash. Due to the chaos yesterday, we don't have any weapons for you to enchant. So, what can I do for you? I need two things. First, I need magical woods that would be good for making bows. I will make one for you to auction out of every 10. The rest are for my elves. Second, I need whatever magical stone that you can get from me. I plan to upgrade my castle." Zachariah says, "All right, I will have someone bring both over in the next couple of hours. There is something I want to ask you about. The council has approached me and offered a very high price if I can convince you to craft an item that can scan and detect an entire city like you did yesterday. They moved faster than I was expecting. Did this come through Almort so that he will get credit for it?" Zachariah says, "No, it was brought over by someone else." Then the answer is no. Once it goes through Almort, then I will do it. Zachariah smiles and says, "It is good to see that you take good care of your friends. I will take care of it. What will you need for the item?" "It will be easiest to make a staff, but it will need some high-quality magical wood." Zachariah says, "Understood. Leave everything to me." "All right, anything else?" Zachariah says, "The caravan transporting the elves will arrive the day after tomorrow. I have sent some extra people out to increase the protection and to make sure there are no demons hidden among the caravan." "Excellent, thank you. When they arrive in the city, please have them take the elves straight to the docks. I want to get them on the ship where they will be safe as fast as possible." Zanzin chapter, Itenin Centrar Zanzin Zachariah says, "Sure, no problem. With the demons gone, do you really think anyone else would attack your people? The criminals weren't the only ones who had people following the elves. So yes, I think there are others who would make a move if they could." Zachariah says, "You have a point. Maybe if I was more paranoid, a demon wouldn't have managed to infiltrate my staff." "Oh, is that why I was scanned when I walked through the door?" Zachariah says, "Yes, sorry about that. Things have been so hectic that I forgot to have you excluded from that." "No worries. I don't mind. If you want, I can enchant the doors of the building to remove the disguises of anyone who walks through." Zachariah says, "I would love that. What materials would you need?" "Just a small amount of mana-rich silver to embed into the door frames." Zachariah says, "I will have it brought over immediately. In less than a minute, I am provided with the silver, so I go around and enchant the doors. It only takes me a few minutes to enchant each door, and once I am done, I return to the castle. I doubt there are any demons left to try and infiltrate the merchant group, but I don't mind doing Zachariah a favor. He has done a lot for me already, and we are making a lot of profit together. A little work to make sure we keep a good relationship is not a big deal at all. Besides, I am sure that eventually the demons will attempt to infiltrate the city again. Although, it should take them a while to figure out how to beat the new detection spell. At least, I hope it will. If not, and they figure it out quickly, I would feel bad. Even though I didn't put a lot of work into the detection spell, I still would feel bad if they beat it easily. Of course, I could easily make an even better detection spell for them, or even give them mine. However, I really don't want to have to spend any time on that right now. I want to be able to finish the things I am already working on, rather than dealing with new things. In particular, I really want to finish the new spell and upgrade the castle. In fact, I plan to work on the spell once I get back to the castle. But when I get there, I have company. Almort is there waiting for me just inside the castle gates, but he is alone this time. "Hello, Almort. How are things going?" Almort says, "They could be better. We raided the merchant group and captured all of them, but the council really didn't like what we found. The reason they tried attacking your ship was because they wanted it. The ship in the harbor that had demons on the crew belonged to them as well. It turns out they have been working and trading with the demons for years. They have even helped the demons infiltrate our city and many others." "Well, I certainly wasn't expecting that. Is it just the local branch? Or is the entire group working with the demons?" Almort sighs and says, "The entire merchant group. The local branch members have all been sentenced to death, and the council is sending word to every kingdom we have contact with. Who knows how far the demons have managed to spread by now? I would think that they would have focused their infiltration on the two empires. Beyond that, they probably only sent a few demons out with specific tasks. They still have limited numbers, and not all demons are capable of disguising themselves that well. Almort says, even if that is true, it is still a major problem. We are supposed to be the front line against the demons. The fact that we failed and allowed them to infiltrate the empires is a huge disgrace. When I left, the council was even discussing ways that we can strike back and punish the demons. How likely is that to happen? Almort says, actually, I think it is pretty likely. Things have been peaceful for too long. This event has shaken up everyone. If the council doesn't do something, people will lose faith in them. So, they will definitely do something then, not only to vent their anger, but also to secure their power, Almort says exactly. Oh, when you want to bring your elves into town again, things will be a little different. The council has ordered that the top-level adventurers will be the ones protecting them this time. I was planning to wait until tomorrow before letting my people into the city again. That way things in the city can calm down a bit. Almort says, that is wise. All right, I will make sure everything is prepared for tomorrow morning. We will make sure there is no repeat of last time. Thank you. Almort takes his leave, but just as he is leaving, Zachariah's man arrives. He is actually using one of the rings I made for them and is carrying tons of stone. He also has crates of weapons and several 100 pounds of wood for me. For now, I leave the stone where it is and move the wood and weapons to the tower roof. I work on the weapons first while keeping an eye on Lynn and the kids using mana. Just because I believe she can take care of herself doesn't mean I can stop worrying. While I am at it, I also take a look around the city to see how things are going. People are acting paranoid, and a lot of them won't even talk to others until they have used the detection spell. It looks like Almort was right about the people being shaken up by the demons. As promised, Lynn and the kids return just in time to eat lunch with me, and then Lynn heads to the library. After they are done eating, the kids want to return to the ship instead of staying in the castle. When I ask why Mulan and Mushu say they want to play with their friends in Nala, and Albion want to train, so I gate them back to the ship. After they are gone, I spend some time working on the spell until I get stuck. Then, I take a break and work on the weapons some more until they are finished. I work on the spell some more, and when I get stuck again, I work on the wands for a while. Taking a break whenever I get stuck actually works well for me. After a break, I get past where I was stuck. Even though I am not working on the spell constantly, I manage to fix several errors before dinner time. However, since Lynn hasn't come back yet, I don't stop working to eat yet. Jian Jian Jian, chapter Yi Ning Sen Shisen, Jian Jian. Lynn is probably lost in her work, but eventually, she will get hungry enough and come back. Once the wands are done, the next time I get stuck, I figure out how I want to make the bows. Zachariah sent me several different types of wood, so I will be merging them together. That way I can use the best qualities of the different woods to make a better bow. Normally, this requires a lot of time and glue, but I have gotten good at cheating with magic. Not only is it a faster process with magic, but the results should be better as well. However, I quickly realized that I forgot something. I don't have any material to use for the string. With the amount of magic I plan to put into the bow, a normal string won't work. On the other hand, there is another option if I can figure out how to do it. Several anime have bows where the string is replaced with light, and the bows create energy arrows. Not needing to carry arrows around would definitely make the bow more convenient. I already know how to create energy arrows, so the string should be easy enough. However, just as I am about to start experimenting, I realize what I need to do to fix the next error. So, I go back to working on the spell, and before I know it, Lynn is walking through the gates. I put everything down and go to greet her with a kiss. Then we head inside and have dinner. We enjoy a nice, quiet dinner with just the two of us, and then I open a soulscape. After the soulscape ends, Lynn and I head to bed. Then a few hours later, she is sound asleep. Then I return to the tower roof and go back to working on the spell. I should be working on my core, but I am so close to finishing the spell that I can't stop now. As it stands, I only have 2 errors left to fix, and so far I haven't created any new ones. If I can just fix these last 2 errors, the spell will be just about done. Finally, it ends up being harder than I expected since the 2 errors are linked. I end up having to solve both errors at once, which is quite complicated and takes me hours. However, when I manage it, the spell is finally done, and I don't find any more errors. I do manage to clean up a few rough spots when I go back through the entire spell. When Lynn wakes up in the morning, I will ask her to go through it and double-check my work. Until then, I start my experiments to make and enchant an energy bow. Compared to the Pocket World spell, figuring out the enchantment for an energy bow is simple. It only takes me about an hour to figure out and test the enchantments needed. After that, it is simply a matter of repeating the process to make more bows. Of course, since I am not an expert with the bow, I can't be sure just how good they are. I know that they work and don't need arrows, but beyond that, I need someone to test one. I will ask Brightfire to test one out later. She should be with the elves that come ashore. By the time Lynn wakes up in the morning, I have completed all of the wands and 20 bows. Based on the amounts of the remaining wood, I should be able to make another 80 or so bows. Meaning Zachariah will get 10 bows, and the elves will get 90 or more. Once Lynn is awake, I clean everything up and head downstairs to have breakfast with her. After we are done eating, I hand her the new spell and ask her to check it for me. It takes her a while to read through the spell, but she doesn't make any changes to it. Lynn says, I can't understand all of it, but I don't see any errors or problems with the spell. Why are there no set mana requirements? Because of how the spell works. The more space you want to create, the more mana that is required. With enough mana, the spell can live up to its name and create a space big enough to contain an entire world, Lynn says. Are you serious? How much mana would that take? I don't know for sure. Probably millions. We aren't doing anything that insane. We won't need that much. Although I will need your help when I do the enchantment. I don't have enough mana. Lynn says, Sure. When do you want to do the enchantment? We can do it while the first groups of elves are exploring the city. Lynn says, Okay. Lynn and I head down to the dock to be in place to meet the elves when they come over. When the elves come over, I take Brightfire aside and ask her to test out the bow. Unfortunately, the bow is a little too eye-hatching and everyone notices when she tests it. So, how is it? Brightfire says, It is amazing. Far stronger than even the bow you enchanted for me. It looks really expensive. Is it really all right for me to have this? Of course, it is fine. I will be making more for the elves, about 90. Oh, here, I made new wands as well. Brightfire says, Great. These will increase our combat strength by a lot. Good. I don't expect the next part of our journey to be as quiet as it has been so far. We should be prepared for multiple attacks from demon beasts at least. The demons might even try something. Brightfire says, Understood. I will make sure everyone is trained on how to respond during an attack. Oh, that reminds me. The caravan bringing more elves should be arriving tomorrow. They will be brought straight to this dock. We will need people to help them and comfort them. Stillwater says, No problem. We are used to it by now. You said it would be around 100 elves. It should be a little over 100. They should be in better shape, though. The merchants were told to take care of them. Stillwater says, That is good. All right, we will be ready. After that, we get the elven groups moving with their adventurer bodyguards and guides. Once they are gone, Lynn and I return to the castle, and I start adding the stone to the castle. At first, I just increase the density. Then I discuss the changes with Lynn before doing anything else, mainly so that I can avoid getting in trouble by making changes without asking. Not only does Lynn approve of the changes, but she also has some suggestions. The main one being to add some extra bedrooms so that if we need to shelter people, we have room for them. Well, Zachariah was generous and gave me plenty of stone. I could easily add another level to the main building and separate it into rooms. Zan. Chapter 134 Zan. Lynn says, wouldn't that mess with having the kids' side be 2 stories tall? Or are you going to keep our room on the second floor? Oh, good point. I certainly don't want to make the kids' play area smaller. If anything, I would want to expand it. Actually, I should probably expand it instead. Lynn says, What are you thinking? Well, what if I just make all 3 levels the size of 2 stories each? Lynn says, Wouldn't that make it taller than my tower? Why not just make the first floor the height of 2 floors? I was planning to make your tower taller, but I suppose I could do that instead. Lynn says, No, you can still make my tower taller. Haha, all right, relax. I was just teasing you. I know you are going to need more library space. Lynn says, You! As I am laughing at Lynn, I start moving stone around inside the castle to add a floor. It is a good thing that I can manipulate the stone directly, or I would have to tear the entire castle down. I still have to be careful about keeping enough support for the weight while I am moving things around. Since I am expanding the castle, I decide to add a proper area to eat and a kitchen. That way, if anyone is inside the castle and doesn't have the pouch, they can still make food. It shouldn't happen too often, but it is still a possibility, at least until I make more food pouches. Maybe I should figure out how to make a pouch that can do storage and make food. That way everyone can have one and won't need to depend on me for food. I will have to keep that in mind for when I am done with my current projects. Once the castle is expanded and I have added the additional space, I turn my attention to Lynn's tower. Not only do I make it bigger around and add a floor, but I also make all the floors bigger. After that, there is still some stone left over, so I make the outer walls a bit taller and thicker. It doesn't really do much since the defenses are mainly magical, not physical. Although, from the outside, it does make the castle look more impressive. Unfortunately, the changes are very obvious as they are happening, and plenty of people are watching. Reports and rumors of me upgrading the castle are bound to spread quickly. However, there is no way I can stop that from happening, so I don't worry about it. I just keep working on the castle and finish all the modifications that I had planned out. Lynn says, What are those? Basically, they are flower beds. I will fill them with soil and then plant some trees and herbs in them. Once the enchantments are done, we will need the plants to keep the air inside fresh. Lynn says, Wait, just who are you planning to have take care of these plants? Are you planning to hire people and have them live in the castle? No, actually, I was thinking I could finally get around to reading those golem books and see if I could make a golem to do it. Lynn says, Oh, that could work. But I've never heard of anyone making golems for anything but fighting. They are too expensive for other tasks. I guess that makes sense, but it won't be anywhere near as expensive for me to make them. Lynn says, True. So, are you ready to do the enchantments? Yeah, that was all the changes I had planned. I start working on the Pocket World enchantment while Lynn watches me. Once my mana runs out, she starts feeding her mana to me, and I put it into the enchantment. The enchantment is the most complicated that I have ever done, and it takes me an hour just to create it. By the time the enchantment is done, both Lynn and I are completely out of mana. Even combined, we almost didn't have enough mana to make the enchantment big enough to cover the castle. In truth, I could have made the enchantment into multiple parts, but that would have been even harder. Lynn says, I'm exhausted? Is it done? Yes, the enchantment is complete, but I will need to make some tweaks once I recover a bit. Lynn says, Will you need my help for that? Nope, thank you. I can do the rest. You can go to the library if you want. Lynn says after lunch, and maybe a nap. Agreed. Let's go eat. Luckily, no one seems to be planning anything against the elves because I couldn't do much right now. There are still people following the groups around, but nowhere near as many as before. Still, as soon as I recover a bit of mana, I go back to keeping an eye on them. In the end, Lynn doesn't take a nap and heads to the library after we eat lunch. The first groups of elves make it back to the dock and switch out with the new groups without issue. I continue to keep watch over them as I go back to working on the enchantments. As I was enchanting the Pocket World spell onto the castle, I noticed a few problems. The spell itself is fine. The problems occurred when I converted the spell into an enchantment. However, these small problems are far easier to fix than the errors in the spell were. Once I fix them, I go on to add the rest of the enchantments to complete the castle. This includes the barrier to create an air pocket and the fake sun so that plants can grow. I also add a small spell to gently move the air around so that it won't get stale. When I add plants to the castle, I will also have to figure out how to add water for them. For now, this should be enough for the castle to be used while it is inside the pouch. It would take quite a while for the air inside to go stale or run out with just a few people inside. Now all that is left is to add a way for people to enter and exit the castle while it is in the pouch. Entering is easy. That is just a modified gate spell. It is exiting that is the problem. Mainly because I have to make sure that wherever the exit opens is clear of obstacles. This will require a smarter version of the gate spell, one that will only open in a clear space. I also need to add some kind of security check. I can't just assume that I am the only one who knows the gate spell, or even if I am currently, there is no guarantee that it will stay that way forever. So, the castle needs a way to recognize friends and allow only them to gate in. Part of what I need is already on the castle gates. I just need to improve it some. Since it is already part of the castle, adding some extra features is pretty easy. 减减减, Chapter 1035减减减. Once that is done, the castle is pretty much finished. All that is left is to test it. So, I shrink the castle, put it in my pouch, and put the pouch down on the ground. Then I use magic to enter into the castle and make sure that it is safe inside. Even though the castle is currently shrunken, I do not shrink when I enter it. The reason is because the inside of the castle did not shrink. It is now a small world. The inside of the castle is not affected by the changes in size of the outside. That is the main reason that this spell was so hard to create. It is completely isolated. However, I don't stay inside long. Once I am sure it is safe, I exit immediately. Mainly because I don't want to leave my pouch lying around with so many people around. When I exit the castle, I notice quite a few people backing away. They were eyeing the pouch. However, when I pick up the pouch, they all try to pretend that they never had any such thoughts. They quickly clear the area when I set the castle back up, and they go back to hiding and watching. Just as I enter the castle, I notice Zachariah's delivery guy coming down the street. So I keep the gate open while waiting for him to come in to make his pickup and delivery. When he is ready to leave, I hand him 2 of the new bows to take to Zachariah. After he leaves, I take the new crates of weapons to the tower roof and get to work. Again, I split my attention to keep an eye on the elves while I work on the weapons. I have to take it a bit slower this time, since my mana is still rather low. However, I am still able to finish all the weapons and work on making more bows. The rest of the day passes peacefully with no one attempting anything with the elves. I manage to finish about half of the bows by the time Lynn returns to have dinner. The last groups of elves have already returned to the ship, so I have nothing left to worry about. After moving the crates of completed weapons down by the gate, I join Lynn for dinner. After we are done eating, Lynn goes to put the new books into her library, and I start reading one of the golem books. It turns out that what I think of as golems is not what these books are about. Rather than simple animated servants, what the books refer to as golems are more complicated. What this book describes is more what I would call a construct or a clockwork. The types of golems I was expecting are called magic servants and are regarded as being simple. They are something that can be created by any mage capable of casting the spells. While what this world calls golems are much more complex and made from multiple enchanted parts. The giant snake I fought in that one library was a real golem by this world's standards. The need to have a master blacksmith create all the intricate parts is why golems are so expensive. That snake thing probably cost as much as having a castle built or more. Luckily, I can make the parts myself, so I won't have to worry about anything but getting the materials. The enchantments to allow the golem to move aren't very complicated. But the core is different. The enchantments needed for the golem's core are what stops most mages from being able to create a golem. Even if they have the power required, the core enchantments are just too complicated. That is why the golem's core was so useful in creating Athena's core for the ship. Luckily, not only can I already enchant a core, I can do it better than what is in the book. However, there are still several other books I need to read, and it will still take time. After all, building the golem's joints will be the hardest part since I haven't done something like that before. Not to mention that the joints are one of the most important parts of the golem. When Lynn gets done in the library, I put my book down and open a soulscape. Since I have been thinking about golems, I decide to show the girls a Gundam anime. After only a couple of episodes, Lynn suddenly turns to me with a suspicious look on her face. Lynn says, "Ash, please tell me you are not thinking of trying to make one of those things." Haha. No, I don't plan to try and make a mech. While it would be fun, I don't have that kind of time. Making a mech, especially a magical one, would take years of research and experimentation. Besides, do you have any idea how much material that would take? Lynn says, "No, but I don't put anything past you. True, everything else would be doable, but time's the biggest problem." Wait, Lynn says. What? That look on your face is worrying me. Well, I was just thinking that I can't make time for that kind of thing. While I can't directly create more time, there might be a way to give myself more time for things and it would help you too. Lynn says, that sounds ominous for some reason. What are you planning? In Yui's tower, there are reading rooms where time moves differently inside. Basically, every 2 hours inside is only an hour outside. I was thinking that now that the castle is an isolated space, I could do the same, just on a bigger scale. Lynn says, that would give us more time. But is it safe? Do you even know the spell needed? No, but I can figure it out. Time still passes inside, meaning that we would need to eat more, but we have the pouch. Now that we can enter the castle anytime, we will be able to use it more as well. It might not be enough for me to research a magical mech, but it would give me more time for other things. Lynn says it would give me double the time to read, possibly more. Double was just an example. I might be able to do better than that. There is a problem, though. Lynn says, what problem? What can I do to help? I have already put more enchantments into the castle than is really safe. To add more now, I would absolutely have to add a core to the castle. Lynn says, why is that a problem? You have already created a better core than anyone else knows how to make for the ship. That is exactly what worries me. I don't know if Athena was created because of the core from the spirit of the tree or a combination of the two. I don't want to end up creating another spirit for the castle. Lynn says, why not? I thought you liked Athena. Jian Jian Jian, chapter 1066 I do like her, and I am starting to trust her. But there is no guarantee that the next spirit will be a good one. Since I don't know how or why a spirit is created, I can't affect the outcome. Lynn says, I'm sorry. I don't know anything about spirits. I haven't seen anything in the library either. The only spirits I know of are Yue, who was artificially created, and Athena. I once got to take a look at Yui's core, but I didn't have enough knowledge at the time to try and understand it. Lynn says, if you knew how to make an artificial spirit, would you? Yeah, they can be really useful. For example, it could know every book in your library and help you find things. It could also run the castle's defenses and make them more effective. Lynn says, well, you figured out how to create the pocket world all on your own, so why can't you just figure out how to make an artificial spirit? If I was at the tower and could look at Yue's core, then I'm sure I could. But without that, I don't have any idea where to even start. Lynn says, most artificial things are made by attempting to copy the original. Can't you just study Athena to find a place to start? That is a really good idea. It is at least worth a shot. I will take a look tomorrow when we take the new elves to the ship. Lynn says, sounds good. Let me know if there is something that I can do to help with it. I will. With that, Lynn goes back to watching the anime, even though she has missed a lot. I go over to play with the kids and quickly join in with their game of tag. When the kids are worn out and the anime is over, I end the Soulscape and go to bed with Lynn. Since it has been a couple of days, when we are done having fun, I actually let myself sleep. Considering the new elves should be here tomorrow, it is better if I am properly rested. I don't expect anything to happen, but if anything does, I want to be ready for it. When I wake up in the morning, Lynn is wrapped around me and clinging on like a koala. There is no way that I can move without waking her up, so I just lie still and enjoy it. While I wait, I start thinking about what kind of spirit I want to create, if I figure out how. It doesn't take me much thought before I think of exactly the perfect spirit to create. Of course, it is completely stealing from a movie, but what does that matter? This is a different world. So I decide that I am going to completely copy Jarvis from Iron Man, or at least try to. Jarvis in the movies has the perfect mentality for both helping with research and protecting the castle. Of course, I will just be trying to create a spirit that is similar. Who knows if it will work or not? First, I have to figure out how to create a spirit that is going to be the hard part. Magic is very structured, the way Lynn taught me, so it should be possible to treat it like programming. Not that I know much about programming, but I remember an anime that might help. In Death March, the main character was a programmer who used magic in a similar way. While the magic I have experienced so far doesn't work quite that way, I may be able to do something similar. After all, the spirit is going to be formed and housed in the core, so the enchantments will control how it acts. Basically, I need to figure out how to make an enchantment that acts like a program. Is that how Yui started out? Was she just a magical helper program that was able to learn and grow? That might be the way to go. But I won't know for sure until I have a better idea of how to create a spirit. If I can't figure it out from studying Athena, then it will have to wait until I return to the tower. The library in the tower might have information about how Yui was created. Lynn says, "Good morning. How long have you been awake?" "Morning. About an hour, I think." Lynn says, "Why didn't you wake me up?" "Because you looked cute sleeping like that, and I was enjoying being hugged like a body pillow." Lynn responds with a smile, and then she starts kissing me, which quickly leads to other things. A while later, we finally get out of bed and have breakfast together. Once we are done eating, we head down to the dock to wait for the caravan to arrive. I actually have no idea when the caravan is likely to arrive, but I plan to be here. Stillwater, the others, and my kids soon come across to the dock in the boats. They also bring a group of female elves with them, but I am not sure why. Stillwater says, "Any idea where the convoy is?" "Not yet. We just got here." "Who are they?" Brightfire says, "These girls are the ones who have been helping the others. They help the ones who are the most traumatized." "Oh, so they are counselors." Sheriff says, "I'm not familiar with that word." "Never mind. It is not important. I'll check and see if I can spot the caravan." I close my eyes and send my mana out to look over the entire city, but I don't see a caravan. While I am at it, I check over the city, but I don't see anything suspicious. Then I send my sight out further, but I can't see the caravan within my maximum range. The caravan isn't in the city or even near to it. We probably have a couple of hours at least before it arrives. Stillwater says, "Then, should we let the groups go out? Or do we just sit and wait for the caravan?" "We may as well let them go out. I will stay here and keep an eye out for the caravan and for the groups." Brightfire says, "All right. I will go get the groups organized." Brightfire heads back to the ship and the rest of us stand around chatting. It doesn't take long for more boats to come over from the ship carrying more elves. They are already separated into groups and quickly get organized once they reach the dock. Stillwater, the others, and my kids all split up between the groups of elves. Then one of Zachariah's people and a group of adventurers joins each group to protect them. Once the groups leave, there are still around 40 of Zachariah's people left at the dock. "Lynn, do you plan to wait here, or do you want to head to the library?" Lynn says, "I will go to the library for now, but I will try to come back in time to have lunch with you." Zan. Chapter 2,237 Zan. All right. Sounds good. I am going out to the ship for a bit, but I will come back and wait here after that. Lynn gives me a nod and leaves for the library while I get in one of the rowboats. The elven crew members from the ship quickly row the boat back to the ship. When I jump up onto the ship, I find Athena waiting for me with a smile on her face. Athena says, "Welcome back, Master." "Hello, Athena. How are you doing?" Athena says. "I am doing well. The ship is in good shape and the elves' morale is fairly high." "Good. Have there been any problems?" Athena says, "No problems. The crew reacted well to the attacks we suffered on the way here. The most we had were a few light injuries. The elven crafters are also making good progress in developing their skills. In general, the mental health of the elves has improved. There are still a number of elves with serious mental problems, but they are improving. That is all good news. I am glad that everything is going so well. You are doing a really good job." Athena says, "Most of it is the elves' doing. I only concern myself with the ship and its course." "That may be true, but you are still the one taking care of all of them. More importantly, how do you feel?" Athena says, "How do I feel? What do you mean?" "I mean, are you happy? Are you enjoying your life?" Athena says, "I am not sure what that means. I am glad you made me. Does that answer your question?" "It is good enough for now. If you think of anything that will make you happy, just tell me and I will do what I can," Athena says. "Thank you, Master. Is there anything you need?" "Actually, I am here to take a look at your core and see if I can figure out how you came to be," Athena says. Are you looking to get rid of me, Master? No, of course not. To be honest, I want to figure out how to make an artificial spirit. Not for the ship, though, for the castle. Athena says, oh, as long as you don't plan to get rid of me or replace me, then that is fine. No way. That is never going to happen. The ship is you and I expect you to be around as long as the ship is. I still plan to upgrade it into a flying ship at some point. When that happens, I will need your help more than ever. Athena says, all right. Since you asked about emotions, I will say that hearing I am needed feels good. That is a start. As far as spirits go, you are probably still really young. I would guess that you will start feeling more as you grow older. If that is the case, don't be scared to talk about those emotions, Athena says. Understood, Master. With that out of the way, Athena accompanies me to take a look at her core. Considering I made the core, it is easy for me to see what is different. There is a strange energy that is moving around in the space between the enchantments. The energy looks kind of like life force to me, but it isn't exactly the same. The life force of different types of beings can look different, so I am going to assume that is the reason. It also shares a few similarities with mana, which makes me think I can make mana act the same. That should be the key to creating an artificial spirit, or at least that is my guess. If I can make mana move and act like this energy, then it would be the medium for the programming. As I am watching the energy and thinking about it, I notice Athena is looking worried. Relax. I am only looking. I am not going to make any changes or even touch the core, Athena says. Thank you, Master. Once I see that she has calmed down, I go back to studying the energy. After spending a while watching it, I am starting to think that I know enough about it. However, I don't remember seeing anything like it when I got a look at the tower's core. Then again, the tower's core was so complicated that I can't be sure that I didn't just miss it. At the time, I didn't really know what I was even looking at, and I didn't study it for long. In fact, it was too overwhelming for me to look at for long, but I can't wait to see it again. Knowing what I know now, I can't even imagine how much I will learn from it. At that point, I will probably have to make some changes to the cores of the ship and the castle. Depending on what I learn, I may even want to remake them from scratch. However, that is certainly not something I need to worry about right now. I don't think that I can learn anything else from studying the core, so I say goodbye to Athena. Then I head back to the docks and keep an eye on the groups while I sit and wait. I am also keeping an eye on the roads leading to the city looking for the caravan. However, around noon, I notice a group of people sneaking out of the city. They are all armed and are avoiding the road, which is very suspicious. Normally, I would ignore something like that, but since I am waiting for the caravan, I can't. Considering the timing, chances are good that they are targeting the caravan. I am not going to take that chance. So I drop shapeshift and launch myself into the air. Plenty of people see me take off and fly over the city, which makes me a little worried. What if they are attacking the caravan just to draw me out of the city so that they can attack someone else? They could attack the groups of elves, the ship, or they could even go after Lynn. Although, out of the options, attacking Lynn would absolutely be the dumbest option. Unless they could bring an army of demons to attack her, anything less would be pointless. Even the army couldn't threaten her life, not unless they exhausted the Choker's mana somehow. Attacking the ship would be just as pointless, even if they had a fleet to attack with. It would take something along the lines of the swarm that attacked the city to threaten the ship. Even then, I am pretty sure that the ship could hold out until I could get back. The only option that really worries me is them attacking the groups of elves. If I am outside of the city, then I won't be able to return before the defenses of the rods wear off. On the other hand, I can't ignore the threat to the caravan just because I am a little worried. 简简简 Chapter 1038简简简 So, I stop worrying and fly as fast as I can towards the road out of the city. My best option is going to be to go deal with the threat and come back as fast as possible. The people I spotted left the city on foot. They haven't gone far by the time I reach the edge of the city. When I reach the edge of the city, I stop and hover as I send my mana out to take a look. I quickly spot the group that left the city. They are not too far out and have taken up ambush positions. When I send my mana out further along the road, I spot a caravan approaching. However, there is a problem. I can't see or sense any elves in this caravan. It looks like this is the wrong caravan, and I was worried over nothing. Just as I am about to turn around, I notice the symbol of the merchant group. It is Zachariah's merchant group, so I can't just ignore them and let them be ambushed. I quickly pick out the leader and then try to use mana to send him a message. It seems to work. The leader stops the caravan, and they take defensive positions. Looking down at where the road enters the city, I can see the guard post. The city guards are just standing there staring up at me, so I tell them about the ambush. One of them blows a high-pitched whistle, and within 2 minutes, a patrol of adventurers shows up. The guards update the adventurers, and then they rush out to ambush the ambushers. Between the caravan guards and the adventurers, they shouldn't have any trouble. With that taken care of, I circle back into the city to check on the groups. However, there is absolutely nothing unusual going on. The city looks normal. The elven groups are fine, the ship is fine, and Lynn is at the dock waiting for me. It looks like I was wrong about everything. No one was plotting anything. Instead of flying back to the dock to join Lynn, I head over to check the other road into the city. There, when I send my mana out, I find the caravan that actually has my elves. There are just over 100 elves, and well over 200 guards in the caravan. That small group of criminals wouldn't stand a chance against this many guards. I should have known that Zachariah wasn't going to take any chances with my people. Just to be sure, I do a quick check of the surrounding area, and it ends up being a good thing. The road may enter the city on the west side, but before that, it swings to the south. Approaching the road from the east is a group of several hundred demonic beasts. Rather than turning north to attack the city, the dog den-like demonic beasts are heading straight for the caravan. The caravan guards are outnumbered, but if they are decent, they should be able to handle it. However, I don't plan to wait and find out. It isn't worth taking the chance. Luckily, the beasts are running together in a tight cluster, so I can hit them with an area spell. Since the last time I used it, the Windblade Storm took some time to form. I aim it ahead of the beasts. However, when I try to activate the spell, it fails because I am too far away. Since the city is calm, I fly out further along the road heading for the caravan. The caravan guards actually spot me before they spot the approaching beasts. Some of the guards are from the city, so they don't panic when they see me. However, the caravan still stops, and the guards take up defensive positions. It doesn't take me long to cover the distance to the caravan and take up position above it. At the same time, the beasts have only covered about half of the distance that they need to cover. By now, the caravan guards have finally spotted the approaching wave of beasts. As they are getting ready to fight, I target an area ahead of the beasts and cast my spell. Unfortunately, unlike when I built the spell myself, this spell triggers instantly, meaning the spell runs out before the beasts even reach the area that I targeted. That means that I just wasted almost half my mana and didn't kill a single beast. It is my own fault for assuming how the spell works. I really should have tested it first. However, I don't have time to worry about that now. The beasts are getting closer, so this time I target the area directly in front of the first beast and cast the spell again. Dozens of beasts are inside the area when the spell activates, and the ones behind them can't stop. A few dozen beasts that were on the sides of the group managed to go around the spell. Other than those, the rest of the beasts run right into the spell and get diced. Hundreds of beasts being reduced to small pieces is a very gruesome sight. The entire spell turns red from all the blood, just like when the swarm died. 348 rank 3 bloodhounds defeated. 10440 EXP gained. 74 rank 4 bloodhounds defeated. 2960 EXP gained. The caravan guards easily take care of the remaining few dozen beasts. That is a good thing since, after casting the spell twice, I am almost completely out of mana. Once the fighting is over, I gain some altitude and then start circling above the caravan. The caravan takes a few minutes and then starts moving towards the city again. I continue to circle above the caravan. I am going to guard it until it reaches the dock. Luckily, nothing else happens, and the caravan safely reaches the dock. By the time the caravan gets to the dock, the groups of elves have all returned. Zachariah is also at the dock and is chatting with Lynn when the caravan arrives. The women that Stillwater brought are the first ones to rush to meet the elves in the caravan. As I had hoped, the elves are not in chains, nor do they look like they have been mistreated. They do, however, look to be in shock, but that is completely understandable. After all, the caravan guards probably didn't tell them what was going on. Even if they did, the elves probably wouldn't have believed them anyway. The elves probably thought that the better treatment was a bad thing and meant they were headed somewhere worse. As slaves, they had no reason to expect that anything good was going to happen to them. The fact that they are being welcomed by other elves is probably a huge shock to them, especially since some of the elves are armed and the humans are staying back. Some of the new elves scream in fear when I land and shapeshift into human form. Dan. Chapter 139Dan. It doesn't bother me. It isn't the first time people have been scared of me, and it won't be the last. I just ignore them and head over to where Lynn is chatting with Zachariah. I leave Stillwater and the others to deal with the new elves. I would just make them nervous. Zachariah says, "Thank you for saving one of our caravans." "No problem. Did you figure out who was attacking them?" Zachariah says, "Just some criminals that were hired by a competitor." "So probably nothing to do with our deals then," Zachariah says. Maybe not. The caravan was carrying weapons for you to disenchant and materials for you as well. So it could be a coincidence or a targeted attack, Zachariah says. Yes, there is no real way to tell which one it is, although the fact that there was no follow-up attack suggests that it is a coincidence. Unless it was meant to keep me busy while the real caravan was under attack by the demonic beasts. Zachariah says, that would mean that the merchant group is in league with the demons. Lynn says, there was already one. Why couldn't there be two? Zachariah says, I suppose that it is possible. The problem is how to prove it. Well, the chances of there being any demons in the city is really low, unless someone is hiding and protecting them. Unfortunately, the detection spell won't help if the demon is out of sight already, Lynn says. Could you make something that actually detects demons instead of revealing them? I would have to do some experimenting, and I would need a live demon to experiment with, Zachariah says. That would be a tall order. It would also be hard to explain. If you make the request to the association and explain why, the council might allow it. Lynn says, even if they allow it, do you think they can capture a live demon? Zachariah says, I don't know. As far as I know, they have never tried, considering the demons convinced the association that they were almost extinct and how bad the infiltration was. I won't be getting my hopes up. The demons have outsmarted the association several times already. Zachariah says, that is true, but the council now knows that they got played. They will be much more vigilant now. I would give them a chance. It is not like it will cost you anything if they fail. Good point. All right, I will make the request through Almort when I see him. Speaking of, did they request the item again yet? Zachariah says, yes, they did. In fact, the special wood for the staff was in the caravan that you helped out. It should already be at your castle by the time you return, Lynn says. What item? The council wants an item that can cast the detection spell over an entire city, like we did the other day. Lynn says, that makes sense. They can use it to get rid of the demons that have infiltrated the empires. That might actually be a good time to try and capture one alive. Good point. I will mention it to Almort. Zachariah says, you are not planning on leaving immediately, are you? I still have to wait for the elves that the Empire is gathering for me, Zachariah says. Okay, good. To be honest, I am not looking forward to things going back to normal when you leave. It is not just about the profits I am making thanks to you, but life was boring before you arrived. Lynn says, yes, Trouble does follow Ash around. It is almost like Trouble is his mistress. I want to argue that, but I don't feel like I can. However, I doubt that things will quiet down the instant I leave. Zachariah says, that is true. It will probably take a while before the city gets back to normal. However, I doubt it will go back to normal while you are still in the city. Well, I can't stay forever. I will probably be leaving in a week at most, probably sooner. I have to get back to my kingdom. I have already been gone for far too long. Zachariah says, I understand. Is there anything you need from me? It is not urgent, but I will be needing various magical metals for some experiments. Zachariah says, sure, I can do that. What are you working on now? I am going to try my hand at making a golem, Zachariah says. Are you going to be selling this golem? No, probably not, Zachariah says. That is wise. That kind of thing wouldn't really sell well here. It would need to be sent to one of the major auctions for it to sell at full value. No worries. This is more for self-den education than anything, Zachariah says. All right. Let me know if you need anything else. I need to go take care of a few things. By the time we are done talking with Zachariah, the elves have all returned to the ship. Lynn and I return to the castle to find a huge stack of crates waiting inside the gate. However, we ignore the crates for now and head inside to have a late lunch. Once we are done eating, I go outside and take a look through all of the crates. There are a ton of weapons for me to disenchant and Reedzan enchant. Most of them seem to be defective weapons, which I am guessing Zachariah imported. Even with the cost of bringing them to the city, the defective weapons would still be dirt cheap. However, once they are Reedzan enchanted, the weapons will be worth a lot. Zachariah will make a lot of profit off of them, probably even more than I know about. However, the problem is that it is going to take me a lot of time to work on this many weapons. There are almost 500 normal weapons, plus about 20 high-quality weapons. In one of the crates is a branch, but as soon as I open the crate, I feel a wave of mana spill out. The branch looks really old, but I can feel that it is still alive even without touching it. From how it feels, I can tell that it is from a special tree, almost as special as the elven tree. When I scan the branch with my mana, I can almost feel the spirit of the tree in the branch. I can't explain it, but I get the feeling that the tree this branch came from is still alive. It makes me very curious about where this tree might be, but I don't know how to find it. I will have to ask Zachariah and see if he knows where the branch came from. I am assuming that he bought it from somewhere and then shipped it here. Hopefully, he will know where it came from, or at least some clues to its origin. I will have to ask him later. For now, I need to get to work on these weapons. Zan, chapter 176, Zan. Lynn, I think I am going to need some help with all these weapons. Otherwise, it is going to take me a couple of days at least. Lynn says, of course I will help you. You just focus on disenchanting them. I will start enchanting them. All right, I will enchant one so that you have it to use as a reference. Once I have enchanted one, I just focus on disenchanting and leave the enchanting to Lynn. She isn't as fast as I am at it, but I have had a lot more practice recently. It is boring, repetitive work, but having company makes it a little more bearable. Since the elves are not in the city right now, there is nothing else I need to focus on. As I am working, Stillwater contacts me through the communication amulet. They are having a party tonight to welcome the new elves, and Stillwater thinks that I should join them. Are you sure? I don't think that the new elves will be comfortable with me and Lynn there. Stillwater says, it will be fine. We have already told them about you. They won't react like they did on the dock. They know that they are here and free only because of you? All right, if you are sure. When does the party start? Stillwater says, I'm sure the party will start in 2 hours. We will be there, Lynn says. What was that about? The elves are having a party to welcome the new people, and we are invited. The party starts in 2 hours. Lynn says, we won't be done with all these weapons by then. That is fine. They won't be going anywhere. I can finish them later. Lynn says, all right. A party with the elves sounds fun. So we work on the weapons for another 2 hours, and then I drop shapeshift. I fly Lynn over to the ship and then shapeshift back into human form. An elf is waiting to greet us and lead us down to the room where the party is being held. I'm guessing that Athena removed some walls temporarily to create this big room. As soon as we enter, Stillwater comes over and leads us to the front of the room. Then, the new elves come up one by one to meet me, and I do my best to memorize their names and faces. Stillwater was right. They all show sincere gratitude to me, and I see no signs of fear. They are also very polite to Lynn, which I wasn't expecting, to be honest. I wasn't expecting them to be rude to her, but I was expecting them to avoid her. Previously, even some of the elves that I rescued earlier would avoid Lynn when we were on the ship. Even that seems to have stopped, but I have no idea why things have changed. However, Lynn looks like she is enjoying herself, which makes me happy. The party is a casual setting, and the atmosphere is extremely friendly. There is food set out in a buffet style, and there is music with an area set aside for dancing. For once, I am not worried about Lynn's safety, so we can wander around the party separately. When Stillwater and Silverstream take to the dance floor together, it causes something of a stir. The thing I notice the most is the ear-to-ear grin on Silverleaf's face as she watches them dance. Sheriff also looks happy as she is watching them. It looks like we will be having a wedding soon. After wandering around and socializing for a while, I track down Lynn and ask her to dance. We dance for a few songs, and then Lynn insists that I dance with some of the elves. I want to argue, but she is right that I need to spend more time with the elves. So I do as I am told, and I ask Silverstream to dance while Lynn asks Stillwater to dance. After that, I dance with Silverleaf, Sheriff, and Brightfire for at least one song each. Once I am done dancing with them, I head over to get some food and chat with more people. The party ends up lasting for over 4 hours, but surprisingly, I actually have fun. I am a lot more relaxed among the elves than I would be among humans, but that is because there are no politics here. Well, that might not be true, but no one is trying to involve me in them if there are. When the party ends, Lynn and I go to our cabin with the kids and have a late dinner. After we are done eating, I open a Soulscape, and then after that, we go to bed. Once Lynn falls asleep, I get up and fly back to the castle to continue working on the weapons. I told her what I was planning to do. She will gate to the castle in the morning when she wakes up. With nothing else to distract me, working on the weapons is really boring. However, I also get them done a lot faster with no distractions. Just as the sun is coming up, I finish the last of the high-quality weapons. All that is left is to make the staff, but I am not feeling up to it at the moment. Instead, I go and take a nice long soak in the lava bath so that I can relax. When I get out of the bath, I am feeling much better and am ready to work on the staff. I don't need to do anything too fancy, just convert the detection spell into an enchantment. The main problem is providing the spell with enough mana to cover an entire city. Luckily, the wood of the staff is capable of containing that amount of mana. That means I just need to put a couple of mana-gathering formations on the staff itself. I carefully calculate how much mana will be needed and set the formations accordingly. When fully charged, the staff will definitely be able to cover an entire city with the detection spell. However, the recharge time will be a bit on the slow side, but that is intentional. This way, the staff will only be usable once a day, but that should be plenty. I mainly don't want to use any high-level enchanting techniques since the staff won't be protected. While I would hope the council would keep any mages from playing with it, I won't count on it. Doing it this way, the staff is still useful, but doesn't contain any major secrets. A good enough mage could probably copy my detection spell from the staff, but that doesn't worry me. After converting it to an enchantment, I have a couple of ideas on how to improve the spell, meaning I can have a better version long before anyone else could figure out the current one. Not that the detection spell is much of a secret, hence why I didn't use the weaker version. Still, I think that the council will be more than happy with the staff as it is. After all, they really shouldn't need to scan a city more than once a day. Chapter 1041. With that done, and out of the way, I go back to making and enchanting the bows. I managed to finish all of the bows as well, so I put 8 more into the crates. That completes what I promised to give to Zachariah for him to sell. Since I don't really have anything else to do right now, I start working on my core. I do have other things that I can work on, but most of them require brain power. Since I haven't really rested, meditating and working on my core is the best choice. Core Upgrade Progress by Finjas Sisharar. When Lynn arrives, I stop working on my core and go have breakfast with her. She brought the kids with her, so we all eat together, and then the kids go back to the ship. They apparently promised to help give the new elves tours of the ship. What are your plans for today, Lynn says. I was going to head to the library if nothing else is going on. How much longer do you think you will need in the library? Lynn says. To be completely done, probably a couple of weeks at least. Why? Because I am trying to figure out when we should leave. I can't just leave the ship sitting around for too long. Lynn says, why not? Because the longer it sits there, the more of a target it becomes. Those in the city might not touch it, but the empires can't ignore a warship like it. Lynn says, why do you say that? Because if either empire were to get a hold of our ship, It would directly affect the balance of power between them. I doubt they are ready to make a move this soon. But the longer we stay here, the higher the odds of one of them trying something, Lin says. The empires should both be aware that you are capable of magic that can level a city. I don't think they would dare to offend you. Are you sure you aren't just being paranoid? I don't know. Maybe I am. I just have this feeling that if we stay here too long, something will happen, Lin says. Well, I will trust your instincts. I will start prioritizing the more important knowledge in the library. I will get as much as I can, but I will be ready to leave whenever you say so. Thank you. I hope I'm just being paranoid. Lin says, I will go get to work. What are you going to do? I am going to take this staff to Almort and then check in with the ambassador to see how the gathering of elves is going. We will probably leave once they have been rescued. Lin says, okay. Since we are headed to the same place, I walk with Lin to the association. Once we are inside, she heads to the library while I head to find Almort. When I enter Almort's office, I find him sitting at his desk behind a stack of papers. Almort says, Ash, did something happen? Nope. I came by to hand over the staff. It can cover an entire city, but it can only be used once a day. Almort says, that fast? That is amazing. I thought it would take much longer. It wasn't that hard. I didn't have to come up with a new spell or anything. Almort says still, your skill and speed at enchanting is unbelievable. Anyway, I have an odd request. I don't know if it is possible, but I'd like the association to try and capture a demon alive. Almort says, what? Why? If I can study a live demon, I may be able to create an item that actively detects demons. At least, I am willing to give it a try if they manage to catch one. If not, no big deal. Almort says, I can't say if they will attempt it or not, but I will pass your request on to the council. I am sure that they will be interested in a detector, but that is all I can say for sure. That is fine. It is just an idea. They can decide if it is worth attempting it. Almort says, all right. I will let you know what they say. Is there anything else I can help you with? Nope, not at the moment. Almort says, let me know if you need anything. I say goodbye to Almort and then head to the diplomatic area of the association building. I request to meet with the ambassador, but I am told that I have to wait. 10 minutes later, someone else comes out of the office, and I am allowed to go in. Ambassador says, sorry for the delay. I wasn't expecting you. It is fine. I just wanted to ask about the progress of gathering the elves. Ambassador says we have gathered over 80 elves in the capital, but there are even more on the way. It seems that when the merchant group went through, there were a number of people who didn't want to sell their slaves to them. However, we are not asking, so we have a lot more elves than we expected originally. That is great news, Ambassador says. Of course that means it will take a few more days to gather them. However, my emperor believes that this amount of elves is a little beyond a single reward. I guess that is fair. What does your emperor want? Ambassador says he wants something to extend his life. Please, let me explain before you say anything. The emperor only has one child, a son, and he is not fit to inherit the throne. The emperor needs more time to raise his grandchildren in the hopes that one of them will be a fit heir. How old is the emperor? How much time does he need? Ambassador says, the emperor is currently 75 and his youngest grandchild is currently 6. He needs at least another 10 years. If he dies before he selects an heir, there will be civil war. Is the emperor healthy? Is it just age that concerns him? Ambassador says, considering his age, his health is surprisingly good. His body is relatively weak. But that isn't surprising. From all these questions, does this mean you can actually do such a thing? Yes, it is possible. However, there is no item that can do this. I would have to meet the emperor in person in order to do it. It would also require a sacrifice, preferably criminals or beasts. What I would do is steal the life force from the sacrifices and transfer it to the emperor. Ambassador says, that is amazing and also terrifying at the same time. However, I am sure that the emperor will agree. He desperately wants to prevent the empire from falling apart. If there was a civil war, the other empire would definitely invade. the entire region would descend into chaos. 赞赞赞, Chapter 1042, 赞赞赞. It is fine. You don't have to justify anything. This is a transaction. Understand. This is a one-time thing. I will only do this once and only for the Emperor. Ambassador says understood. I will make that clear when I report to the Emperor. Are there any other conditions or anything else you will need? No, nothing else. It will be best if we can set it up for the same time as I need to go pick up the elves. Ambassador says of course. I will report to the Emperor and arrange everything. Once everything is ready, I will let you know. All right. Just keep in mind that you need to keep things honest. If you betray me, I will have no problems burning your capital to the ground. Ambassador says, I understand. I will make sure the Emperor knows as well. For the procedure itself, do we need to keep it a secret? No, actually, it is best if there are a lot of witnesses. Otherwise, you will have to deal with rumors of the Emperor being replaced or consorting with demons. When he gains life force, he will look younger, probably by several decades. Ambassador says, true, that could cause problems. The Empire doesn't need that kind of confusion. Exactly. I will leave the arrangements to you. After saying goodbye to the ambassador, I head for the library to check on Lynn. She already has a huge pile of books on her normal table and is skimming through one of them. I sit down next to her, take out the Golem book, and start reading where I left off. Lynn says, aren't the elves in the city? Don't you need to keep an eye on them? They are, but between the rods and the adventurers, they should be fine. If one of the rods gets used, I will still sense it in here. However, I doubt anyone is going to try anything right now. No matter who it is, if someone tries something, they will become the council's target. With the council already in a bad mood, I doubt anyone wants to be noticed right now. Lynn says, I don't get how you can be paranoid one minute and so laid back the next. You don't. How many times have you called me crazy? It isn't that I am laid back. It is just I don't feel like anything is going to happen today. Besides, I wanted to spend some time with you. Lynn says, while you get points for being sweet, stop calling yourself crazy. Only I am allowed to call you crazy. I can't wait to watch you tell Miria and the goddesses that they aren't allowed to call me crazy anymore. Lynn says, Miria will be easy. We have an understanding. I admit that I am a little nervous about telling off the goddesses, but I will do it. I believe you. However, you don't need to. The goddesses are justified when they call me crazy. I don't mind it at all. Just the fact that you are willing to stand up for me makes me happy. I love you, Lynn says. You had better. I love you too now. Go away. I can't work with you here distracting me. Yes, ma'am. I stand up, lean over to give Lynn a long kiss, and then leave the library while laughing. As I make my way back to the castle, I send out my mana to check on the groups of elves. They are all doing fine, and I can't even find anyone that is following them. When I get back to the castle, I find that the huge stack of crates is gone, and no new ones have been left for me. Since the bows are already finished, that means that I don't have anything that I need to do. So I make myself comfortable on the tower roof and go back to my reading. Every dozen or so pages I will stop and send out my mana to check on the groups. I am really not expecting anything to happen, but it isn't like it costs me anything to check. When I finish the current book, I have some lunch and then start the next book. A lot of the information in this book is stuff that I already know, so I just skim through it. I plan to read all the books Lynn has about golems and then go back to the library to check their books. Once I have read everything that I can, then I will start experimenting. I also plan to experiment with creating an artificial spirit, but not until I have golems figured out. If I can create an artificial spirit for the castle, I can probably also create one for a golem. From what I have read so far, no one has ever even tried to make a living golem. My thought is to see if I can make a golem body that a spirit can control. If so, it would mean that Athena and Yui could have bodies to wander around in. Right now, it is just a thought. I will have to see how things go with the experiments. However, from my current knowledge of magic, it should be possible. It will just depend on whether or not I have enough time to work out how to do it. Right now, I don't have anything to do until I hear from the ambassador, which means that this is a good time for me to do the reading and start experimenting. How much I manage to accomplish will depend on how long the Empire takes to get ready. I imagine that once the Emperor hears my answer, things will move quickly. After all, It isn't like he is going to find anyone else that can preserve his life. At least, not without selling his soul, although I'm not sure if demons can actually do that either way. I am the Emperor's best bet, if what I was told is the truth. Speaking of, I should probably find out if the ambassador was telling me the truth. Zachariah's merchant group is probably my best bet to find out what is really going on in the Empire. So, when I finish the current book, I decide to take a break and go see Zachariah. Zachariah says, Ash, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. What is up? I was wondering if you know the current situation in the Northern Empire? Zachariah says, I may not know everything that is going on in the Empire, but I should know most of it. What are you looking for specifically? What is the situation with the Emperor and his family? Zachariah says, the Emperor is getting old, and he is not expected to live for much longer. He hasn't always been the kindest ruler, but in general he has been good for the Empire. Things are expected to get chaotic when he dies because of his son. What is wrong with his son? Zachariah says, he is regarded as an idiot who is only interested in women. I suggest you never let him see Lin. However, he unfortunately has a powerful faction within the Empire behind him. Jian Jian Jian? Chapter 104633. Let me guess. The leader of the faction thinks that he can control him once he becomes emperor? Zachariah says correct, but the faction is being careful and not making any big moves. They are waiting for the emperor to die. That figures. I assume that there are other factions who are opposed to the son becoming emperor? Zachariah says of course. All the other factions in the empire, of which there are quite a few, are against the son becoming emperor. However, that is the only thing that they agree on. Some factions are supporting one of the grandkids, others are supporting someone from a branch of the imperial family, and some are even supporting an end to the rule of the emperor. Luckily, those factions are few and small. You think ending imperial rule would be a bad thing, Zachariah says. From a business point of view, yes, absolutely. That kind of power transition would not happen quietly. If anything, it would be worse than the son becoming emperor. Do you think the Southern Empire would invade them? Zachariah says, if things get a little chaotic, they would probably nibble away at the border. If things get really chaotic, then yes, I can see them invading. The two empires are fairly equal in strength. Anything that weakens the Northern Empire would upset that balance. Isn't war good for business? Zachariah says. It can be, especially for weapon and food sales. However, a war between the empires would be bad for the city and bad for trade. We may not be part of the empire, but anything that affects the empire will also affect us. Then in your opinion, would the emperor living for another 10 years or more be a good thing? Zachariah says. If the emperor can live until his grandkids are old enough and names one of them as his heir, it would prevent most of the chaos. There would probably still be some fighting between the factions, but it wouldn't be too bad. However, I very much doubt that he can live for much longer. Even if his body doesn't give out, he probably won't live for much longer. You think that someone would assassinate the emperor? Zachariah says, yes. Most likely the son's faction. Time is against them. A son killing his father. This is why I hate politics, Zachariah says. Oh, it wouldn't be the son. He has no control over the faction behind him. If anything, he is the faction's puppet. Well, the emperor will have to figure that out. It is not my problem. Oh, do you know what faction the ambassador is? Zachariah says. He used to be an imperial faction, but now I believe he is part of a faction supporting one of the grandkids. Although, I don't know which one specifically. So that is why he was so excited when I said I could give the emperor more time. Zachariah says, you what now? With a laugh, I explained to Zachariah what I am going to do for the emperor. After that, we chat for a few more minutes, and then I return to the castle. I go back up to the tower roof and return to reading and keeping an eye on the groups. The main thing I am getting from the books now is different ways to make the golems. A lot of mages have tried different ways to make golems, but most of it focuses on combat ability. It doesn't look like anyone really worked on making the golems smarter. Then again, the mages in this world use golems differently than I am planning to. They have a mage control each golem, like a remote control car when they use them in battle. I don't have multiple mages to spare, so I need my golems to be able to act independently. On the other hand, I don't plan to go too far with it. I don't want to create a magical Skynet. Other than the spirit for the castle, I don't plan to make anything else sentient. What I want is to be able to make golems that I can program like I would a robot. The most I am aiming for is for them to be able to recognize friends and foes. Also, maybe understand basic tactics and follow orders. That should be enough. That is for later, though. I have a few more steps to take before I try that. For now, I still have a dozen or so more books to read, and that is before I even go to the library. The groups are doing fine, and the elves look like they are enjoying themselves. I keep an eye on them until the last group returns to the ship, and then I just read. I make it through 2 more of the books before Lynn comes back for dinner. I gate the kids over from the ship so they can eat with us and we can spend some time with them. After we are done eating, I spend some time playing with the kids before opening a soulscape. During the soulscape, I make sure to spend some time with Kachara, Asuna, Haku, and Eckhard. I feel really bad that it has been so long since I got to spend any real time with them. When I get back to the peninsula, I will do my best to make it up to all of them. After the soulscape, I put the kids to bed and then go take a lava bath. When I get out of the bath, I go find Lynn, and then we go to bed together. Once Lynn falls asleep, I enter into meditation and start working on my core. As I am working on my core, I keep switching between all of the techniques that I learned. I am mainly doing it to make sure that I don't forget any of the techniques. I am also thinking about trying something out, but I want to make sure the techniques work first. Since I was able to enchant the weapons while scanning the city, I want to try using 2 techniques at once. I feel like the capacity of my mind has improved lately, so I want to see what I can do with it. First, I go through all the techniques so I can make sure there are no problems. This also lets me know them a bit better so that I can find 2 that match up. If this is going to work, I need to use 2 techniques that complement each other. Once I have 2 techniques picked out, I focus my mind and try to use both at the same time. However, even though I am able to split my focus, using 2 techniques doesn't work. At least, using those 2 specific techniques doesn't work, but I don't give up. Instead, I try a different set of techniques, and when that doesn't work, I try another set. After trying all the combinations that I think should work, I am left stumped. None of them work, but from everything I know, I should be able to do this. Not wanting to give up, I start trying the combinations that I don't think will work. 简简简, chapter 1044, 简简简. For some reason, the less that I thought they would work, the more results I get. Something about my thoughts on how they should work together was obviously wrong. Once I realized that, I switched to the combination that I thought was the worst one. The 2 techniques are almost complete opposites, but they actually work. When it actually works, it surprises me so much that I lose my focus and have to start over. However, when I regain my focus and try again, it works even better than I had hoped. Core upgrade progress. Baifinjabashijyo, if it wasn't for all the time it took me to figure out how it works, I would have been able to rank up. However, I am quite satisfied with my progress by the time Lynn wakes up. The only drawback is that I find myself feeling really tired when I end my meditation. It isn't surprising since I was making my mind do 2 things at once for hours. I think that with some more practice, it will get easier and less tiring for me. Even if it doesn't and I have to rest more often, I still think it will be worth it. Even though Lynn is awake, we don't get out of bed right away. We stay in bed until the kids wake up. Then we get up and eat breakfast with the kids before Lynn leaves for the library. I escort the kids down to the dock to meet up with the first groups of elves. While I am there, I hand over the rest of the new bows that I made to Brightfire. I will let her decide who to give the bows to. She knows the warriors the best. After the groups leave the dock, I return to the castle and take my place on the tower roof. Once there, just like yesterday, I start reading and occasionally checking on the groups. A couple of hours pass, and then my reading is interrupted by the arrival of Zachariah's guy. He enters through the gate and then unloads a disturbing amount of crates. Luckily, when I check the crates, I find out that not all of them contain weapons. That is a good thing since that many weapons would take me days, or help from Lynn. Over half of the crates contain the metals that I asked Zachariah for. Now that I have those, I can start experimenting as soon as I am done reading. I put the materials away and take the weapons with me up to the tower roof. Unfortunately, working on the weapons and reading at the same time doesn't work. Surprisingly, Lynn takes a break and comes back to the castle to have lunch with me. I get the feeling that she could use some fresh air, so we have a picnic on the tower roof. After we are done eating, I try to convince her that she can take the rest of the day off, but she refuses. When she leaves to return to the library, I go back to working on the weapons. I was already done disenchanting them before Lynn showed up. Now I just have the enchanting left. It only takes me about an hour to finish the weapons and put them back in the crates. After they are done, I move the crates down by the gate, check on the groups, and then go back to reading. The book I am reading currently is entirely about the various types of joints. The mage who wrote the book spent a lot of time researching and experimenting with joints. I already had an idea of what I was going to do with the joints for my golems. After reading this book, I have already made some changes to my plans. This book is full of ideas for different types of joints and ways to make them. It even has several theoretical ideas, but the writer was unable to find anyone who could make the joints. Finding a blacksmith skilled enough is a major problem for most mages, but I don't have that problem. With my ability to manipulate metal, I can do things that blacksmiths can only dream of doing. In fact, I can probably do things with metal that even a Sendi Dan printer couldn't do. Once I am done reading, the first thing I will do is test out these theories. If they work, I could possibly create a golem that has better flexibility than a human. I will have to wait and see, but I have a good feeling about a couple of the theories. It makes me tempted to start experimenting immediately and forget the rest of the books. However, rushing like that is a bad idea, and I know it. I will have to be patient. Knowing my luck, I would experiment a bit and then immediately start making golems. Only later down the line would I go back to the books and find something that made me have to rebuild all of them. So, I force myself to ignore my curiosity and finish the book, then start the next one. There are no other interruptions, and I read until Lynn comes back from the library. At this point, I only have 2 more books to read through before I am done. Then, I will have to go to the library and see what books they have about golems. Lynn and I have dinner together, and then she heads into her tower to put the copied books away. While she is doing that, I go and take a nice, relaxing lava bath. When Lynn is done in the tower, I open the Soulscape and invite everyone. Lynn happens to ask about my plans for the castle spirit, so I show her and the others the Marvel movies. This leads to me having to answer a ton of questions, and it just gets worse after each movie. In the end, I have to explain all about superheroes and the culture behind them. It is actually a relief when I end the Soulscape and head to bed with Lynn. Since I am still feeling tired, when Lynn falls asleep, I join her and sleep until morning. With no kids to wake us up, we actually end up sleeping in quite late. When we finally wake up, we have breakfast in bed, but we still don't get up until noon. When I check, I find that the elven groups are already in the city, but they are fine. So, when Lynn leaves to head for the library, I just lay around and do some more reading. The crates have been picked up, but no new weapons were left for me to work on. Meaning that once again, I don't have anything that I need to do unless something happens. The last couple of days have been really quiet, and I am starting to feel a little bored. However, I am not going to tempt fate by trying to look for something to do. My plan is to read these 2 remaining books and then join Lynn at the library. If the library doesn't have too many books on golems, I might be able to start experimenting soon. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 1045, Jian Jian Jian. That is what I am currently looking forward to. I have all sorts of ideas that I want to try out. In fact, after watching Iron Man again, I am thinking about creating robotic arms for Jarvis to control. Not that I really need their help, I just think that it will be entertaining. In fact, I could easily expand the castle's basement and give myself an area just for working on golems. If I am going to have a Jarvis, don't I need a work area to go with it? It would be nice to have an area to keep some copies of books, just in case I need to refer back to them. After all, it won't always be convenient for me to borrow the books from Lynn. I certainly don't want to have to keep bugging her repeatedly while I am working on something. So, I decide to go ahead and expand the basement and make myself a workshop. While I am at it, I make a bunch of tunnels in the floor of the main level. I make them just big enough for the kids when they are shrunk, and run them all over the play area. This will add an extra obstacle for when the kids are playing tag or hide and seek. Come to think of it, the kids have probably memorized the entire play area by now. So, while I am at it, I completely rearrange the play area and add some new stuff. Come to think of it, the kids might prefer the ship because Athena can make the play area move around. If I am able to make Jarvis, I will need to make sure he can do the same. In fact, I should try and make sure he has the ability to manipulate the stone of the castle. That way he can make repairs and changes as needed so I don't have to. Once the workroom is done, I put my forge in it and add the proper ventilation. I don't really need it for blacksmithing, but it is still useful for making alloys. After that, I add a bookcase and make copies of the Gollum books that had useful information. Then I head up to the tower roof to read the last 2 books while keeping an eye on the elves. As I am reading, I hear the alarm bells go off, but it is the pattern for a ground attack. Out of curiosity, I send my mana to the city walls so that I can have a look. Surprisingly, there is a group of adventurers running back to the city and they are being chased. The demonic beasts chasing them are a mixed bunch, but they are all land Dan-based. Everything from the dogs I have killed before to what looks like the spawn of an elephant and a rhino. I was under the impression that different types of beasts didn't work together. Both the attack on the caravan and the previous attack on the walls that I saw were a single beast type. It makes me wonder what the adventurers did to piss off so many types of beasts. I highly doubt that they were stupid enough to have attacked multiple groups of beasts at once. From what Almort told me, only the best adventurer groups were allowed to enter the Demonlands, meaning they must have done something else that pissed off the beasts. The adventurers just barely managed to get to the walls before the beasts. Once the adventurers reach safety, the defenders handle the beasts easily. Even the massive beasts aren't able to do any damage to the walls and are just sitting ducks. Come to think of it, I've never examined the walls before. There must be something special about them. For them to be able to stop such massive beasts without taking damage is impressive. Either they are made of special stone, or there is a really powerful enchantment on them. However, I am not getting distracted right now. I need to finish these books. I will see about satisfying my curiosity later. For now, I continue reading. The first of the 2 books is decent, and when I finish it, I make a copy for my collection. The other book is just repeating information I have already read, so I go through it quickly. Once I am done, I take all of the Gollum books and put them in Lynn's tower. She has rearranged so I don't know where they go. So I put them on a table. Lynn will see them later and put them away, so I am not too worried about it. I check on the elven groups again and then head to the association building. Before going to the library, I head to check in with Almort and see if he knows about the adventurers. Almort says, "The adventurers that came back today." Yes, I heard about them. From what I heard, they found the ruins of a city, but before they could get closer, the beasts started chasing them. Am I right that it is unusual for that many types of beasts to act together? Almort says, "Yes, as far as I know, it has never happened before." That makes me really curious about those ruins. What are the beasts trying to protect? Almort says, "You are not alone. The council has already ordered an expedition to go back and take a look. Oh, can you let me know what they find? Also, would I be allowed to examine the city walls?" Almort says, "I will tell you as soon as I know anything. You can examine the walls if you want, but I am curious as to why you want to. Because I noticed that the beasts weren't able to do any damage to them, so I got curious," Almort says. "I can save you the trouble. They are made of special stone that can only be found in the Demonlands. At least, we haven't been able to find it anywhere else. However, it is not indestructible. The walls do get damaged. That makes me even more curious. Can I buy some of this stone?" Almort says, unfortunately, no. The stone is fairly rare, so all that we have is reserved for repairing the walls. There are adventurer groups that specifically go into the Demonlands looking for more stone. I can probably arrange for you to take a look at a sample of it, but that is it. That would be good, thank you. If it is something I can use, I can always go look for some myself. Almort says, "I can tell you that you won't find any close to the border. We stripped it completely to build the walls. Normally, I would say that it is too dangerous to go into the Demonlands alone, but I have seen how powerful you are. Don't worry. I won't go exploring the demon lands until my business here is finished. I am mainly just curious, Almort says. That is good. Is there anything else you need? Nope, just those two things. After talking with Almort, I head down to the library and ask about golem books. The library has a decent amount of books on golems, but I only take 5 of them. That is because other than those 5, I have already read the rest of them. 简简简, Chapter 1046. 简简简. I take the 5 books and head over to sit down next to Lynn at her table. Lynn greets me with a smile, but she doesn't stop working, and I try not to disturb her. I pick up the first of the books and start reading, hoping for some good information. Unfortunately, the first 2 books are just repeats of the information in other books. The third book is better and has some new information on golem cores. When I finish the book, I hand it to Lynn and ask her to make 2 copies. Lynn says 2? Why 2? 1 for your library and 1 for me. I have decided to keep a few books in case I need to refer back to them. Oh, you also don't need to bother with the golem books in this library. I am checking them. Lynn says, all right. Lynn makes the copies and puts one in her pouch and then hands the other to me. After putting the copy into my pouch, I start reading the 4th book. It ends up being all about golem cores and the enchantments for them. Most of the information in it is nothing new, but there are a few new ideas. It is also helpful in that all the information is in one place, so when I am done, I have Lynn make copies. Then I move on to the last book, but before I can start reading it, Lynn complains about being hungry. Lynn was planning to just eat from the pouch, but for a change of pace, I take her to the restaurant across the square. Both the service and the food are as excellent as I was expecting. After we are done eating, we return to the library to do a little more work. Lynn skims through a couple of more books while I read the last golem book. It turns out to be all about weapons and offensive enchantments that golems can use. So, I have Lynn make 2 copies, and then we head back to the castle together. Lynn immediately heads into her tower to add the new books that she copied. I head down to my workshop and also put my new books away, but the amount of books I have looks sad. In fact, the entire room looks rather empty and nothing like a workshop. Wanting to fix that, I first create a few tables and then a set of shelves. The tables still look kind of plain, but since I don't need tools, there isn't much I can do. It helps the room look better once I unload all the metals from my pouch onto the shelves. Thinking of Iron Man, I enchant one of the tables to maintain an illusion. This way, I can create an illusion of the golem that I want to build and let it float there. It isn't exactly something that I need, but it will look really cool in my opinion. Just as I am about to try it out, Lynn comes down the stairs to see what I am doing. I didn't tell her about the workshop, so she takes a good look around when she enters. Not that there is much to see, but she is nice and doesn't say anything about it. I head upstairs with her. Then I open up the Soulscape and invite everyone. This time, I am in the mood for something a little different, so I help the kids take on human forms. Then I recreate every amusement park that I ever went to and merge them together. At first, everyone is confused, but it doesn't take long for them to start to figure things out. Once that happens, everyone starts running around like crazy trying to experience everything. Everyone has a lot of fun, and no one stops until they are completely exhausted. Although, I do end up regretting my idea because Lynn is still tired when I end the Soulscape. She is so worn out that she falls asleep as soon as her head hits the pillow. However, seeing how much fun everyone had, I don't regret it too much. Since Lynn is asleep, I enter into my meditation and start working on my core. I am still using 2 techniques at once, and it is quite a bit easier this time. Although, I still have no idea why these 2 techniques worked together when the others didn't. Dine, dumb, core upgrade progress completed. Congratulations! You are now rank Shi. Rank Shi, HP 挣500, MP 挣500. Primary stats 挣100, evolution points 挣3. That was even faster than I expected. Using 2 techniques is faster than just double the speed. Now I just need to finish this rank to find out what is next. But I am worried. If it is like becoming a sacred creature, there will be a bottleneck that I need to break through. Without outside help, the bottleneck is probably going to be really difficult to deal with. However, the chances of me finding someone who can help me with it are pretty much nil. Considering I don't even know the name of the next level, how could I search for someone at that level? In the end, I am just going to have to figure out a way to break through on my own. I will just have to wait until I get there and see how bad the bottleneck is. For now, I just keep working on my core with 2 techniques until I feel Lin wake up. Core Upgrade Progress by Finjar Arshaba. Luckily, when Lin wakes up, she is in the mood to make up for last night. After a while of fooling around, we get out of bed and have breakfast together. Then, Lin leaves to head to the library, and I get ready to start experimenting. The first thing I want to do is play around with the theoretical joints, but I can't do that yet. Before I can do that, I need to play around with the metals I have and look for alloys. I need to pay attention to strength and flexibility to determine what will work best. However, thanks to my ability to control metal with mana, it is much easier to experiment. This is also where my forge comes in handy, because some metals react differently when heated. Playing around while looking for new combinations is actually really fun for me. After I have exhausted the possible combinations, I move on to creating the joints. Luckily, with my ability, even when the experiment fails, I am able to recover almost all of the resources. However, just as I am really getting into the experiment, I feel the castle gate being opened. At first, I am annoyed that my experimenting is being interrupted. But then, I realize that it is Almort. So I rush outside to greet him and see what news he has for me. As soon as he spots me, Almort holds out a chunk of what looks like white stone. Almort says, "Even with my authority, I was only able to get permission for you to look at it for an hour at most." Zan, chapter 1047 Zan. That is fine. That should be enough for me to figure out why it is so special and satisfy my curiosity. I take the chunk of stone when Almort offers it to me and scan it with my mana. However, I am instantly confused because while it looks like stone, it isn't. In fact, it is not even a real material. It is completely made up of mana. Almort, are you sure that this is what the walls are made of? There hasn't been a mistake somewhere? Almort says, "Of course I am sure. Why? Is something wrong? This isn't stone. It is made of mana." Meaning that it was made by someone? It is actually interesting. The mana is organized into a crystalline structure and then frozen somehow. Almort says, "Really? How is that possible? Does that mean it is left over from before the demons arrived?" I don't know. I can't tell anything more from such a small sample. However, it doesn't give off the feeling of extreme age. Almort says, "I will get you access to the wall. But is this really a big deal?" It absolutely is. If the wall is made of mana, that means it can be dispelled? What if this is a trap set by the demons? How long ago were the walls built? Almort says. I don't know. They were finished maybe 200 years ago. I have no idea when the construction was started. Would the demons really wait that long for something? Demons can live for a very long time. Don't underestimate their patience, Almort says. All right. I will take this to the council, but they will probably want to verify what you have told me. That is fine. I am in no rush, and it is their problem if they choose not to believe me. Almort says, I will go speak with them right now. I will let you know as soon as they make a decision. Almort leaves quickly, and I head back into my workshop to resume experimenting. Eventually, I find that none of the theoretical joints work, but I do learn from them. With what I learn, I manage to come up with some ideas for my own joint design. While reading, I notice that all the comments about maintenance are about things shaking loose. This is probably because none of the designs have any kind of shock absorption. That isn't too surprising, considering the technology level. But no one thought of using magic to deal with the problem either. I plan to put in some basic springs and also use an enchantment to deal with the problem. Between that and a repair enchant, I shouldn't have to worry about maintenance. I should only need to make repairs if the golem gets damaged in combat. In fact, if I improve the repair enchantment a bit, the golem would basically have regeneration. It wouldn't be much, but it would probably save me some materials. Considering that I plan to make a number of golems, it will be worth the effort. Besides, I came up with the repair enchantment using intent. It isn't a proper spell. Once I sit down and think about it, it only takes me a few minutes to make an improved version. As soon as it is done, I use it to replace the old repair enchant on the castle. Then, I go back to working on my design for a golem and experimenting. I am hoping to get all of the experimenting that I can out of the way before I make the first golem. even though I plan to make some servant golems first. I don't want to have to remake them later. Once I have done every experiment that I can think of, I finalize the design. Then, the first part of the golem that I make is the core so that I can work on programming it. However, I quickly run into a problem, and it actually isn't anything to do with the golem. The problem is that I want to make the first golem a gardener, but I don't know anything about gardening. I certainly don't know anything about the plants of this world or how to care for them. In order for me to be able to program the golem, I have to know the knowledge I want to give to it. That means that I need to go back to the library and read a bunch of gardening books. That sounds really boring, but it is either that or I have to give up on having a garden, which means I would need to figure out a magical way to keep the air in the castle fresh. While I could probably do that, there is a problem. I already told Lynn about adding a garden. I don't think that she would be too disappointed, but I don't want to disappoint her at all. Just as I am getting ready to leave, I sense someone enter through the castle gate. When I head outside, I find Zachariah's guy unloading a bunch of crates next to the gate. I wait until he is done and has left before I head to the association library. However, when I ask about gardening books, the librarians direct me to an entire section. It seems that thanks to the usefulness of magical herbs, gardening is a major subject here. Come to think of it, there were a huge number of plants in the auction. It looks like I need to figure out what I want in the castle and then research more specifically. Unfortunately, I have no idea what I want to grow in the castle. I know nothing about plants. I don't really need anything specific, but that might not be the case for Lynn. There might be some herbs or something that would be useful to her, so I go looking for her. Lynn says, "I'm surprised to see you here. I thought you would be down in your workshop experimenting until I came to get you. I would have been, but I ran into a problem. I can't program a gardener golem unless I know gardening. There are far too many plants for me to research all of them. So is there anything specific you would like me to grow?" Lynn says. "There are some herbs that would be useful, but they require high magic areas to grow." "Don't worry, I am pretty sure the castle qualifies," Lynn says. "That is true." "All right, I will make a list of what would be useful to me, but it is okay if you can't get all of them. Also, if you are planning to plant any trees, you should find some that the wood would be useful to you." "Good point. I will talk to Zachariah to see what he can get for me. Before that, lunch?" Lynn says, "Sure." So Lynn and I have lunch together, and then I head over to see Zachariah. Zachariah says, "Ash, what can I do for you? Was the shipment of metals not enough?" 简简简 Chapter 1048 简简简. No, it was fine. Actually, I have a list of plants here that I need seeds of. If you can get them, I also need some high-grade soil and a couple of seedlings of high-value trees. I am planning to plant them in my castle. Zachariah says, "I don't know what we have in stock, but I will get someone to check immediately." Thank you. Also, if you can find me care instructions for what you have, it will save me some time. Zachariah says, "Sure. I have a couple of people who are botany experts. I can have them prepare the information for you." Thank you. That will save me some time. As usual, you can take it out of my share. Zachariah says, "Sure, but it won't even make a dent in your profits. Things are going that well." Zachariah says, "Would you like to buy half the city?" "Really? Even with all the materials and everything?" Zachariah says. "The sales of the high-grade weapons and bows has gone better than even I imagined. So, I take it you are getting promoted?" Zachariah says, "Oh, absolutely. That is great," Zachariah says. "It is all thanks to you. Everything that has gone right lately is all because of you. Also, most of the things that have gone wrong, but that only affected the city. Not my business. Thanks, I guess." Zachariah says, "I will have everything I can find sent over to the castle. It shouldn't take more than an hour or so." "All right, that works." After leaving Zachariah's place, I head to the market to take a look around. Zachariah will find the special plants I need, but I also want some normal stuff. In fact, I am thinking that having flower beds on either side of the castle entrance might be nice. As I am shopping, I also realize that I will need to buy gardening tools for the golems to use. Sure, I could make them, but that seems like a waste of effort. They don't need to be high quality. I managed to find everything I need and want and still make it back to the castle before the delivery. Since seeds can't be put into storage, it is actually 2 wagons that show up. It seems that they even kept the soil out of storage, but I don't know if that was necessary. Zachariah said he had experts in botany, so I will just trust that they know what they are doing. To spare the workers the effort, I move everything out of the wagons using my mana. Once the wagons are empty, one of the guys hands me a small handwritten book. It contains the details and care instructions for every plant they found for me. They also labeled each packet of seeds, which helps since they all look the same to me. After the wagons leave, I head back inside and start reading the small book. It doesn't take me long to read the whole thing, and then I go back to working on the golem core. However, I haven't gotten far when I change my mind and make a second core. Then I work on the programming for both at the same time. I want them to work together. 2 golems just for gardening might be overkill, but I want the practice. Doing the programming actually ends up being easier than I was expecting. It turns out that the programming is based on knowledge of the magical language. As such, it seems that I was worried for nothing. I have a huge advantage. My advanced knowledge of the magical language makes programming the golems easy. In fact, I am able to do much more complex programming than I was hoping. The hardest part is converting the gardening knowledge into the magical language. In the end, I have to create new words in the magical language to make it work. I am guessing that no one has ever tried to use magic to make gardening automatic before. Or if they did, they didn't bother to share their knowledge with other mages. Once the programming is done, the cores are ready, so I start working on the bodies. The only hard part of making the bodies is that every piece has to be shaped perfectly. It requires me to focus very intently for the entire time I am shaping the metals. It takes me a long time to make all of the various parts for the 2 golems. Before I can start assembling them, Lynn comes down the stairs into my workshop. It seems that a lot more time has passed than I had thought. "It must be time for dinner," Lynn says. "I figured I would find you down here. Do you even know what time it is?" "Nope, not a clue. I am guessing it is dinner time," Lynn says. "That was a couple of hours ago." "Oh, did you already eat?" Lynn says no. I lost track of time as well. I am starving. With a laugh, I put down the part I just finished making and head upstairs with Lynn. Using the pouch, I lay out dozens of dishes, enough to feed a small army. We both dig in straight away. I didn't realize how hungry I was until I smelled the food. Lynn says, "I saw the huge pile of stuff outside. I take it that the plan for the garden is going well?" "Yeah. The golems should be done tomorrow, and I will have them set up the gardens and plant the seeds." Lynn says, "That is good, assuming that the golems work out. What is next?" "Until the Empire tells me that they are ready, I plan to keep playing around with golems. Next, I want to see if I can make a golem that Athena can use as a physical body. That way she could help do more than just control the ship. I also think that she would enjoy having a body." Lynn says, "Wait, doesn't Athena already have a body?" "No. What you see on the ship is just a projection. If she wants to interact with an object, she has to use magic. Technically, the ship itself is her body. This would just be a puppet that she could use." Lynn says, "Oh, I didn't realize. Did you ask Athena if she wanted a body?" "No. I didn't want to get her hopes up before I knew if I could do it. It isn't like I will make her use it if she doesn't want to. However, I am pretty confident that she will like it. In fact, if it works, I plan to make one for Jarvis when I make him and another for Yui when we return to the peninsula." Lynn says, "Why are you worried about it working? It doesn't sound like it would be that complicated." "Because for it to work the way I am planning, the golem's core will need to be tied directly to the ship's core. Not only will that make the golem part of the ship, but it will allow Athena to control it like it is her actual body. It is just that I have never tried to link 2 cores together, so I can't be sure it will work." Jian, chapter 1049, Jian. Lane says, "All right, that does sound complicated. Unfortunately, that is not anything I have experience with. You are way ahead of me when it comes to cores. The servants that I made for my house didn't even have cores. It is all right. I already have a plan. The 2 gardeners I am making will be linked together. If that works, then I will have the basis of how to link a golem to the ship." Lynn says, "Sounds good. If there is anything that I can do to help, let me know." "Of course. If the experiment fails, I will probably need some help coming up with other ideas. Lynn says, your experiments normally work out, but I will try to think of something just in case. Although, can't you just steal an idea from anime like you normally do? I would, but I can't think of any anime or movies that have something similar enough for me to steal. I can think of a few that had spirits or artificial spirits, but they didn't do anything like this with them. Lynn says, so you are working completely off your own ideas? Isn't that dangerous? Haha, you are lucky you are so cute, Lynn says. Oh, and here I was thinking that you were the lucky one. To get out of answering her, I quickly open up the Soulscape and invite everyone. However, everyone immediately wants to continue watching the Marvel movies, so, once again, I am stuck trying to answer all of their questions after every movie. Unfortunately, as a kid, I never got into reading the comics, so I can't show them the origins. All I can do is to try and explain using words, which doesn't work out so well. It is really hard to try and explain how the culture of my old world works. Finally, we finish the last movie. Or at least the last movie I saw before I was summoned. However, the girls and the kids aren't satisfied and immediately start asking for more movies. When I explain that there are no more movies, they demand other movies. It seems that the movies are far more interesting to them than the anime is. I can't really blame them. Just because I love anime more than anything doesn't mean I expect others to. Besides, they are all curious about my world and movies show a better glimpse into it. Since no one seems tired yet, I go ahead and show them some other movies. Just to mess with Lynn. Next, I start to show them the Transformer movies. It should be enough for me to tease her later about making transforming golems. Now that I think about it, that might not be such a bad idea. Although not to that size. Although, I think I will leave crazy ideas like that until after I take care of everything else. Then again, groups of golems being able to merge into a giant killing machine could be fun. However, I doubt that my current skills would be up to that. Nor do I have enough materials. Depending on how things go, that may be something I can consider at a later date. For now, I will just keep to teasing Lynn about it, at least until she gets mad at me. After a couple of movies, everyone is looking tired, so I end the Soulscape. As soon as the Soulscape closes, Lynn changes her clothes into a skin-tight leather bodysuit. She must have noticed the way that I was staring at Black Widow in the movies. When she turns and heads upstairs to the bedroom, I immediately chase after her. Later, after Lynn has fallen asleep, I enter into meditation and start working on my core. I use the two techniques and work on my core until Lynn wakes up in the morning. Core upgrade progress. By Funjabashi once Lynn wakes up. We have breakfast together, and then she heads to the library. After she is gone, I head down to the workshop and begin assembling the two golems. I work on the golems for a few hours before someone arriving at the gate disturbs me. At first, I think it is just a delivery, but when I check with Mana, I find that it is Zachariah. Since he has come himself, I head outside to meet him and see what he wants. What is up, Zachariah? Zachariah says, I brought some weapons for you to enchant, but I also heard something weird that I thought you should know about. What is it? Zachariah says, are you familiar with the Magic Kingdom? Yes, I know about them. Why? Zachariah says, well, I got word through the group that a large delegation has left the kingdom and is supposed to be heading here. They claim to be coming to purchase a large quantity of demonic beast materials, but they have never done that before. Yeah, that is probably a lie. How long until they get here? Zachariah says. I don't know. I only just heard about it. I can probably find out, though. Is it important? Yes, they are probably coming here for me. Or for Lynn. Zachariah says, all right. I will find out what I can. I take it you have had some issues with them before. Yeah. According to them, I stole Lynn from them. I also may have dropped an island on some of their troops. I also hacked and destroyed their school, but they probably don't know that that was me. Zachariah says, you what? Really? It sounds like you don't like the Magic Kingdom very much. Actually, the auction that I went to there was really fun. I don't really have a problem with the kingdom itself, but some of the mages deserve to die, Zachariah says. Luckily, I have never met any of them, so I will take your word for it. What are you going to do? If possible, I would like to leave before they get here and avoid having to deal with them. Zachariah says, all right, I will find out what I can and let you know. Thanks. Also, don't mention this to Lynn before we know more. No reason to worry her. Zachariah says, would Lynn be worried? She would worry about what I was going to do. I don't like the idea of people targeting her. Zachariah says, that makes more sense, and I can't say I blame you. Okay, I won't tell her. I will make this a priority. Thanks. Zachariah leaves. But before I can return to the workshop, Almort arrives. He is here to take me to check the wall, so I leave the castle and follow him. He doesn't say much on the way to the wall, but he looks fairly worried. I am guessing that the council verified what I said about the stone. Almort says yes. Now we need you to figure out what exactly is going on, please. chapter 1 Sure, no problem. Almort stays quiet the rest of the way to the wall and I leave him alone. He is obviously worried, and he has every right to be. Something is fishy about this. When we get to the wall, I walk straight to it and put my hands on it so I can scan it with my mana. Almort deals with the guards that are supposed to keep people away from the wall. Meanwhile, I am trying to make sense of what my scan is telling me. It is a lot of information. The mana that makes up the wall is in a crystalline structure, but it is different from the small piece I studied before. The structure throughout the wall is all organized and forms a pattern, which means that something changed the structure. It makes me even more suspicious. The problem is that there is a purpose to the pattern that I am having trouble figuring out. It seems to be a spell, but I can't quite figure it out. There seems to be something missing. Trying to figure out what the spell does without being able to see all of it is difficult. However, it also makes sense. The wall won't do anything until the last piece is added. Of course, that last piece being added would probably be a bad thing for the city. Whatever the spell does, I do figure out that the more stone is put together, the bigger the spell gets. Even if I can't figure out what it does, the method used is really impressive. Almort says, what have you found? The entire wall is a spell, but I haven't figured out what the spell does yet. The more stone that is added, the bigger the spell gets. It is a really unique way of using magic. I need to study it for longer. Almort says, at this point, it doesn't matter what it is meant to do. It means that we can no longer trust the wall and need to work on contingency plans. Don't do anything drastic just yet. Let me see what I can figure out first. Despite my request, I notice Almort sending a guard running off with a message. I ignore him and go back to studying the spell that the wall is supposed to create. First, I figure out what part of the spell holds the wall together and makes it so strong. Then I separate the rest of the spell and start figuring out what each piece does. Surprisingly, part of the spell is used to draw in natural mana to maintain the wall and strengthen it. The longer the wall stands, the stronger it will get, and the more mana it will contain. What is left after that is removed is half of a spell that I can somewhat recognize. I can't tell which specific spell it is, but I can tell that it is an explosive type spell, meaning that when the last part of the spell is added, the entire wall will blow up. So, I've got good news and bad news. Almort says, what is the good news? I've figured out the entire spell and what it is meant to do, Almort says. All right. Then what is the bad news? If the final part of the spell is added, the entire wall will explode and take half of the city with it, Almort says. What? Please, tell me you are joking. I'm afraid not. I don't recognize the exact spell, but I can tell it is an explosive spell. However, until the last part of the spell is added, nothing will happen. Almort says, oh gods, we are going to have to tear the wall down and build a normal one. This is a disaster. Maybe, maybe not. I might be able to do something, but I need to study the wall some more first. Almort says, I've got to go report to the council. We need to start preparing other plans in case you can't figure something out. All right, I will be right here. Almort runs off looking extremely worried, but I can't really blame him. I go back to studying the wall and start trying to think of ways to alter the spell. Since the spell isn't complete, there might be a way to complete it with a different result. It is kind of like casting a spell, but switching to a different spell in the middle of it. Luckily, I have time to sit and study the spell instead of trying to do it on the fly. Unfortunately, the wall is too big for me to change the spell that is already there. I can only choose what to add. Whatever I add has to start out matching what is there and then twist to a new effect. This is really not my area of expertise, so I ask one of the guards to go ask Lynn to come over. When she arrives, I quickly explain what is going on and describe the spell in detail. Lynn says, I recognize the spell, but turning it into something non-Zan explosive will be difficult. Do you have any ideas? Explosive is okay if we can keep it from affecting the city. Anything that can be contained? Lynn says, contained no. Directed, maybe. Directed could work. If you have a spell in mind, teach it to me. Lynn says, I think I know one that might work, but I'm not completely sure. All right, teach it to me and I will see what I can do with it. Lynn takes about half an hour and teaches me 2 spells that can work with the wall. Neither one, if left alone, would be a good thing for the city, but I plan to modify one. There is no way that I can think of to turn it into something harmless, but I just need to protect the city. Really, all I need to do is to release all the built-up energy slowly instead of all at once. If I can do that, then the surrounding buildings of the city should be mostly safe. By the time Almort returns, I have a pretty good idea of how to bring down the wall. Almort says, our mages have confirmed what you found, but they don't have any ideas on how to fix it. The council has ordered for all buildings within 2 blocks of the wall to be evacuated. Have you found anything that will help? Yes. With Lynn's help, I have found a way to bring the wall down. However, I can't be 100% sure that it will work. There is another problem. It will be visible for miles. So, if we do this, you will need to be prepared for demonic beasts to be attracted to it. Almort says, just how visible are we talking? It will probably be a wall of fire that reaches the sky and will last for an hour or more. Almort says, all right. We will definitely need to make preparations before that. We will probably need to have the adventurers make a sweep and clear out the demonic beasts before we destroy the wall. 简简简 Chapter 1051简简简 You may need to consider tearing down some buildings and start construction of a new wall. Even if you wipe out all the nearby demonic beasts, there is a good chance more will come. Almort says, why do you say that? Because I doubt that the demons will just sit still. Keep in mind that things have been quiet because the demons wanted to convince you that they were almost extinct. When they see their trap being destroyed, they will probably make a move. We should wait to destroy the wall until you are fully prepared, Almort says. That is a good idea, but it is also a risk. What if the demons realize that something is going on and detonate the wall? We can't guarantee that we got all of their spies. It will also be a risk not to have any walls. The council will need to weigh the risks and decide which way they want to do this. Almort says, all right. I will take this to the council and see what they decide. What are you going to do? Well, there is nothing else I need to do here for now, so I am going to return to the castle. Once the council makes its decision, let me know. I have figured out the spell so I can cast it whenever you want me to. Almort says, okay, thank you. I will let you know as soon as the council makes a decision. With that, I take Lynn with me and we find a restaurant to have some lunch. After we eat, Lynn heads back to the library and I return to my workshop in the castle. Now I can finally finish assembling the 2 golems and find out if they work. Or at least that was what I thought. But about an hour later, I am disturbed yet again. This time, it is the ambassador at the gate, so I head outside to see what he wants. Welcome, ambassador. What can I do for you? Ambassador says, I am here to inform you that all of the elves have been gathered in the capital. We have also arranged for 50 prisoners who have been sentenced to death. We are ready whenever you are. All right. I will leave in the morning and should arrive in the afternoon at the latest. Please warn your people that I will be in my normal form when I arrive. I will not be happy if I get shot at. Ambassador says understood. I will inform them. We will lock the city down and do our best to make sure nothing goes wrong. Although, to be honest, we do expect some people to try and make trouble during your visit. Just make sure you protect the elves. Me being attacked I can forgive. Something happening to the elves won't be forgiven. Ambassador says the elves are currently being housed in the palace and are under the protection of the Imperial Guard. They are as safe as we can make them. They are being well fed and cared for. However, some are not in the best of shape. That is not our doing, but the doing of their previous owners. Those previous owners should feel blessed that I don't have the time to track them down and give them the deaths they deserve. Ambassador says some of them are already dead. They were killed when they tried to refuse the imperial order to hand over the slaves. If you really want the others dead, that can probably be arranged. Yes, I want those that abused the elves dead. What is the price? Ambassador says, I will check into it and get you an answer. That is not something that I can decide on my own. It will depend on if any of those people are important and what faction they are a part of. All right. Thank you. The ambassador leaves and I return to my workshop to work on the golems. Luckily, this time there are no more interruptions and I am able to finally finish the golems. Then, I activate them and start running tests to look for any problems. I have to go back and make some changes to the programming, but I was expecting that. In fact, I am pleasantly surprised that I don't have to completely reprogram them. I just have to fix a few things and put in some things that I forgot to add. The link between the two of them actually works pretty well, but there is room for improvement. It was definitely a good idea to test it this way before trying to link a golem to the ship. I will have to be really careful about how I modify the ship's core. Otherwise, it could affect Athena. In fact, it would probably be a good idea to make Jarvis first and link him to a golem. As an artificial spirit, it should be easier to correct any mistakes I make. That is assuming that I can make an artificial spirit with what I have learned so far. I think I should be able to, but it is going to have to wait until I get back from the Empire. I don't want to start a new project and then have to stop in the middle of it. So, for now, I set the two golems to go and start setting up the gardens. Then I follow them and keep an eye on them to make sure nothing goes wrong. I copied the gardening information into them. Now I just have to hope it works. At least they are using the tools properly, and so far there are no problems with their joints. There is one tool that I ended up making myself instead of buying, the watering can. That is because I wanted it to be ever full and to produce mana-enriched water. Considering how special some of these plants are, I figured it was a good idea. The golems fill the garden beds with soil and then start planting the seeds according to the blueprint I came up with. With the quality of the soil, I shouldn't need to add any fertilizer at the moment. However, it is something that I will need to acquire at some point soon. I would prefer not to use normal fertilizer, but right now I am not sure what options I have. It is not the kind of thing I would normally have to think about, but the book says it is important. The waste from magical beasts is supposed to be the best, but I wasn't planning to keep animals. Technically, mine and the kids' waste would work, but that would just be weird to me. I will have to wait and think of something later, or I will just have to use normal fertilizer. I am glad to see that the golem's movements are getting smoother as they work. When I programmed them, I knew that my knowledge wasn't good enough. So, I programmed them to learn on their own and improve themselves. Of course, it is limited. They can't make changes to their core programming. 渐渐渐. Chapter 1052, 渐渐渐. I am not dumb enough to leave the golems without some form of safety measures. Part of their programming that can't be changed is a shutdown command. They can only learn to a certain extent, just enough to improve their movements and gardening. This is important for me to test out before I make any combat-capable golems. Combat golems being able to learn is important, but I also need to be sure they won't go nuts. The gardening golems are the ones that I expect to have problems. They are the test models. However, even if something goes wrong with them, they can't do much damage. In fact, if something goes wrong, then it will give me the chance to test the safety measure. Although so far, the golems are operating just fine, but that is just for now. I will have to wait a while to see how the programming holds up over time, and if any errors occur. It will also take some time to see if the plants are going to grow properly in this environment. With the amount of mana in the castle, that is not a concern, but the air is. For one thing, I don't know if this number of plants is going to be enough to keep the air fresh. I also don't know if the few of us who spend time here will generate enough cur for the plants. Unfortunately, I just don't know enough about plants and how they work. Since I have nothing else that I need to do, I start working on the weapons that Zachariah brought over. I keep an eye on the golems while I am working, but they are still doing fine. Once all the seeds are planted and watered, the golems go into a standby mode. After all, it is not like they can work continuously. there is nothing left to do. Until the seeds start growing, all they have to do is water them once in a while. Although, I should add more tasks for the golems to do. That way any problems will show up faster. The problem is that since the castle cleans itself, I can't think of any tasks for them to do. The golems passively absorb mana from the surroundings, so they don't need to recharge. If there was something for them to do, they could stay active at all times without a problem. They aren't capable of anything that would use mana faster than they can absorb it. When I build some combat golems, they will probably be a different story. For now, I just leave them in standby mode and finish enchanting the weapons. All of the weapons are done by the time Lynn comes back from the library. While we are eating dinner, I explain to her my plan to go visit the Empire. I also teach her the spell that I redesigned, just in case Allmort needs to destroy the wall while I am gone. Lynn says, "How long will you be gone? Do you want me to go with you?" I should only be gone for the day. I will gate back at night. I want you to stay here and keep an eye on things. I don't know how long it will take the council to decide what they want to do. Lynn says, "All right. Just be careful, okay? Watch your back around all those politicians. Don't worry. I won't be trusting anyone, not even the Emperor." Lynn says, "I saw that the gardens got planted. I take it the golems are finished." "Yeah, they are. So far, they are working properly." Lynn says, "That is good. It also explains why you weren't hidden away down in the workshop. So, what is the next project?" "Next, I am going to try to make the artificial spirit for the castle, but I don't want to start it until I get back." Lynn says I completely understand. I hate being interrupted when I am in the middle of something. Yeah. Anyway, once I get the elves, we can start planning to leave. Zachariah told me today that there is a delegation from the Magic Kingdom heading this way and I want to leave before they get here. Lynn says, "There is. The kingdom doesn't send out delegations. They must be coming for us. Leaving before they get here is probably for the best, but they may not let that stop them. You told the council about the peninsula, so it is possible for them to try and follow us." "Yeah, it is possible, but if they do then, I will kill them. If they turn back, then they get to live. This way it is their choice." Lynn says, "Fair enough. I am ready to leave at any time. It just means less books will be copied. Zachariah is going to find out when they will be arriving. We should have a few more days at least. I would prefer to help Allmort and the council deal with the wall before we leave if possible," Lynn says. "Okay, I will keep copying books until it is time to leave. Is there anything else you want me to do?" "Not that I can think of at the moment. If there is, I will let you know." Lynn and I finish eating. Then I open up a Soulscape and invite everyone. I start the next movie, and then take Brightfire aside and tell her to prepare for a lot of elves to gate in tomorrow. I can leave it to her to inform Stillwater and get everything prepared. After that, we rejoin the group and go back to watching movies with them. After each movie, I still have to answer a ton of questions. So, it is a relief when I end the Soulscape. Lynn goes to put the book she copied into the tower, and I go down to take a bath. Making myself this lava bath was definitely one of the best ideas I have had. Not that my life has been all that stressful lately, but it still feels great to relax. After my bath, I go find Lynn, then I carry her to bed, and after a couple of hours, we go to sleep. I decided to sleep just to make sure that I don't make a mistake tomorrow. If some elves got hurt because I was tired and did something stupid, I would never forgive myself. Besides, delaying working on my core for a day won't make much of a difference. In the morning, I wake up, have breakfast with Lynn, and then send her off to the library. After she is gone, I drop shapeshift, take off from the roof, and fly towards the east. I know where the capital is from maps, and it should only take me a couple of hours to get there. I fly high and don't bother scanning for resources. All I do is keep an eye out for beasts. There shouldn't be many flying beasts that want to challenge something my size, but there might be a few. Besides, on this trip, it is probably going to be safer to be paranoid the entire time. 渐渐渐, Chapter 1053, 渐渐 Sat. Doubt that they have managed to keep the plan to save the Emperor a secret, meaning the factions opposed to him will do anything they can think of to stop me. I wouldn't put anything at all past those who are hungry for power. If they can't get to the Emperor before I arrive, then the next best bet is to stop me, or to upset me enough that I refuse to help the Emperor, which means targeting the elves. Hopefully, The people on the Emperor's side have realized this and made proper preparations. I will just have to wait and see how things go when I get there, then react accordingly. On my way there I do see a few flying beasts, but they all fly away when they see me. Surprisingly, the trip to the capital is quiet and uneventful, but that doesn't make me relax. As I fly over the capital, I am fully prepared to be shot at, and I don't get disappointed. Although, it is only a few arrows and the people firing at me get jumped pretty quickly. Of course, I don't let the arrows hit me, but I don't take it all that seriously. Even if the arrows are poisoned, it won't matter since I doubt they could pierce my hide. Even if they did, I trust that I am tough enough to handle whatever poison they used. I was more worried about being shot at by siege engines or attacked with magic. The Imperial Palace is not hard to find. It is in the very center of the city. It is a huge building surrounded by gardens and courtyards. It even has a golden dome on top. Rather than a palace, it makes me think of a university campus. As I circle the palace to take a look, a few more arrows are fired at me. But they can't hit me. I notice that one of the courtyards is surrounded by soldiers. I guess that is where they want me to land. As I land, several armed people come rushing out, but the guards cut them down without hesitation. Captain Chu says, "Welcome, Lord Ash. I am Captain Chu of the Emperor's Imperial Guard." "Hello, Captain. It looks like you have had a busy couple of days," Captain Chu says. "Yes, we have. The factions have been at each other's throats for a while. It was inevitable that conflict would break out. So, my arrival was just the trigger to start things off." Captain Chu says, "Yes, exactly now. I am afraid that I have to be rude and ask you to take on a smaller form. Not all of the corridors in the palace are big enough for you as you are. My apologies." "It is fine." I shapeshift into my human form, and then Captain Chu leads me into the palace. The rest of the guards form up around me. There are about 50 of them. I don't ask where we are going first. I am curious to see how the Emperor is going to act. To my surprise, they take me to the elves first, although it looks more like a military camp. The elves are in a series of rooms, but there are over 100 Imperial guards around the rooms. I am happy to see that they have taken the protection of the elves seriously. There are 217 elves in total, and the Empire looks to have treated them well. After I make sure there are no magical spying devices set up, I open the gate to the ship. Stillwater and Brightfire come through as soon as the gate opens, and I leave it to them to convince the elves. Things go well, and soon the elves are making their way through the gate in an orderly manner. It still takes about a half of an hour to get all of them through it, but that is understandable. Brightfire leaves last, and as soon as she is gone, I close the gate and turn to the captain. "All right, Captain, take me to your leader." The guards who had been protecting the elves join my protection detail, so I am escorted to the throne room by what feels like a small army. When the huge double doors that lead into the throne room open, I see that the room is packed. The throne room is huge, and the walls are covered in gold, but it is hard to see anything else. There are nobles and politicians crowding both sides of the room, and there are hundreds of them. There are also hundreds of Imperial guards in the room, keeping an eye on everyone. The guards are lining the walls, and there is also a solid line of them in front of the throne. There are also a couple more guards standing behind the throne, but their armor is more ornate. The throne itself is massive, sitting on a raised platform, and made completely of gold. To be honest, it looks really uncomfortable, but comfort isn't its purpose. It was created to be intimidating, and it succeeded, but it is wasted on the man sitting in it. The Emperor is a small, old man who looks like a raisin that has been bleached. His hair and beard are completely white, and the fancy robe he is wearing looks too big for him. He was probably a big, energetic man in his youth, but now he has mostly wasted away. However, despite looking like he could die any second, he still has an aura of authority around him. It is obvious from how everyone else is acting that he is the one in charge, despite how he looks. Even the powerful-looking nobles keep constantly glancing towards the Emperor. Any movement that the Emperor makes is noticed and analyzed by everyone in the room. When the doors open, the nobles move aside and open a path to the Emperor. Most of the Imperial guards that came with me stay outside when I walk in. As I am walking down the path towards the throne, a noble suddenly draws a dagger and steps behind me. However, Before he can stab me, Captain Chu draws his sword and cuts the noble down in a single movement. No one in the throne room seems surprised by this, and most of them don't even react. I noticed the noble when he moved, but I wasn't worried and wanted to see how people would react. I was hoping that whoever was behind the attack would give themselves away, but they didn't. They were either expecting the attempt to fail or simply don't care about the noble who died. There are probably a lot of politics going on behind the scenes, but I don't want to get into it. I fully intend to do what I promised, and then get out of here and let them fight it out. If it wasn't for the elves, I wouldn't care at all what happened to the Empire. As far as I am concerned, the world would probably be a better place if they all killed each other. 减减减 Chapter 1054减减减 However, I have a promise to keep, so I keep walking forwards and ignore the nobles. The line of guards before the Emperor parts and allows me through, then closes behind me. I hear gasps from among the nobles when I arrive in front of the Emperor and don't kneel. Emperor Rathburn says, "Welcome, King Ash. Thank you for coming." "You're welcome. First, I will need to stabilize your health so that you can survive the shock of growing younger. Are the prisoners ready?" Emperor Rathburn says, "They are. You have permission to approach and touch me. My guards will not try to harm you." With a nod, I step up onto the platform and stop next to the throne. Then I touch the Emperor's hand. I scan him with my mana, then remove a poison and cure 2 diseases. Then I revitalize the Emperor and feed his body enough energy to bring him to optimal health for his age. Emperor Rathburn says, "Amazing. I already feel better than I have in years. Thank you." "No problem. Did you know that you had already been poisoned? It is actually a very interesting poison." Emperor Rathburn says, "What? No, I was not aware. How is it interesting?" "The poison doesn't actually do anything when it enters your body. It only kills once you stop receiving doses of the poison for a number of days. From the amount you had in your system, I would say someone has been poisoning you for over a year." Attendant says, "I recognize the poison you are describing. It is very rare. We should be able to track who in the palace purchased it." Emperor Rathburn says, "Good, do it. I want whoever poisoned me found and executed." That aside, you are ready for the next step. We need the prisoners now. In response, the Emperor signals with his hand and a side door of the throne room opens. The 50 prisoners are led out and each one is being held by 2 Imperial guards. They bring them out and stand them before the throne just past the line of guards. I step down from the platform, touch the first criminal, and use Drain Touch. However, I hold the life force in place and don't let it merge with mine. The rest of the prisoners and the crowd all react to seeing the first prisoner die. Watching someone shrivel up and turn into a dried-out husk causes a lot of reactions. The rest of the prisoners look terrified and start trying to struggle. Among the nobles, there are exclamations and gasps of shock. Some of them even puke. However, I ignore all of them and just move on to drain the next prisoner. The Imperial guards were ready, and all of the prisoners' struggles are fruitless. All that the prisoners can do before they die is scream, cry, and beg. Of course, 50 prisoners provide way more life force than the Emperor needs. After all, I doubt that making him into a kid again would go over well with the Empire. I plan to reduce the Emperor's age by around 40 years, and then keep the rest for myself. As I am draining the prisoners one by one, an officer comes in to report to the Emperor. It seems that a large group of armed men have attacked the palace. However, the Imperial Guard was ready and repelled them with ease. Several nobles suddenly attacked the guards, but the guards handle them fairly easily. This being the throne room, the nobles were only able to sneak in small daggers. Against a fully armed and armored opponent, they are like children attacking adults. None of this distracts me as I continue sucking the life out of the prisoners. The Emperor also remains perfectly calm. He probably anticipated these attacks. As I drain the life out of the last prisoner, I can't help but let out a chuckle. Emperor Rathburn says, "Is something funny?" Each of the prisoners had been poisoned with a different poison. Someone was obviously hoping that one of the poisons would be transferred with the life force. Emperor Rathburn says, "Is there a problem? Do we need more prisoners?" "No, everything is fine. Only something like a soul poison would be able to infect the life force. As I am explaining, I return to stand next to the throne and touch the Emperor again. Then I start to slowly transfer the life force into him, and everyone watches in awe. Before their eyes, the Emperor slowly gets younger and healthier looking. The Emperor's wrinkles fade bit by bit, and his hair slowly regains its color. He also regains some mass, and by the time I am done, his robe fits much better. When I am done, the Emperor looks to be in his late 30s or early 40s. Once I finish, the Emperor stands up and stretches. He has a huge smile on his face. Out of curiosity, I send my mana out to see if the attack is still going on. It isn't. Most of the attackers are dead, but I do see something that makes me frown. Emperor Rathburn says, "King Ash, thank you. Now I can have the time to raise one of my grandchildren into a proper heir. Not to mention that today's events will allow me to clean out some of the corruption in the capital." "You're welcome, but there is a problem. I was promised all of the elves that the Empire had located." Emperor Rathburn says, "Yes, you were, and you should have already collected all of them. What is the problem? I can sense that there are still 15 elves in that side of the palace. Why were they not brought with the others?" The Emperor looks in the direction I am pointing, and then his face darkens. He then turns and summons one of the guards in ornate armor to his side. Emperor Rathburn says, "Go break open my son's harem. Bring the elves here and free all the others. Arrest my son and lock him in the North Tower. Anyone who tries to free him is to be executed on the spot." Imperial Guard Commander says, "At once, Your Majesty." The commander quickly summons over 100 guards to his side and then leads them out of the room. Quite a few of the nobles look shocked at the orders of the Emperor, but they keep quiet. They are probably part of the faction that supports his son and the ones responsible for all of the attacks. Emperor Rathburn says, "My apologies. King Ash, I did not expect my son to be brave enough to disobey one of my commands." Emperor Rathburn then faces the nobles and says, "I hereby decree that even if I die, my son is no longer of the imperial family and has no right to the throne." Jian Jian Jian. Chapter 1,055. Quite a few of the nobles look dumbfounded when they hear the Emperor's decree. With this one, Move the Emperor has crippled the power of the faction behind his son. I imagine that this is going to lead to even more bloodshed, but it isn't my problem. A few minutes later, the commander returns to the throne room with 15 female elves. The elves look confused as to what is going on, but they don't seem to be afraid. From that, I would guess that they haven't been abused to the point of some of the others. Emperor Rathburn says, "Here they are. Is there anything else?" "No, that concludes our business." I lead the elves out of the throne room, and once we are away from the spying enchantments, I open a gate. Then I urge the elves to go through. They look at the guards surrounding them and then go through. Once they are through, I nod to Captain Chu, go through the gate, and close it behind me. As soon as I step through, Athena appears at my side and welcomes me. She tells me she has informed Stillwater and that someone will be along in a moment. The 15 elves are looking around in confusion and don't even seem to notice Athena. Athena says, "I'm sorry. We weren't expecting any more elves, or someone would have been here to greet them." "It is fine. I wasn't expecting to find more either. How are the ones from earlier doing?" Athena says. They are still a little shocked and are unable to adapt to the situation. I am under the impression that they are having trouble believing that all of this is real. That is understandable. After a lot of bad things happen, it is hard to believe in a good thing happening. Give them some time to adjust. As Athena is considering her reply, Brightfire comes rushing into the cabin. She quickly takes the confused elven women in hand and starts explaining things to them. I say my goodbyes and gate back to the castle, but Lynn isn't there when I arrive. It isn't quite time for dinner, so she is probably still at the library copying books. The trip to the capital didn't take as long as I was expecting it to, which is good. With nothing else to do, I head outside and check on the gardens. Surprisingly, there are already little green shoots growing out of the soil. I guess that the mana-rich soil and water are causing the growth to be accelerated. It also looks like the golems have already taken care of the gardens for the day. Since there are no new crates of weapons, I'd check the golems for errors. However, since there aren't any yet, that doesn't take me long, and I am soon back to having nothing to do. I don't want to start working on Jarvis yet, so I head to the library to look for Lynn. Lynn says, "You are back early. Does that mean that things went well or really bad?" "Things went just as planned. It was actually kind of disappointing," Lynn says. "Are you disappointed that you didn't get to burn the capital to the ground?" "No, but I wouldn't have minded getting to kill a few nobles. The Imperial Guards dealt with all of them before I had a chance to." Lynn says, "Isn't that a good thing?" "I guess so. It was just rather boring." Lynn says, "Even if it was boring, you went to save the elves and you did that. That is the important thing, right?" "Yeah, you were right. So, did anything happen here?" Lynn says, "Nope. I haven't heard from Almort or Zachariah. I have just been copying books all day. Are the elves going to throw another welcoming party? I don't know. I didn't ask. I am sure that if they do, they will let me know." Lynn says, "If they do, I want to go. The party was a lot of fun, much better than the human ones." "All right, I skipped lunch. Do you want to go to the restaurant for dinner?" Lynn says, "Sure, let's go." Lynn quickly cleans up her table, then links arms with me, and we walk across to the restaurant. By this point, we already have all of the restaurant's dishes in the pouch. However, it is still a nice change of pace to eat in the restaurant for the atmosphere. After dinner, we head back to the castle. Lynn heads to her tower, and I go take a bath. As I am soaking in the lava, I start playing around with some mana. Based on the wall, I am trying to see what else I could make by solidifying mana. Unfortunately, my hopes of being able to make any material I want are quickly dashed. While the technique is fairly cool, it is pretty limited in what it can make. Anything other than stone proves to be unstable and unable to absorb additional mana. So, unless I want to make stone golems, this won't really help me much. Although, it could be useful for adding to the castle if I decide I need more space later. Then again, it could be used for cosmetics, since I can control the color of the stone. Right now, the castle is a pretty plain gray color due to mixing multiple types of stone. I don't really want to rebuild the castle, but I could coat it with a layer of created stone. That would change the color to anything I wanted and improve the mana gathering of the castle. The coating wouldn't be as strong as the rest of the castle, but it would be easy to fix. Besides, that would only matter if the castle itself gets attacked, meaning someone would have to get through the defenses. That should be pretty unlikely, and I like the idea, so I go looking for Lynn to get her opinion. "Lynn, what do you think of me changing the color of the castle?" Lynn says, "Sure, but not black." "Ah, why not?" Lynn says, "Because you are not a demon king. I shouldn't have shown you those anime." "Fine, what color do you think the castle should be?" Lynn says, "How about white with gold accents? Maybe add some statues or something as well." "If I do that, are you going to dress up as a fairy princess?" Lynn says, "If anything, I would be a fairy queen, get it right? But yes, I will dress up for you." "Deal." Lynn laughs as I rush outside to start redecorating, and she goes back to organizing books. As soon as I get outside, I start gathering mana to surround the castle. To keep things simple, I create an inch-thick coating over the existing stone. Unlike the wall, I only put one spell into the stone, and that is to help the castle gather mana. It is not to do anything specific, it will just increase the mana density inside the castle. That should help the plants to grow and keep the golems running no matter what they do. 简简简. Chapter 1056. 简简简. Once the coating is done, I start adding the gold accents and try to make the castle look more gothic. Unfortunately, this requires a lot of trial and error since I know almost nothing about architecture. Eventually, it looks good enough that I am satisfied, even though it isn't perfect. Once I am relatively happy with it, I call Lynn outside to see what she thinks of it. She approves, but she has some additional ideas for me to add to the castle. I add everything that she wants, except for the statues. I want to wait on those. Lynn says, "Why no statues?" I thought of adding them later because I want to make them golems, an additional line of defense for the castle, Lynn says. "Oh, that makes sense." "All right, the statues can wait." Once Lynn is satisfied with the castle, we head inside, and I open a soulscape as usual. I want to watch some anime, but I get out Zan voted, so we end up watching more movies. When I end the soulscape and open my eyes, I find Lin is already dressed as a fairy queen. When she sees that I have noticed her, she laughs and runs up the stairs. With a grin, I chase after her, but I make sure not to catch up to her until we reach the bedroom. Several hours later, after Lin falls asleep, I enter my meditation and start working on my core. Ding core upgrade progress complete. Core is now rank Shi. HP Zheng Wubai, MP Zheng Wubai. Evolution points Zheng R. What? Why am I ranked Shi? What happened to the next level? I find myself so confused that I end my meditation without meaning to. This is nothing like the last time I worked on my core, and I don't understand why. If I don't go to the next level at 10, does that mean I have to wait until rank 20? All I can really do is wait and find out as I go, which drives me just a little nuts. However, there isn't much I can do about it, so I try and go back to working on my core. It takes me a while to calm down enough to get back into a meditative state. Core upgrade progress. Shi. I end my meditation and open my eyes when I feel Lin start moving around. While we are cuddling, I get a message from Brightfire that the kids want to come visit. The elves have all had a chance to come ashore, so there won't be any more groups visiting. After getting the message, Lin and I get up, head downstairs, and I open a gate for the kids. Brightfire also comes through the gate, and she joins us for breakfast. After the kids are done eating, they head over to explore the modified play area. Brightfire says, "We will be holding another welcoming party tonight for the elves you brought back yesterday." Lin says, "Great! We will be there." I just chuckle at Lin's enthusiasm, but I don't dare to disagree with her. When we are done with breakfast, I open a gate for Brightfire to return to the ship, and Lin leaves for the library. Seeing that the kids are happily playing, I head down to my workshop. Gathering my materials, I start constructing the physical core for the castle. I have been planning it out for a while now, and finally it is time to begin. The core is going to be a sphere about the size of a soccer ball consisting of 8 sections. The sections are separated by metals that run through the sphere, and the sections are formed from gems. I don't have a single gem that is that big, hence using separate sections. This way, each section can be made from a different type of gem without losing capacity. This is important since a part of the goal here is to allow more enchantments to be placed on the castle. The time-altering enchantment in particular is going to require a lot of mana capacity. In fact, even building the core like this may not be enough. I won't know until I try. Since I had already fully planned it out, the physical construction only takes me about an hour. The only part that actually worries me is the programming for Jarvis. The enchantments are easy. However, before I can begin the next step, I realize that Zachariah is at the gate. Zachariah says, "Ash, I got some information about the Magic Kingdoms delegation." "Great. When will they arrive?" Zachariah says originally it would have been about a week, but they suddenly changed directions and are now headed for the Empire's capital. "They probably heard that I was there," Zachariah says. "I would be surprised if they didn't. You made quite the impression on everyone there. News of the Emperor's miracle is already spreading like wildfire." "Do you know what happened after I left?" Zachariah says, "Basically, Emperor Rathburn declared war on his son's faction. It isn't quite as bad as a civil war, but there are still going to be a lot of casualties. That is not surprising, now that he is healthy again. He doesn't have to tolerate them causing trouble." Zachariah says, "That is true. After you left, there was an assassination attempt against him. If it wasn't for that, things might have been a little less violent." "I doubt it. The Emperor was probably already planning this when he stripped his son of his title." Zachariah says, "Well, either way, I doubt the conflict will last long. More importantly, it shouldn't affect us at all. All right, I am going to plan on leaving in a week, but I would appreciate it if you kept me informed of their movements. Also, you might have to worry about them causing trouble for you. After all, our partnership isn't exactly a secret." Zachariah says, "Of course, I will keep you informed. Is their anger towards you really that strong?" "I don't know, probably. The mages that I met didn't strike me as the types to like being denied what they wanted, and a lot of them wanted Lin." Zachariah says, "I can't really blame them. Lin is amazingly beautiful, but you are right about their personalities." "All right, I will make some preparations just in case." "So, that means you only have a week left to get as many weapons as possible for me to enchant." Zachariah says, I'm not too worried. The amount you have already enchanted has surpassed my expectations. Even if I don't get any more, our profits won't suffer. Speaking of profits, is there anything else you need? As things stand, I won't have enough gold to cover what I owe you. 减减减. Chapter 1057. 减减减. Well, I can always use more magical metals, stone, gems, and wood. Get me whatever you can. I will eventually find a use for it. Zachariah says, Surely, you mean only the high-grade stuff, right? No, I mean anything magical. With all the experimenting and random projects that I do, I can use just about anything. Zachariah says, All right, in that case, you can expect a big delivery tomorrow. Sounds good. Anything else we need to discuss? Zachariah says, Not that I can think of. I will let you know when I have news. Thanks, Zachariah leaves, and then I return to my workshop to start enchanting the core. The basic enchantments for the core don't take me long, but linking the castle's enchantments does. Once the enchanting is done, I head upstairs and have lunch with the kids. After lunch, I play with the kids for a while before I go back to working on the core. Now comes the hard part, creating the programming for the artificial spirit. Unfortunately, all I can do is to try my best and then hope that it works. Probably the most important part of the programming is the ability for Jarvis to learn. He will start out fairly basic and over time learn how to emulate emotions, or at least that is what I am hoping for. But I still put in a failsafe just in case. As for the physical core, I plan to put it into the floor of the main room in a hidden compartment. However, before I can activate the programming to see if it works, I still need to build the golem, with the experience from making the gardeners. Making the golem goes fairly quickly. The only part of the golem that is difficult is the core, because it has to link to the castle's core. To help with that, I make the golem's core a smaller version of the castle's core. I use the same materials in the same pattern and then enchant them both. My hope is that the two cores being so similar will help them have resonance with each other. Of course, this is just an experiment, and I have no idea if it will actually work. Once the enchantments are done, I do the basic programming, then test the cores. Seeing that the programming can flow freely between the two cores, I think that it worked. However, I won't know for sure until the programming is done, and I activate it. I don't get the chance to continue. Lynn is back and eager to leave for the party. I open a gate and let Lynn and the kids precede me through it before I follow. The party is a relaxed affair, and we both have a good time, although it is a little crowded. There is a limit to how big of a room that Athena can create inside the ship. With the addition of another 300 elves, the ship is a little over capacity. Luckily, there shouldn't be any more stops once we leave, so it isn't too bad. Unless I find more elves to rescue, the current elves should be able to make do. Then again, compared to what they went through before, being a little cramped is nothing. Throughout the party, I interact with as many people as I can, but not a single one complains. In fact, if Athena didn't inform me, I wouldn't know that things are getting cramped. Unfortunately, there isn't much I can do about it, not without a huge undertaking. I would either need to increase the size of the ship or re-zen enchant the whole thing. Both options would require a lot of time and effort. Not to mention the ship would have to be empty. When we leave the city, it should be the final leg of our journey, so it should be fine. I think the elves will be okay with the ship being a little cramped for now. Just to be safe, I ask Athena to keep an eye on things and let me know if morale gets low. Right now, everyone is happy due to more elves being rescued, but that might not last. If morale does start to drop, I will encourage Stillwater to get married. That should buy some time. I also ask Athena to keep an eye on the human kids since they would be the first ones to suffer. For now, keeping an eye on things is all I can really do until something actually happens. During the party, I make sure to meet all of the elves that I rescued and try to learn their names. Other than that, I dance with Lynn as often as I can and spend some time with my kids. The party runs later than I expected, but there is plenty of food, so I am not worried about it. The kids actually get worn out before the party is over, so they head back to the cabin. In the end, when the party ends, it is late enough that Lynn and I decide to stay on the ship. By the time we get to the cabin, it is late enough that I decide to skip opening a soulscape. I head to bed with Lynn and then work on my core after she falls asleep. However, it is a little discouraging to think that I need to take my core all the way to rank 20 even if I work on it every chance I get. I doubt it will be done by the time we get back to the peninsula. While each rank up does increase my strength by a little, it isn't much. I was hoping that getting to the next level would give me a bigger boost to my strength. Without that, my options for getting stronger are severely limited at the moment. I know that it isn't something that should be rushed, but I can't help but be impatient. However, I can't think of any shortcuts that I can take, and I promised not to do any experiments on myself. Slow and steady really doesn't fit with my mentality, but I don't have a choice, I guess. It seems like if this was a game, I have reached the boring grinding segment. Speaking of grinding, maybe I should try and grind my level to 20 and see what happens. Maybe I will get something special, like an advanced class or an option for a second class. I would need a lot of experience to get there, but the Demon Lands should be a good place to grind. It sounds really boring, but it would be a way for me to increase my strength. Although, if I end up helping Almort destroy the wall, that might be a good time to grind. The demonic beasts should come to me, saving me the time and effort to hunt them. I will just have to wait and see what happens over the next couple of days. Core upgrade progress. 50%. Lynn says, "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb your meditation." "You didn't. I set an alarm to notify me when you wake up." Lynn says, "Oh, so that is why I can never catch you sleeping." Zan. Chapter 256 Zan. Well, that and the fact that I only sleep every 3 days. Why are you trying to catch me sleeping? Lynn says. "So that I can wake you up, silly." "Oh, in that case, I will sleep in tomorrow morning." Lynn smiles and kisses me, which leads to us fooling around for a while before getting up to have breakfast. After breakfast, leaves to go to the library, but comes back right away. She then tells me that there is a mountain of crates outside before leaving again. When I head outside, I see that Lynn wasn't exaggerating by much. It is a massive pile. The crates are of all shapes and sizes, and they are stacked higher than the castle's walls. With a sigh, I walk over and start opening and organizing the contents of the crates. As requested, the crates mostly contain materials of all types and grades. The metals I put into my ring, the stone I merge into the castle, and the wood gets piled to the side. Among the materials, I do end up finding some crates of weapons for me to enchant. Once I have gone through all the crates, I spend some time enchanting the weapons. When they are done, I re-Zan crate them and stack them nicely to wait for Pick-Zan up. Then I turn my attention to the wood, including all of the empty crates which are made of normal wood. However, even normal wood can be used for the spell to copy books. It just takes more. I spend some time compressing the crates into lumps just big enough to fuel the spell. That should be enough for Lynn to use for the rest of the time we are here. The rest of the magical wood I store in the castle for now, since it can't go into the ring. If Lynn doesn't end up needing it, I will figure something to do with it. If nothing else, I can always add it to the ship to add more density. Then again, I could also use it to fix the overcrowding since I just had a thought. Modifying the ship would be difficult, but modifying the 2 pontoons wouldn't be. If I make them a bit bigger, I can hollow them out to create more space for living quarters. The downside is that it would increase the mass of the ship, making it a little slower. It would also mean that I would need more floating metal in order to make the ship fly. However, it also means that I could make use of one of my crazier ideas. The idea would be to make the 2 pontoons detachable from the main ship. Then they could act independently. It would basically be like having 2 destroyers to escort the battleship. However, that would be something to do as part of the version 2 upgrade. It will also depend on how my experiment with the golems goes, since the pontoons would need cores. Ideally, I would want these sub-Zan cores linked to the main ship so that Athena could still control them. It is still just an idea, but I think that I could make it work and it would be useful. Not to mention, it would just be super cool, but I will have to see how things go. I don't want to have to create additional spirits, so if the linking won't work, then I won't do it. Although, for now I can just improve the pontoons to create more space. While I am thinking about the possibilities, I have some lunch and then head back to the workshop. I go back to working on the programming, and it mostly goes well. But there is a problem. My idea for making Jarvis able to modify the castle won't work. The programming won't take. I try it several different ways, but they all fail and I can't think of any more ways to try it. That is until I think of doing it outside of the programming. Just out of curiosity, I try to program other spells, but it doesn't work on them either. Either spells can't be programmed like this, or I am straight up missing something. However, enchanting the castle with the stone shaping spell works, and then I just program the control into Jarvis. Since Jarvis controls the core, controlling the enchantments linked to the core is easy. So, any spell that I want Jarvis to be able to use just has to be enchanted into the castle. I am pretty sure that Athena can use magic directly, so I don't know what I am missing. Maybe it has something to do with sentience. I won't know unless Jarvis becomes sentient. However, even without that, Jarvis will still be able to improve the effectiveness of the enchantments. The defenses will also work better when being directly controlled. Just as I am working on the finishing touches for the programming, Almord arrives at the gate. Hey, Almord, come on in. Does your visit mean that the council has decided what to do about the wall? Almort says, hello, Ash. No, not yet. I am here because of something else. Okay, what is up? Almort says. The council has received a request. The Southern Empire is sending an ambassador specifically to speak with you. The ambassador will be arriving tomorrow. Arriving? Why doesn't the Southern Empire have a resident ambassador like the Northern Empire does? Almort says. Other than hiring adventurers and buying materials, the Southern Empire doesn't have any dealings with us. Besides, the two empires tend to be antagonistic with each other, and that affects our relations with the Southern Empire. So them sending an ambassador here is a big deal? Almort says. Yes, so the council would appreciate it if you would be willing to meet the ambassador and hear them out. With everything else going on, we don't want to offend the Southern Empire and makes things even more complicated. Yeah, sure, I can do that, Almort says. Thank you. Are you okay with meeting them tomorrow? Or would you prefer the day after? Tomorrow is fine, Almort says. All right, I will make the arrangements. By the way, I like what you have done with the castle. It looks almost holy. That is Lynn's doing. I wanted to make it look like a Demon King's castle. Almort gives me a strange look before saying his goodbyes and leaving. Once he is gone, I head back to the workshop to finish the programming. After I do one last check for errors, I go ahead and activate the program. At first, nothing happens, but I was expecting that. The program needs to boot up. Basically, it will take a few minutes for Jarvis to absorb all the information and take shape. After a few minutes, I feel a pulse of mana exit the core and roam around the castle. 简简简, Chapter 1059. 简简简. That should be Jarvis getting used to the castle and the castle's enchantments. After a bit, the mana returns and enters into the golem. Then a minute later, it moves. Jarvis then spends a minute testing out the golem's ability to move before he speaks. Jarvis says, I am Jarvis. That is correct, Jarvis says. You are Ash, my maker. That is also correct. Jarvis says, my purpose is to be the caretaker for this castle and your butler? Yes. Do you understand the concepts behind those responsibilities? Jarvis says, affirmative. I stand ready to serve. Just so you know, you are the first artificial spirit that I have created. As such, the first thing I need you to do is test your functions and control of the enchantments. Jarvis says understood. Checking. Other than a blind spot, everything seems to be working properly. Blind spot? Oh, do you mean my bedroom? That was done intentionally. There is no need for you to see what goes on in there. If we need anything in there, your golem body can enter. Jarvis says understood. I have control of all the castle's enchantments and everything seems fine. I do not have control of the other golems. Was that intentional as well? Not exactly. They are incomplete and are currently running as an experiment in programming. Since they are the first golems that I have created, I am using them to test my programming. Jarvis says, does that mean I am also an experiment? No, you are not an experiment. You are the goal of the experiments. I was specifically working to create you. However, some of the techniques I used to make you were experimental, which is why I am not sure if everything is going to work properly. Jarvis says, what should I watch for? Errors in your programming. I will also check it from time to time. Your program is designed to grow as you learn. but as it changes, problems could occur. Now, while you have the ability to modify your own programming, I don't want you to just yet, Jarvis says. May I ask why not? First of all, I need to see how the programming works. Second, I don't want you to fix any errors before I take a look at them. I need to learn from them, and it is possible that they could be beneficial, Jarvis says. Understood. I will notify you if I spot anything strange in my programming. What are my duties? To answer his question, I explain to Jarvis what we normally use the castle for. I also tell him my plans and some of the things I hope for him to be capable of. It takes a while since I don't exactly have a clear idea of what I expect from him. Jarvis says, Micker, someone is approaching the gate. Ah, that should be Lynn. Come, I will introduce you to her. Lynn says, Oh, this doesn't look like the gardeners. Did you create the artificial spirit? Yes, I did. This is Jarvis. Jarvis, this is Lynn, my future wife. Jarvis says, A pleasure to meet you, Lady Lynn. Lynn says, It is a pleasure to meet you as well. Welcome to the family. We head inside to have dinner, and Jarvis does his best to act as our waiter. He makes a few mistakes, but he corrects them quickly, and he never makes the same mistake twice. He is already learning, and I am looking forward to taking a look at his programming later. As we are eating, he asks Lynn for the new copied books that she made today. When she hands them over, he takes them to her library to put them away. Part of his job will be to learn what knowledge is in all of the books and act as a catalog for them. He should be able to save both of us a lot of time since we won't have to search through the books. That will become more important as more books are added to the library. As it is, I don't think Lynn even knows all of what is contained in all of her books. After all, she is only skimming through books before deciding whether or not to copy them. I know that it has been driving her nuts, but it is unfortunately necessary right now. Once we leave, I plan to make sure she has lots of reading time to make up for it. Speaking of, I need to work on the time dilation enchantment sometime soon. Once I am sure that Jarvis is stable, I can put the core into place and add more enchantments. If I am going to modify the ship's pontoons, I need to do it before we set sail again. Those two things, along with whatever the ambassador wants, should keep me busy for a few days at least. While I am at it, I should figure out a way to keep track of the time outside the castle. Otherwise, with the time difference, we are likely to lose track of the time outside. I will need to think about that, but I can't do anything until I know how good the time enchantment will be. I am hoping for at least 3 times the time or more, but I am not sure if I can do it. I really wish that I had taken a better look at the enchantments inside the tower. However, while that would save me a lot of effort, I don't want to wait until I get back to upgrade the castle. I can always read and do the enchantments later if I learn how to do them better. Considering how advanced the tower is, I probably will, if UI lets me study it. I may have to wait until Lynn becomes the Archmage before I can get access to the best magical knowledge. At this point, I could probably become the Archmage, but I doubt I will have the time. I expect to be extremely busy once we return to the peninsula, but I will see how things go. Jarvis doesn't come back before we are finished eating. Even for a spirit, it takes time to scan that many books. So, once we finish our dinner, I open a Soulscape and invite everyone. The girls watch movies with me while the kids play until I end the Soulscape. It is going to be odd when we get back to the peninsula, and I don't need to open a Soulscape every night. However, for now it is important so that the kids don't feel like I have abandoned them. When I open my eyes after closing the Soulscape, I find Jarvis standing next to me. Jarvis says, Maker, I have encountered a problem. What is wrong? Jarvis says, in order for me to catalog all of the books in Lady Lynn's library, I have used up all of my storage space. Since Lady Lynn will be continuing to add more books, I believe that you will need to increase my data storage. Zan Zan Zan, chapter 126, Zan Zan Zan. Ah, I didn't consider that. You are right. You will definitely need more storage. How is your connection to the golem's core? If I create a core just for storage, would you be able to use it? Jarvis says, the connection is good as long as I stay close to the main core. If I were to try and leave the castle, I believe that the connection would probably fail. A sub-Zan core for data storage should solve the problem. All right, I will make a sub-Zan core for storage tomorrow. I will also see what I can do to increase the range of the link to the golem. Any other problems? Jarvis says. While I can record the location of all the knowledge in the library, I am not able to comprehend all of it. That is not surprising. You are not even a day old. I would be worried if you could instantly understand everything. Don't worry, your comprehension will grow over time, Jarvis says. Understood? There are no other problems. All right. How is your energy level? Do you need to go into rest mode? Jarvis says, the golem's energy levels are fine. Unless I need to use it to fight, it shouldn't have any problems. That is good. Out of curiosity, do you have the ability to manifest without the golem? Jarvis says yes, Maker, but only as an illusion. That is fine. All right. Lynn and I will be heading to bed now, Jarvis says. Good night, Maker, Lady Lynn. Lynn says, you don't need to be so formal, Jarvis. You can just call me Lynn. Jarvis says, according to my information, a good butler is never casual. Sorry, Lynn. That is how I programmed him. It may change as he grows, but for now, just let him be. Lynn says, oh, all right. It is fine. I just didn't want him to feel like he had to treat me like a stranger. Jarvis says, I appreciate the sentiment, Lady Lynn. I assure you that following my programming does not cause me discomfort. Lynn says, I guess that is good enough. Come, let's go to bed. Lynn and I head up to the bedroom, leaving Jarvis to watch over the castle. I am confident enough that he can't betray me to be able to relax and have fun with Lynn. As promised, I sleep with her and intentionally sleep in so that she can wake me up. I have to say that being woken up by Lynn makes everything I have gone through in this world worth it. Eventually, we get up and go downstairs to have breakfast. A messenger arrives while we are eating, but Jarvis talks to him so we don't get interrupted. Jarvis says, the message is from Allmort. Your meeting with the Southern Ambassador is set for after lunch. Oh, good. That gives me some time to make your Sub-Zan core, Lynn says. What does the Southern Empire want with you? No idea. That is what the meeting is for. Lynn says, are you going to help them? It depends on what they want and what they are offering. If they have elves, then probably. Lynn says, well, if the Northern Empire was able to gather some, it would make sense that the Southern could as well. Agreed. That is why I am willing to meet with them. Lynn says, all right. Let me know how it goes, and if you need any help. I am going to head for the library. Okay. See you later. I give Lynn a long kiss before she leaves and then head down to the workshop. The first thing I do is take a look at the programming for Jarvis to see what has changed. There are no errors that I can find, but the changes help increase my understanding. My programming is still really basic, so there is still a lot for me to learn. I am hoping that as Jarvis grows, the changes to his programming will teach me more advanced concepts. After studying the changes for a while, I switch over to making a Sub-Zan core. Being the third one I have made, it goes pretty quickly, and the enchantments are easy. Once it is done and linked to the main core, I have Jarvis test it out, and then transfer some data to it. Then I make sure that the Sub-Zan core will keep information properly. How is it, Jarvis? Jarvis says. The connection is stable, and there doesn't seem to be any problems. Is it enough, or do you think I should make a second? Jarvis says. I believe that all the information in the library will fill it to about 60 or 70% capacity. In that case, I will just go ahead and make another now. We aren't going to stop collecting knowledge. Jarvis says, I believe that would be wise, Maker. Luckily, I have just enough of the gems left to make another Sub-Zan core. I have plenty of other gems, but not the same ones I used for the main core. Once the second Sub-Zan core is made, I take all 3 cores and head upstairs. First, I reshape part of the floor to create a small hidden space about the size of an end table. Then I create a pedestal that the main core will sit on top of, while the Sub-Zan cores will go inside it. I enchant the pedestal to improve the communication between the cores, and then add some defenses. I have Jarvis test everything out, and then let the pedestal sink into the hidden space. I make sure that it is almost impossible to find the hidden space, and then check the time. Seeing that I still have some time before lunch, I start working on the castle's enchantments. Jarvis says, Maker, I have a request since you are working on the enchantments. Oh, what is it? Jarvis says, if possible, I would like you to increase my observational range. Right now, I can only see the castle and a small area around it. I would like to be able to observe a greater area. not to mention that it would help if I could spot threats before they reach the castle. Sure, that is easy enough, Jarvis says. Thank you, Maker. To give Jarvis what he wants, I just add the same enchantments that I put on the ship. That will allow him to observe about a mile around the castle, including in the sky and underground. While I am at it, I put in an enchantment that will allow the golem to be away from the castle, well, half of one. The other half will have to be a modification to the golem, which I will take care of later. Next, I go through the castle's enchantments, streamlining them and making improvements. This is to make some extra room, because I think the time dilation will take a lot of space. However, I don't have enough time to work on the new enchantment right now. All I can do is lay the groundwork. Once that is done, I have some lunch. As soon as I am done eating, I head to the association building for my meeting. Zan zan zan. Chapter 161zan zan zan. Since I don't know where the meeting is going to be held, I head to Allmort's office. He is not there, but when she sees me, his secretary runs off to find him. I only have to wait a couple of minutes before Allmort shows up and leads me to a meeting room. When I enter the room, I see that the ambassador and her guards are already inside. The ambassador is quite a surprise. Not only is she female, but she is young and beautiful. She isn't quite at Lynn's level, but she could easily have been an idol in my old world. She has long blonde hair and a body on the thinner side with decent curves. She looks to be in her early 20s at the most. Way too young to be an ambassador, to have such an important job. I am guessing she has some special circumstances. Ambassador Shiro says, "Greetings, King Ash. My name is Shiro, and I have the honor of being the Southern Empire's ambassador. It is a pleasure to meet you. It is nice to meet you. So, what can I do for your empire?" Ambassador Shiro says straight to the point. I like that. We want you to help us with a problem. You see, we built our imperial palace out of the same stone as the wall. If you already know about the wall, I have to say that your spies are really good at their jobs. Ambassador Shiro says, yes, they are. Now, we can evacuate the palace easily enough, but we can't evacuate the capital. So, we need your help in getting rid of the palace without destroying the city. According to our spies, you have already figured out how to do so, right? In theory, yes. However, as you can see from the fact that the wall is still there, it hasn't been tested yet. Ambassador Shiro says, I am aware of that. However, we need this to be dealt with before the Northern Empire settles its internal matters. Otherwise, they might take advantage of our situation. I'm guessing your emperor isn't too happy with me about that. Ambassador Shiro says, true, but he also understands that it was simply a transaction for you. As long as you are willing to make a transaction with us as well, then it is all good. So, do you want to wait and see what happens with the wall? Or do you want me to go destroy your palace first? Ambassador Shiro says. We want you to come as soon as possible. The palace is already completely cleared out, and we have plans ready for the new one. We just need the old palace destroyed safely. We also want an item to detect demons, like the staff. In exchange, we have gathered over 500 elves as payment. 500? How did you gather so many? Ambassador Shiro says, you traveled up the east coast and then went across the north. We have trade relations with all of the kingdoms along the southern coast. How long until they are all gathered? Ambassador Shiro says, they already are. They are in the capital waiting for your arrival? We only discovered the secret of the wall recently. How could you gather so many so quickly? Ambassador Shiro says, our Empress ordered us to start collecting elves by any means necessary back when you first told the Northern Empire that you wanted them. Why? Ambassador Shiro says, at the time, we had no idea. It turns out that even then, she knew that we would need some help from you. Your Empress sounds very wise, and if she is, then your Emperor is a lucky man. Ambassador Shiro says, yes, she is, and the Emperor is aware of how lucky he is. So, do you agree to our terms? Yes, I agree. However, in order for me to make a staff like the one I made for the council, you will need to find me an exceptional piece of magical wood. Ambassador Shiro says, understood. That won't be a problem. When will you leave? I will leave tomorrow morning. Oh, since I haven't been to the southern coast, I will need a map showing the capital. Ambassador Shiro says, no problem. Here. You can take my map. The map she hands me is very detailed and looks to be of high quality. It shows the southern half of the continent and has all the different terrains marked. Combined with what I already have, I have a pretty good map of the entire continent, minus the center. Looking at the map, it might take me until the day after tomorrow to arrive. Ambassador Shiro says that is fast. It will take me over a week to return. Is there anything else you need? No. I'm sure that your spies already told you my conditions for visiting the Northern Empire. Ambassador Shiro says they did. I can guarantee that your visit to our capital will go much smoother. Honestly, I am surprised that you aren't asking me to fix your emperor's age as well. Ambassador Shiro says if the previous emperor was still alive, we would be. The current emperor is only in his 30s, so it isn't needed. Although, our spies reported that you did something to the Northern Emperor before restoring his age. I am not surprised that you have a spy in their court. Yes, I revitalized the old emperor's health first to make sure that he could survive the shock of getting younger. Ambassador Shiro says, this isn't part of my instructions, but if possible, could you revitalize the emperor and empress? Sure. For the amount of elves you have found for me, that is no trouble. Ambassador Shiro says, great! Well, if there is nothing else you need from me, I should let you get back to what you need to do. I will be beginning my return trip immediately. Nope, safe journey. Shiro gets up, and her guards follow her out of the room, so I get up and leave as well. Instead of leaving straight away, I head back to Allmort's office to talk to him. I tell him what the Southern Empire wanted and what they offered in exchange. Allmort says, I am assuming from the number of elves offered that you agreed. Of course. I will be leaving in the morning. Since the council still hasn't made up its mind, you can tell them to wait and see what happens with the palace. Allmort says, actually, that will help a lot. The council members have been arguing about this non-stop. I am really sick of trying to stop the fights and get a consensus out of them. Better you than me. I probably would have lost my patience long ago and just killed them all. Allmort says, don't tempt me. So, how long do you think you will be gone? Should be just 2 days. Lin will be here and knows the spell if an emergency comes up. Danzin chapter 162, Danzinzan, Allmort says, all right. I will inform the council. Is there anything you need? Nope. There are just a few things I need to get done before I leave. Allmort says, in that case I won't keep you. See you when you get back. Nodding to Allmort, I leave his office and head down to the library to find Lin. I tell her all about the Southern Empire's offer, and then tell her how long I will be gone. She isn't happy about being left behind, but I was expecting that. I will miss her too. Luckily, if all goes according to plan, we will only spend 1 night apart. I am not looking forward to when she takes the Archmage trial since she could be gone for weeks. However, it is pretty important for her to gain control of the tower, so I will have to deal with it. Oh, if I am not at the castle when you get back, I will be on the ship. Lin says, what is going on? Well, the elves are a little cramped right now, and it will only get worse if I rescue another 500 elves. So I am planning to make some modifications to the ship to increase the living space. Lin says, oh, that makes sense. What changes are you planning? I am going to increase the size of the pontoons to create space for some decks inside them. I will also change their shape to be more like a separate ship. When I do the version 2 upgrade, I am thinking about making them able to separate and act independently. Lin says, that sounds crazy, but knowing you, you will pull it off. We will see. Anyway, I will see you at dinner. Of course, before leaving I give Lin a kiss, then I head back to the castle. I quickly stuff all of the magical wood into my pouch, leaving the normal wood for copying. I fly out to the ship and have Athena make sure that the pontoons are clear of people. Athena says, they are. What is going on, Master? I am going to make some modifications so the elves have more living space. Athena says, if you tell me what you want, I can do it for you. Since I have several ideas, I need to try them out and see what works best. It would probably take longer to explain them all in detail than to just do it myself. Athena says, oh, all right. Is there anything that I can do to help? Here, these are blueprints for some new siege weapons. While I work on the pontoons, you can work on updating the weapons. Athena says, All right. First, though, I have some new woods for the ship to absorb. After saying that, I start pulling wood out of my pouch and dropping it on the deck. Athena takes care of having the ship absorb the wood and incorporate the best traits of it. Oh, I forgot to ask Zachariah about where the wood for the staff came from. I want more for the ship. I will try to remember to ask him later. For now, I start modifying the pontoons. When I arrived, there were a lot of elves on deck, so it is no surprise when Stillwater shows up. However, when he sees that I am busy, he stands to the side and waits until I am done. Stillwater says, "What is going on?" There are now 2 decks inside the pontoons. This should give everyone more living space. In the next 2 days, I should be getting another 500 or so elves. At least, if all goes according to plan. Stillwater says, "That is great. We will start preparing for their arrival." All right, the decks are empty right now. Once you figure out how you want them laid out, Athena can help you. Athena, do you need any help with the siege weapons? Athena says, "No, I can take care of it." All right, just so you both know, we will be setting sail within a week or so. Stillwater says, "I will make sure everyone is prepared." Athena says, "I will make sure the ship is ready." Good. I still have things to do before I leave. Is there anything the 2 of you need? Athena says, "Not me." Stillwater says, "If anything, we could do to stock up on food and such." All right, I will arrange it with Zachariah. Since the modifications took less time than I expected, I fly over to Zachariah's place. When I see him, I tell him about the ship needing supplies and ask about the branch. Unfortunately, he doesn't know where the wood came from, and there isn't any more that he knows of. According to him, some big shot mage used it as a walking stick in the past. However, the mage never told anyone where he got it, which isn't too surprising. The mage was from the Magic Kingdom, and they are well known for keeping secrets. Speaking of the Magic Kingdom, any news on their delegation? Zachariah says, "Yes, they have resumed their course towards the city. They caused quite a few problems in the capital. They even demanded to examine the emperor. Of course, that didn't go over very well." Oh, what happened? Zachariah says, "The Magic Kingdom's delegation found out that they aren't the only powerful mages. Both empires have mages on par with them. In fact, the Southern Empire probably has even more mages than the Magic Kingdom. I wonder if I make enough noise in the South, if the delegation will head there." Zachariah says, based on their movements so far, it is a possibility. Why? Oh, I was just thinking a trip to the South might teach them a little humility. Besides, it would buy me some more time. Zachariah says, "Are you sure you aren't just making an excuse for the noise you create everywhere you go?" Nah, I don't need to make excuses to you. I was actually thinking that if they get into trouble, they won't be as likely to cause any for you. Zachariah says, "Well, I appreciate that. I have made preparations, but I would prefer not to need them. It would be for the best if they were to give up and go home without ever catching sight of me. If I run into them, they will all die. However, if they go home, at Lynn's request, I will leave them alone." Zachariah says, "Well, I will have my people keep watching them and see what they do. When you get back, I will let you know. Thanks, and the supplies for the elves." Zachariah says, "Don't worry. I will make sure they have far more than they need. Is there anything else you need?" "Nope, just the usual." Zachariah says, "All right. Then I will see you in a couple of days. Have fun making noise." "Oh, I always do." 简简简 Chapter 1063简简简 When I leave Zachariah's place and return to the castle, I find that Lynn hasn't returned yet. First, I check on the gardens, which are growing well from what I can see. Then, I check on the programming of the gardeners, which is slowly improving. This time, I do find a few small errors, but for now I leave them alone because I can't tell what they do. Although, I do manage to figure out what caused them and improve my knowledge. While I am looking at the programming, I add the fact that they have to obey Jarvis. Next, I take a look at the changes to Jarvis, since his programming is more complicated. His programming shows a lot more changes, and it takes me a while to go through all of them. Surprisingly, I can't find any errors, but there are a lot of improvements, and I learn a lot from them. The more I learn, the more I realize just how basic my knowledge of programming is. It is amazing that I even got the golems up and running. let alone Jarvis. I am guessing that my magic helped me cheat again, otherwise it never could have worked this well. Luckily, Jarvis's programming seems to be doing quite well in fixing itself. I think that it will be better if I put off making more golems until my knowledge improves. With the way that Jarvis's program is improving, it shouldn't take too long. Jarvis says, "Maker, Lady Lin has returned." "All right, thank you, Jarvis." I go to meet Lin, and we soon sit down to have dinner together. Then I open a soulscape. I make sure to tell everyone that I will be traveling for the next day or two. That way they won't worry too much if I don't open the soulscape during that time. As usual, we watch movies and play games for a few hours before I end the soulscape. Then, while Lin heads to her library to store the new books, I head back to my workshop. Over dinner, I realize that I either need to leave the food pouch with Lin or she will have to eat normally. Since that could expose her to danger, I decided that it is about time I make another food pouch. I am kind of rusty when it comes to working with divine energy, so it takes longer than I expected. The part that causes me the most problems is copying the stored recipes over. At this point, I could probably make some more improvements to it, but I don't have the time. It will have to wait until I have some free time if I remember about it. Once the new pouch is done, I head upstairs and go looking for Lin. Lin says, "No, you keep it. I can just eat at the restaurant while you are gone. This one is yours, I just made it. This way we both have one for when we have to split up for a while." As much as I don't want to, there will be times when we need to be doing different things. Lin says, "That is true, and having a second pouch will make it easier." "Are you done? Shall we head to bed?" Lin says yes. We head to bed, and since I am going to be traveling, I go to sleep when Lin does. In the morning, I wake Lin up early to have breakfast with me, and then I take to the sky. Once I gain enough altitude, I fly south, following the road for the most part. The first couple of hours are completely boring, but then I spot movement on the road. There is a group of humans riding lizards, and they are being chased by demonic beasts. From the blonde hair of the leader, I am guessing that it is Shiro and her guards. The lizards they are riding remind me of Lizzie, just leaner and not as strong. They are six-legged just like Lizzie, so maybe they share a common ancestor or something. Then again, Lizzie's race was modified, so maybe these are the original species. The lizards are fast. So far, they are staying ahead of the beasts that are chasing them. The question is if they have the stamina to keep ahead of the beasts, or if they will tire first. I could just wait and see, but Shiro gave me a good impression, so I guess I should help. The demonic beasts look like some weird cross between a rabbit and a cat. They even jump forward every few steps, which makes it hard to predict their movements. Luckily, I don't have to. I can just drop my spell behind the humans and let the beasts run into it. Another option would be to fly down closer and use my breath weapon. It feels like all I have been doing lately is using magic, so I decide to go with neither option. Instead, I land behind the humans and use my claws and teeth on the beasts. I can't remember the last time I fought something physically, and I had forgotten how fun it was. The beasts don't hesitate and keep charging at me no matter how many of them die. So, I continue to rip them to shreds until there are none left and I am covered in blood and worse. Bashardo rank Sen Lipors defeated. Leonwen Wutem Babai XP gained. Arshitsi rank Silipors defeated. Yuanling Babai EXP gained. Shi rank Ulipors defeated. Wutian Wubai EXP gained. Ambassador Shiro says, "King Ash, thank you for saving us." "You're welcome. Although, you probably could have outrun them." Ambassador Shiro says, "Not really. Our mounts have good top speed, but they can't maintain it for long. Eventually, the demonic beasts would have caught up to us. If their numbers were less, it wouldn't have been a problem for us to defeat them." "Well, in that case, I am glad I decided to come down and get some exercise." Ambassador Shiro says, "As am I. The road from here on moves away from the demon lands, so we should be safe enough. I don't want to delay your arrival in the capital, but thank you again." "No problem." "All right, stay safe." Taking out the cleaning crystal, I use it to clean the blood off of myself. Then I take to the sky and continue my trip towards the capital. I only stop to eat some lunch. Other than that, I fly until the sun goes down. After eating some dinner and resting my wings for a bit, I continue my journey. Since I slept last night, I don't actually need to stop since I can see just fine in the dark. While there are a few nocturnal aerial predators, they stay far away from me. I fly for most of the night and then stop to rest again while I wait for the sun to rise. I should be getting close, but I don't want to approach the capital in the dark. Not only would I be more likely to be attacked, but I also want to get a proper look at it. 简简简, Chapter 1064, 简简简. I wait for the sun to rise, have some breakfast, and then take off to complete the last leg of the journey. As soon as I gain some altitude, I can start to see the city on the horizon. The first thing that I notice about the city is the towers. There are hundreds of them. However, as I get closer to the city, I start to get worried. A lot of them aren't towers. They are church steeples. There are dozens of churches all over the city. Hopefully, there aren't any avatars around, but the amount of churches is still worrying. Before I can get a closer look, a group of giant eagles heads towards me. They are being ridden by Imperial soldiers who take a look at me, salute, and then fly away. Seeing the eagles fly away, I notice the soldiers on the city walls also stand down. It looks like I won't be getting shot at this time, at least not by the soldiers. The fact that the Southern Empire has air cavalry is rather surprising. From what Zachariah said, they also have a strong mage corps. I wonder why they haven't conquered the North. They might have other considerations that I don't know about. I may ask while I am here, although I guess it will depend on the Emperor's attitude towards me. If he is friendly, I may ask about a few things. If he isn't, then I won't bother. After all, once I leave, I doubt I will have any further dealings with the Southern Empire. So, this trip will entirely depend on the Emperor's attitude and my mood. Of course, the main priority is still to get the elves safely out of here. Anything else is a bonus. As I am flying over the city, I feel a sudden surge of divine power from one of the churches. I stop and hover as I wait to see if the avatar is going to be hostile or not. Lin isn't here, so unless it is a god I have pissed off before, they might be friendly. However, what ends up coming out of the church isn't an avatar, it is an angel. The angel has 4 wings, so it should be fairly high-ranked and has feminine features. Although, with angels, that isn't a guarantee that it is actually a female angel. The angel has a sword in each hand, partial plate armor, and long silver hair. Based on the design of the armor, I am going to assume that it is a female for now. She looks around until she spots me, then she flies up to my level and hovers in front of me. Do you need something, Angel? Angel says, my mistress sensed a beast able to destroy the city, but for some reason she couldn't see you directly. So, she sent me to see what you want and protect the city if needed. I am here at the Emperor's invitation to help him with a few things. I have no plan to destroy the city. However, that could change if I am attacked. Angel says, if you are here by invitation, then that is fine. However, until I verify that I will be escorting you. Any sign of hostility will be met with violence. Haha, sure, whatever you say. So, do you have a name, or should I just call you Angel? Angel says, my name is Lyrica. What do you find so funny? Just that you should grow another pair of wings at least before you think about threatening me, Lyrica says. If you are right, and I am not able to handle you, then my mistress would descend herself to deal with you. Well, luckily for you and your mistress, I am not here to cause trouble. By the way, who is your mistress? Lyrica says. My mistress is the goddess Strassi, the protector. Oh, what does she protect? Lyrica says, the empire and the people in it. She also grants her powers to those who protect others. Oh, a goddess specifically dedicated to protection? I guess I can respect that. Is the empire under attack so often that it needs a dedicated protector? Lyrica says, yes, the empire is constantly under threat. From what? I thought that things were rather peaceful in recent times, Lyrica says. It is not other humans that threaten the empire. It is the desert that my mistress protects against. The desert. That sounds ominous. Why is the desert such a threat? Lyrica says. The desert stretches out from the center of the continent, and it is constantly trying to expand. If left alone, it would swallow the entire continent. Why are you talking about it like it is alive? Lyrica says. As far as I know, it is. It is a ravenous beast that wants to consume the world. A living desert? Really? Now I am curious. Lyrica doesn't seem to know what to say to that, so she just stays silent. Since she isn't replying, I continue flying towards the center of the city, and she follows me. The palace isn't hard to spot, but I notice some soldiers waving me down from a nearby building. Shiro did say that the palace had already been cleared out, so I land before the soldiers. The building looks like a high-end hotel, and it is surrounded by guards. As Lyrica is landing behind me, I shapeshift into my human form. Lyrica says, "Wait, why can a beast take on human form?" Imperial Guard Captain says, "Welcome, King Ash." Lyrica says, "King? What is going on?" Imperial Guard Captain says, "King Ash, is she not with you?" "Nope, she serves your protector goddess." Apparently they were worried that I would destroy the city. Imperial Guard Captain says, "I see. If you will follow me, the Emperor is excited to meet you." The guard leads me into the building, which was probably a luxury hotel in the past. It is hard to tell since there are piles of crates all over and people doing paperwork on any available surface. It looks like this place is acting as a temporary palace, but it isn't big enough. Luckily, the building has an elevator, which we take to the top floor where more guards are waiting. The guard captain stops here, and other guards open the doors to what should be a suite. It was probably the most expensive suite in the hotel, but again, it is just too small. What would have been a living room is now acting as the throne room. Directly ahead of me are 2 chairs. The rest of the furniture has been removed. Even so, the room is crowded with all the standing nobles and guards. The chairs are occupied by a young man and woman who I am guessing are the Emperor and Empress. However, my attention is drawn to the woman standing beside the Emperor. It is not her beauty that catches my attention. It is her aura, since it isn't human. 简简简 Chapter 1065 简简简 I quickly look around the room and find 2 others. One is a noble, and the other is an imperial guard. I was not expecting to have to deal with this kind of thing right off the bat. I take a look behind me at Lyrica, but she doesn't seem to have sensed anything. The Emperor and Empress stand up, drawing my attention back to them. The Emperor is around 6 feet tall with dark hair and a decently muscled body. He may not be a warrior, but he definitely takes good care of himself. The Empress is only a little shorter than him, beautiful and has long blonde hair. She looks enough like Shiro for me to think that they are probably related. If so, that would explain how someone as young as Shiro got such an important position. Emperor Am says, "Welcome, King Ash. Thank you for coming. My name is Emperor Am, and this is my wife, Empress Atash." Empress Atesh says, "Welcome to our empire, King Ash. My daughter says good things about you?" "Your daughter? Oh, Shiro. I thought I saw a resemblance, although you don't look old enough to be her mother." Emperor Am laughs and says, "Stop flirting with my wife, or I will tell Shiro to go back and tell yours." "All right, point taken. Let's not start a war, especially since you have a serious demon problem." Emperor Am says, "We don't know how bad the infiltration is, hence why we want a staff maid." "Well, I can show you, but you will need to trust me for a few minutes." Empress Atesh says, "Shiro said that she felt that she could trust you and I trust my daughter's instincts. Tell me what you need." "I need to do something that will look bad, but I need you to take no action for a minute." Emperor Am says, "You all heard him. No one is to move without my order." "Go ahead, King Ash. I have been working on an idea for a spell the entire time we have been talking. While it probably isn't structured enough for the system to recognize, I think it will work. Targeting the guard, the noble, and the woman beside the Emperor, I activate the spell. As soon as I release the spell, black chains erupt from the ground beneath the 3 of them. The chains wrap around them to restrain them and begin absorbing demonic power. The only reason that I think it will work is because I used demonic power for a while. The main problem is that it takes some time to absorb all of their power, meaning that they still look human during this time, which is why I was worried about being attacked. Luckily, while he is surprised, the Emperor keeps his cool and waits to see what happens. The 3 demons try to struggle against the chains using their demonic power. This actually makes it easier for the chains to absorb all of their power. The best way to fight against the chains would be to suppress their own power and starve them. The chains use the demonic power that they absorb to reinforce themselves. Without that, they would be fairly easy to break. But with it, they are extremely strong. All the demon struggles are pointless, and in about 2 minutes they run out of power. As soon as they run out of demonic power, their shapeshifts fail, and they return to normal. Seeing the three return to their demon forms, everyone quickly backs away from them. Even the Emperor and Empress move away from the woman who was next to them. Lyrica yells, "Demons! Are you really just now noticing? What kind of an angel are you if you can't sense demons?" Empress Atash says. "Now I understand why you were worried. At first, it did look like you were attacking people randomly. I am sorry for doubting you before they revealed their true forms. It is fine. Thank you for trusting me and letting the chains do their work. The demons are completely drained of power and cannot gain any unless the chains are removed. This means that they cannot suicide or do anything to escape. At least, low-rank demons like these can't escape." Emperor Am says, "I can't believe that one of my advisors was a demon. She has served me faithfully for years, but now I will need to read and examine every piece of advice she ever gave me." Empress Atesh says, "Well, now her arguing against inviting Ash to come here makes more sense." Emperor Am says, "Yes, it is a good thing that I didn't let her convince me. Who knows what their long-term plans might have been, and without Ash we would have never known about them. Guards, kill these demons. Actually, can you hold off on that for a minute?" Emperor Am quickly orders the guards to stop. But even so, 2 of the demons are already dead. Luckily, the demon that was impersonating a noble was a bit further away than the other 2. Even so, the guards barely stopped themselves from finishing him off. Lyrica says, "Don't tell me that you plan to spare the demon." Emperor Am says, "Ash, did you need the demons for something?" "I have been attempting to make a device that would allow anyone to detect demons, even when they are shapeshifted. Unfortunately, I need to examine a live demon in order to do so, and they are difficult to capture." Empress Atesh says, "It didn't seem difficult for you." "This is the first time that I have been able to get in the same room as a demon since I started looking." Emperor Am says, "I can see why they would be trying to avoid you. You can do whatever you want to the demon, and if there is anything you need, just say it." Giving a nod to the Emperor, I walk over to the trapped demon and reach out to touch him. As soon as my finger touches him, I send a torrent of mana raging through the demon. It seems to be painful from the way the demon starts screaming. But I don't care. All I care about is getting an accurate read on the demon and the frequency of his life force. If I can learn the frequency, then I can scan for demons like I do for the elves. That is assuming that their shapeshift doesn't change the frequency. But I doubt it. If the demon's shapeshift were that good, then it would also hide their aura from me. Searching for demonic power would only work if the demons were actively using it. The mana scan provides me with the information that I think I need, and I start crafting a prototype.